Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The yellow energy ball glowed in the darkness. Hero. The human hand formed a powerful energy ball. A hero is a being whose strength surpasses that of a human. A huge, pale, big man in an iron mask stood opposite a man in a black jumpsuit and helmet. There is a roar and many fragments fly in different directions and a column of dust rises. The big man raises his hand to strike. Heroes always oppose villains. The man in the black mask raised his hand, in which the fire was burning. The big man flew to the side, a fireball rammed his stomach, spitting flames in different directions. The crowd cheered joyfully, looking at the hero. The hero raised the visor on his helmet and exhaled. Heroes are envied and respected. This hero was watched from the phone. A guy and a girl were sitting in a bar and discussing how the hero killed the thug with one blow. The guy frowned and said that the longer he looked up at the red-haired guy who was sitting opposite him with a glass and was very drunk. He looked up distantly, and the guy asked if he looked like Sona. Sunwoo grabbed his stomach and said that he could barely stand on his feet and asked how he ended up here. A message came to the red-haired guy's phone asking him to leave right away. Sunwoo looked at the message with a cold gaze. He stood up, stretched and said he was going to the restroom. The guy walked calmly through the crowd, holding the phone in one hand. In the phone news, the presenter reported that the hero suddenly disappeared after saving people's lives. The guy slammed the restroom door behind him. He turned the lock. He said on the phone that he had arrived. The window slammed shut. A guy in a black jumpsuit landed opposite the guy. Sonu asked displeasedly how could he climb in here wearing a helmet. He asked if the hero understands that if they are caught now, they won't cause problems later. The hero began to take off his helmet and asked not to worry. A copy of him with a mole under his lip was looking at the guy. She said that he was much more attractive under the helmet. The hero smiled contentedly and dressed in the hero's clothes. He asked if he told the guy that there is nothing more exciting than a mysterious hero suddenly revealing his face. He turned to the main character, called him Ju-won, and demanded that he take on his true form. Ju-won scratched his head, and the real Sunwoo said that it was very creepy to see him with his face. Ju-won exhaled. A blue current ran through his body. Sunwoo watched in amazement at the play of light and current. His appearance slowly slipped away from the dark-haired hero, and Sunwoo said that it looked disgusting as always. He asked how could the hero copy someone else's appearance so easily. He extended his hand towards the main character and leisurely said that in any case. He squeezed the hero's face. With a malicious smile, Sonu leaned towards the hero and asked if he was hitting on girls. He said that the waitresses on today's shift were very good. Ju-won laughed nervously and said that of course not, this is not the first time he has been reincarnated. Sunwoo patted him on the shoulder. He threw an envelope on the suit and demanded that the suit be ironed properly. He smiled and said they did a good job. Ju-won looked at the red-haired guy and quietly asked if he was a hero or pretending to be. He put the suit in his bag. Ju-won put on his cap. He had a superpower. He quietly left the toilet. He looked ahead irritably. He knew that having an ability didn't mean everyone could be a hero. He looked at the red-haired guy, who began to hug the girls and capture everyone's attention. Ju-won worked as a double for the heroes to replace them in real life. He quietly moved away. He worked like an ordinary person. About 20 years ago, the first people with superpowers began to appear on Earth. The city was destroyed, many buildings burned. The world is mired in chaos. The villains were able to lift cars with one hand. The police shots did not cause them any harm. The villain smiled, and the bullets only ricocheted off him. The police were shocked to realize this fact. The villain jumped sharply, destroying the asphalt beneath him. Squeezing the car, he flew towards the police. The man looked at this jump in shock and called for his mother. There was a roar and screams. To restore order in society, the government issued a new law. The huge government building was brightly illuminated by the sun. People with superpowers who do not follow the law and pursue personal gain automatically become laws. The judge slammed the frame onto the stand. The punishers who stop them become heroes. The large skyscraper in the night was the lair of the villains. The leader of the Association of Villains, Nemesis, hugged the girl and ridiculed the law about heroes and villains. The villains sat on sofas in poofs. Nemesis ridiculed the government and joked that a policeman was about to come to them. He looked at the whiskey glass with a smile and tried to figure out who believes in heroes today. A masked man broke the glass. The panoramic window crumbled. An unknown man in a mask and cloak looked at the villains. The villains laughed at the hero's appearance. The unknown person turned to Nemesis. He pointed his finger at him and said that according to the law on heroes and villains, Article 1, he would be punished. The finger pointed at the villain sitting on the sofa. His skin turned purple and he said he had no idea who the hero thought he was. He turned completely purple. His horns grew and he asked how dare the hero say such nonsense to his face. He shouted to let the stranger know his place. He attacked the hero with a hand covered in purple flames. The hero swung his fist turned blue and began to emit electricity. He hit the villain. A thin beam pierced his body. Debris from the room rose into the air. Nemesis destroyed the room they were in with his body. A fist print was smoking on the villain's chest. Nemesis asked who was in front of him. The hero approached him and said that he was Justice. Streams of energy came from his glowing eyes. He called himself a hero. After that incident, Justice became the most popular hero. The world of heroes opened, but the hero's hand turned into the hand of a dark-skinned man. But with the hero's ability to copy any appearance, he looked at the transformation of the hand and realized that he could not fight the villains face to face. He looked at the mess of his apartment. Dissatisfied, he began to pull off his shoes and envy the heroes who lived to the fullest. He looked at the calendar with a list of tasks for the day. Jawan pulled off his hoodie and said that at least he had the ability to use super strength, even if it was illegal. He began to count the money in the envelope with a smile. He clutched a wad of money and said that by doing all this hero stuff, he gets paid for it. Javan lay down on the bed and said that everyone would see how he would work like hell to make money and retire at 50 years old. Javan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a knock on the door. Jiwon lazily began to walk towards the door, saying that he was already on his way. Reaching out, he asked who was there. Justice stood outside the door. He asked loudly if he had come to Jawan. The main character looked at the hero in shock and could not believe his eyes. Justice entered the apartment. The hero began to retreat in fear. Justice asked if it was right that Jiwon acted illegally by impersonating heroes in real life. Jiwon tried to figure out how he knew this. He looked ahead and thought that they had come to arrest him, and asked himself how he would escape if his opponent was Justice himself. Jiwon made a surprised grimace when the hero said that he came to hire the hero as a double in real life. He pointed his finger at the hero and asked why he was hiring him. Justice looked at the hero calmly and asked if he knew that he should not ask unnecessary questions. He sat down and opened a suitcase with a bunch of documents and other papers. He said that he had brought everything that should be needed. Jiwon picked up the documents with information about the hero. He looked to the side and said that there was no photo of him there. Justice raised his hand to his face. He took off his mask and looked at the hero, asking if it would do. Justice put the mask back on. The main character asked when he should start and Justice immediately replied that tomorrow. When leaving, he handed the guy an invitation and indicated that he should come to this address. The guy ran after the leaving hero and asked him to wait. He looked at the empty street. He looked at the invitation issued with disbelief. Day, high-rise building. Jiwon looked at the building in confusion and thought about how big it was. He looked at the invitation again, trying to figure out if he really came there. An elevator opened in front of the guy. He thought about Justice. He imagined his silhouette and thought that he was one of those who protect people on the front line. He imagined himself in his shadow and added that he was his complete opposite. The guy looked at the floors and didn't understand why Justice called him, but decided that he wasn't going to miss a client like him. The elevator doors opened. He thought that if he tried hard, he could stretch this thing out longer. Jiwon asked for forgiveness. A spacious office opened up in front of the hero. Someone was sitting in a chair with his back to him. Jiwon walked up to the hero with a smile and reached into his bag. He suggested getting down to business right away and pulled out a non-disclosure agreement. He looked at the hero and asked him to fill it out. Justice sat in a chair with blood flowing from his mouth. Jiwon jumped back in horror. He looked at the hero and tried to understand whether he was alive or dead. Sweat flowed down his face. He did not believe that the number one hero died. He tried to understand who could have done this. The guy reached out to the hero, trying to calm down. When approaching the hero's body, current began to flow into the hero's fingers. The guy was electrocuted. A large flash erupted as he approached the hero's body. The guy screamed in shock, not understanding what was happening here. The flash became brighter and stronger. The hero's body fell and the chair overturned. The guy looked at his burnt hand. Suddenly the guy's arm began to become pumped up. He grabbed his swollen hand and screamed. He screamed hysterically and tried to understand what was happening here. He looked at the hero's corpse and his body was covered with the light of the guy's ability. He was sure that this was definitely the radiation of his ability. He looked at the corpse with fear and thought that first of all he needed to get out. He ran at great speed down the stairs and did not understand what exactly happened here, but being here is the best way to get into trouble. The guy pushed aside the uncomprehending crowd and thought that he urgently needed to report the death of the hero to the association. The guy spilled someone's coffee. He grabbed his hand and apologized and was called a copycat. Jiwon's eyes widened. Sunwoo dissatisfiedly threw away his coffee and asked why the hero is here. Jiwon smiled nervously, thinking that Sunwoo, although sometimes annoying, was still a top-ranking hero and thought that something needed to be done. Sunwoo put his hands in his pocket and asked why the guy was squeezing his hand so strangely. Jiwon pulled his hand out of his pocket. She was in normal condition. Sunwoo annoyedly asked him to stop and asked if he knew how much his suit cost. He said that even though the guy had worked as an imitator all his life, He didn't finish and turned around with the hero, asking what's going on here. He pointed displeasedly at the guy and said that in any case he would force him to pay for his dry cleaning. An unknown object was rapidly cutting through the air. He tore Sona's side. He grabbed the bleeding wound angrily. An unknown man in a green cloak and hood stood in the window. 4 long tentacles were sticking out from behind his back. He asked what it was and said that Sunwoo had appeared in all the news, and yet, under the hood, the unknown person had a smiling face with violet sparkling eyes. He asked if Sunwoo was really a pathetic brat. The guy clenched his teeth, realizing that he saw a villain. He remembered the hero's corpse and decided that it was not this villain who killed him. Sunwoo gritted his teeth as he began to become covered in fire. A flame appeared in the hero's hand. Sunwoo stood up menacingly and told the villain that he would turn him into a crispy fried octopus. With a swift jerk he began to close the distance. The octopus jumped back and Sunwoo missed. He smiled and said it was rude. He put his hands forward and the tentacles attacked the hero. Sunwoo looked at the approaching tentacles. He crossed his hands and they became covered in flames. He spread his arms and his tentacles became covered in fire. He jumped towards the villain and the space created between them and called him a stupid octopus. The villain smiled wickedly. The tentacles grabbed and twisted Sona. All the veins bulged. He grabbed the tentacle, squeezing his neck. The octopus looked at Sona and asked if he really thought that he only had 4 tentacles, since he did not see the rest. He squeezed his hand and said it was so childish. People fled in panic in different directions. The main character looked at the battle and thought that he could not believe that Sona was caught so easily. Sunwoo's hand dropped. The octopus looked at the hero with displeasure. He threw him aside, saying that he was dead. He smiled again and looked at the people. People looked at the villain in fear. The tentacle grabbed and knocked the man to the floor. Another tentacle hit the man on the back. He spread his arms and stuck out his tongue, inviting everyone to have fun. He laughed madly, and the main character was hiding behind the table. He looked at the magazine lying on the floor and thought that another hero should appear. Justice was on the cover. People next to the guy worriedly said that everything was fine and Justice would soon appear and save everyone. Ji-won remembered in horror the corpse of the strongest hero. He looked at the people trembling with fear and thought, were people really destined to die like this, waiting for a hero who would not come? He looked at the crazy octopus and thought that he could not do anything because his opponent was a villain. The guy grabbed his head and thought that he couldn't fight him because he was not a hero. He heard sniffling and opened his eyes. He looked at the crying child to the side. The octopus also paid attention to him. The little girl was crying and wiping her tears. Ji-won leaned out and shouted at her to run away and not sit. He shouted as much as he could. The octopus smiled insidiously and called the girl a rat. One of its tentacles attacked, and he asked where she was going to run. The tentacle was aimed at the crying girl's head. Ji-won screamed. He remembered how a certain girl was once grabbed by a huge fanged tentacle. The hero ran. He ran and shouted that he shouldn't do this. He was approaching the attacking tentacle. He pulled his hand towards the white fang at the end, and he thought that he was an idiot. He screamed and the guy's eyes lit up blue and a current began to play in the air in front of him. His hand also became electrocuted. He said that he would catch it. Electric current pierced the space and a large male hand squeezed the tentacle. The octopus opened its mouth in surprise. He looked at the hero and asked if he. Justice held the tentacle and looked at the octopus, who called his name. Ji-won used the appearance of a deceased hero and did not understand anything. His hand was leaking electricity. He thought that the power that flows in his hands is different from what it was before. He squeezed the tentacle even more tightly and thought that this power. He tore off the octopus's tentacle. He pulled the stump of the tentacle towards himself and screamed. Justice said that he doesn't know what's going on here, but he raised his cloak and said that according to the law on heroes and villains, Article 1, the octopus will be punished. Justice stood opposite the octopus and the guy thought that his body was filled with such power that it was difficult for him to cope with it. He clenched his fist and a current ran through his entire body. He looked at the octopus with excitement and realized that it was his first time against a villain and therefore asked himself, can he do it? The sweaty octopus said that Justice needn't worry. His tentacle bubbled and regenerated. Covered in pink goo, he said he could regenerate as many of them as he wanted. He attacked the hero and said that if he only caught him, he would be finished immediately, just like the previous guy. Ji-won, in hero form, looked at the approaching tentacles in confusion. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. He easily dodged the attack and asked himself if he had been this slow before. He looked in confusion as the tentacles easily floated past him. Ji-won thought that at this speed, Ji-won began to approach, dodging the attacks and realized that he could easily dodge these things. He came close to the surprised octopus, who could not understand how he did it. Ji-won raised his fist to strike. The blow flattened the octopus's face into a cake. He flew off at high speed after such a blow. The hero managed to grab the tentacles. He pulled the octopus towards him, swung it, and he hit the villain against the wall. The octopus stuck out its tongue from the blow and the hood flew off to reveal its pale bald head. Ju-won looked at the villain slammed into the wall and thought that he just slightly pushed him and he had already flown the entire distance to the wall. The octopus lay unconscious while the guy thought about how cool it was. He looked at the sparkling palm with a smile and thought that if he did not restrain his strength, something bad might happen. The octopus groaned. He looked up at the hero and screamed in fear. Ju-won clenched his fist and he became shocked. He said that now even he could fight the villain. The fist vibrated. Ju-won looked at his hand in surprise. She was shaking, and he was trying to understand what was wrong with him. He felt that he was ceasing to feel strength. He remembered how his hand swelled for the first time, but he couldn't control the transformation. Justice bit his lip nervously and thought it was bad. The octopus attacked the hero again, and the guy thought that if the power stopped working, a yellow energy beam rushed into the octopus. He hit him in the back and he screamed in pain. The villain was slammed into the wall. Ju-won looked at the defeated villain in surprise. He turned around, someone was approaching him. Just in time, thought the hero. A girl wearing green glasses was approaching him. She came up with admiration and looked at the hero and said that she did not expect anything else from him. She asked if he expected her to come. The girl with green glasses admired the hero's hearing and said that he distracted the villain's attention so that she could attack calmly. Ju-won smiled confusedly and agreed with her. The girl happily said that she knew so. He thought that at least he had survived. He clumsily scratched his head while the girl admired him, and at that time tentacles crawled out of the ground. The octopus jumped up, scattering debris and raising dust. The girl angrily put the mask on her face, her eyes sparkling yellow. An energy beam from her eyes hit the fleeing octopus. She looked sternly at the smoking body of the octopus and asked how dare he think that he could go against the hero. She called it absurd. She turned and saw that Justice had disappeared. She put her finger to her finger in annoyance and said that she wanted to get an autograph. A girl in a hood appeared behind her and asked her to come to her senses. She turned around, and an unknown girl asked if she didn't see wounded people. A girl with glasses approached the man and asked if she was okay. The girl in the hood looked around gloomily and asked if Justice was really alive. She turned and saw the main character running away. He ran in horror, not even thinking to turn around. The girl chuckled thoughtfully. The main character's apartment. He destroyed the documents Justice gave him. Javan looked at his numb hand and said that there were too many documents. He tied a garbage bag. With a calm face, he began to descend the stairs. The bag landed in a filled trash can. The guy scratched his head and asked what he should do now. He stood thoughtfully and thought that Justice was number one in the ranking of heroes, but this means that the villain who killed him was even stronger. He scratched his head nervously and said that he was so stunned that he could not even think about transforming and running away. He hoped that no one would see it. Someone said that she would have seen it and the guy turned around in fear. He looked at the lonely trash can. An unknown female voice said that destroying evidence using a shredder is very sensitive. Ju-won looked around in fear and asked where this sound was coming from. The girl replied that it was under him. The hero looked down in disbelief. Glowing eyes looked at him from his shadow and women's hands reached out to the asphalt. The girl crawled out of his shadow as if from a hole. The guy fell and screamed in fear. The hooded girl hovered over him and called him very noisy. Black hands emerged from his shadow. They grabbed a bag of garbage. They tore it apart and a heap of paper trash fell to the ground. The girl extended her hand and the scraps of paper began to line up into the overall picture. The guy looked at the girl with fear and could not believe that she had restored all the original documents. The recovered documents lay in several rows on the asphalt. The girl bowed the documents and, having studied them, said that everything was clear. She looked at the hero with an angry gaze and asked if he had seen the dead body of the deceased Justice. She spread her arms and shadow shoots of different shapes appeared around her. She said that the fact that the guy is aware of this puts her in a difficult position. Javan looked in shock at the shadows approaching him. He jumped back at the last moment before impact. He looked at the girl with a serious face and realized that she wanted to kill him. In this case, he has no choice. The evil hero began to transform into a hero. He said that if she was the one who killed Justice, he wouldn't hold back. The unknown woman looked at the hero with a cold-blooded gaze. She pointed at the main character and the shadow tentacles reached out to him. He ran to the side, thinking that he could not allow himself to be grabbed by these tentacles. He looked ahead and noted that the attack strategy of the unknowns was very similar to the previous one. He dodged the tentacle, raised his punch to strike, and thought that all he had to do was dodge and close in to strike. Suddenly the hero's mind became clouded. He looked around and saw that his leg was transforming back. Justice's visage slid away from the guy, who gritted his teeth angrily and thought that this was again the same sign of the same sudden transformation. A shadow attack was rushing towards the hero. He jumped back, shielding himself from the many shadow tentacles with his hands. The girl sighed. She looked at the guy who sparkled with electricity and continued to lose the appearance of a hero. She said that in the end he was just a pathetic imitator, and she kept wondering who spoke so fearlessly on behalf of Justice. She attacked and said how pathetic it was. The hero's left hand still belonged to Justice. He hit the asphalt with it. He took out a huge piece of block. He held up the stone as a shield against the oncoming attack. He reflected the shadow. The tentacle deviated. He ran towards the girl with a stone in his hands. The unknown woman jumped back. From behind her, the hero was attacked by tentacles again. He appreciated how fast she was. He again took the shadow's attack on the block. The stone exploded into many pieces and released a cloud of dust. Because of the fragments, Ju-won was already striking. He hit the unknown woman with an uppercut. She dodged, but he was able to touch her mask and even tear it a little. The guy continued to attack and thought that for a moment he was confused. He screamed and raised his hand to strike and mentally told himself that he should speed up. He looked at the girl in surprise. He could not move, and the unknown woman wiped the abrasion on her face and said that he was not bad, but that's where it would all end. The guy stood in her shadow, and the girl said that he was now in her power. The remaining form of justice disappeared from the guy. Shadow tentacles lifted him off the ground. They grabbed his arms and legs and tightened his throat. The guy rolled his eyes, groaned and thought that he couldn't breathe. He coughed, and the pink-haired girl looked at him calmly. She chuckled. It clicked. The guy fell to the ground. He opened his eyes wide, trying to catch his breath, trying to understand why the girl had let him go. He looked at the girl. She asked if he was going to continue doing what he did before. The guy asked what she meant. She grabbed his face and told him that instead of being a lame wannabe hero in their ordinary life, she looked at the guy and asked why not become Justice's replacement. Ju-won looked at the girl in surprise. The unknown woman held the guy by the face. She said that justice is the embodiment of what heroes fight for. Ju-won imagined how people would react tragically, and the girl said that if news of his murder were leaked to the media, it would create widespread panic. She let go of the guy's face and said that she needed someone to buy time before she figured out how to deal with everything. Ju-won asked again in confusion. He wiped his face and pointed his finger at the unknown woman and said that she had just tried to kill him and asked who she was. The girl introduced herself as Chrome and said that she was one of the members of Justice's team. Ju-won exhaled and asked if she was a hero. Chrome said that the hero can check this in the documents. She is mentioned there. Ju-won sat down and began to study the documents laid out on the ground. He saw her image and didn't even believe it at first. Chrome came closer and said that she just wanted to make him silent, so she intimidated him a little. She said that her plans did not include killing the hero, and if he agreed to become Justice's replacement. She looked at the guy and said that she would compensate for all of him. The inconvenience will be the monthly payment of 100 million in cash. Ju-won clenched his mouth in shock and thought in surprise that this amount could not be compared with his current earnings. Ju-won calmed down and asked how he could become his replacement, asked what would happen if he was caught. Chrome extended her hand to the hero and said that he needn't worry about it and said that she would help him avoid it. Ju-won thoughtfully covered his face and said that everything was a little. Chrome interrupted him and said that she was not going to force him. She imagined many villains smiling evilly and sharpening their fangs. She said that if even a rumor appears that Justice is dead, then all the villains who have been hiding in the shadows until now will immediately begin to act in full force simply because the strongest of the heroes is simply not alive. She imagined a battle between heroes and villains and said that the villains would start a war against the heroes and countless innocents would be drawn into it, giving their lives. Ju-won imagined a pile of corpses. He looked anxiously at Chrome, who asked what choice he thought was the right one to make. Ju-won thought that Chrome was right. The very existence of justice ensured law and order. He remembered the fight with the octopus and asked himself, could he do what justice did? He couldn't bear the death of innocents again. But Ju-won looked at his hand gloomily. Chrome calmly said that it seemed like she was asking too much. She waved her hand and walked in the opposite direction, saying that she shouldn't have expected anything from the hero and asked not to talk about Justice's death to everyone. She stopped because the guy called out to her. He smiled nervously and said he was just a little busy doing the math. Chrome looked at the guy with a cold gaze, and he said that taking into account the risks, the non-disclosure agreement and the security assigned, 100 million would not be enough for him. He smiled and showed 2 fingers, saying that he needed at least 200. Chrome smiled and asked the guy not to regret his words. A week later, Hero's apartment. He sat at his laptop with a tired face. Ju-won stretched. There were large stacks of documents on his desk. He repeated the name Justice, and said that even now he heard this name and it seemed that he was reading. He chuckled, holding a stack of sheets of paper in his hands, and said that he remembered most of what he read. Zerom stood outside and said it was time to go. They were driving fast in a white car. Ju-won studied the documents while Chrome drove the car. The guy looked at the sheets and asked if he could ask a question. Chrome responded and asked what it was. They followed the GPS forward, and Ju-won asked that, apart from hiding the truth from the villains, do they really need to hide this information from the heroes as well? Shouldn't at least the top be in the know? Chrome rested her cheek, shadowy hands holding the steering wheel. She said that this is usually how it should be and that's why it would never happen. Ju-won looked at the girl questioningly. The car continued to move. Chrome said that the hero would understand everything as soon as he saw it for himself. She slammed the door behind her. Ju-won looked around and asked, "What is this?" He asked if this was a center for storing and transporting goods. The heroes entered a huge white building. The hero walked behind Chrome and asked why they were here. Chrome turned around and said that this was indeed a delivery center. The camera turned towards Chrome. She took out a card and showed the map, saying that everything is true, but only if you look at the building from the outside. A red light under the camera lens lights up. A hidden passage opened up in front of the couple. The light fell on the guy's face. Chrome said that this is actually the main headquarters of the heroes. A huge hall with a golden statue in the center opened in front of the guy, around which a variety of superheroes walked on several floors. This place was called the Atrium. The guy looked around at the motley crowd and Chrome said that goods were constantly delivered from the center, so it was easy enough to hide here. The guy looked at the huge crowd of different people and creatures, surprised at the number of heroes. Someone was sitting at the table, eating and drinking coffee. Chrome called out to the hero and said that they had arrived. They stood in front of a large bright door. Chrome raised her finger and said that today they were just looking around, and so he could wait here and asked not to attract too much attention. The light again illuminated the hero's face. Chrome said that this is the place where the heroes hold their meetings. Chrome entered a room where there were many tables and headed towards the largest one. There were many different personalities sitting around the table. Chrome said that these were the key figures of the 4 hero teams. Haste, the second in command of the Guardians, screamed and asked why it was their fault that the villains had become active. The man calmly answered that it was all because the number of incidents in their area had skyrocketed. It was Gurm, the first in the Superman team. He smiled and said that in other areas the number of incidents was normal, and in fact in other areas the number of incidents had even decreased. Haste pointed her finger at the smiling hero and said that it was all because they took away all the staff, and Gurm asked if it was all because they weren't doing their job well. They were asked to calm down. The blonde guy smiled and asked, "Isn't it obvious that it's worth investing in those who bring results? Everything from Atrium's maintenance to their salaries comes from there." It was Civil, and Superman he was second. The shaggy guy in the headphones yawned and said that, to be honest, what's weirder is that everyone has equal opportunities. He was asked in horror how he could call himself a hero. It was Arcadia, the first in the Soyuz team. Ju-won looked at the whole scandal in surprise and tried to understand whether this was really a meeting of representatives of the heroes. He frowned and decided that this looked much more like a disaster. The robot said that now it is much more important to find out where justice is. This was the first Condor in the team. The pink-haired girl looked at the bear with a smile and said that a week had already passed. She was second in the Condor team and her name was Pandora. Civil smiled and suggested that perhaps the rumors were true and he was really dead. Haste hit the table with fury. She became covered in a blue aura and said that just because he has a tongue does not give him the right to grind anything. She said she wouldn't let him get away with talking bad about justice. Civil was covered with a yellow aura and offered to test him, because without justice she is nothing. A girl in a robotic suit shouted loudly into silence. She was second in the Soyuz team and her name was Banshee. She frowned and asked why they were like that. She called them little children. She looked at her interlocutors and said that they could not ignore the fact that nothing had been heard from Justice for a week. She said it was time to start thinking he might be in danger. She looked at Chrome and asked if Justice had contacted her. She seriously said no, but he told her he would be away for a while. Pandora looked at Chrome and said that was a lie. She hugged the bear and said that since Justice had not been seen for a while, she decided to look into his penthouse. She remembered how surprised she looked. On the blood, Pandora said there was blood everywhere. Chrome tensed and said that Pandora entered Justice's property without permission. Zeus looked at Chrome and asked if this was true. Chrome silently looked at the meeting of heroes. She frowned and thought that this was bad, because if she saw the crime scene, then she wouldn't be able to lie. She frowned even more and thought that if things continued like this. The hero in the form of Justice walked into the meeting room and said that it was true. He looked with half his face at the surprised Chrome. He came to the table and apologized for his long absence. He put his hands on the table and said that he would explain everything to them now. He thought that if he had not done anything, they would have been exposed. The heroes of the table looked at Justice. He thought that now that all the key characters are in front of him. Justice looked at the heroes with a straight face, but Ju-won, hiding under the mask, was very nervous. The heroes were sitting at the table. They chattered and argued with each other incessantly. Ju-won looked at them with a frown. He could not imagine that people like those now at the table would turn out to be heroes. In the guy's opinion, they were completely different from the personalities they demonstrate in the media. He exhaled and thought that at least this way there wouldn't be any problems. Then Pandora said that Chrome's words were lies. Ju-won looked through the crack in fear. He saw a girl buried in a teddy bear, who said that there was blood everywhere. Zeus looked at Chrome and asked if this was true. The guy saw how nervous Chrome was. The guy looked through the gap. He looked at the heroes and realized that the matter had taken an unpleasant turn and now they were all discussing it. He clenched his fist as he began to transform. Ji-won thought that there was no chance that they still believed Chrome. The heroes looked at Chrome incredulously and demanded that the girl. Ji-won entered the hall in the guise of a hero and said that it was true. Arcadia took off the earphone from one ear and said that Justice looked good. Chrome turned around in fear at the main character. She looked at him in horror and mentally asked what he was doing now, but was glad that the annoying questions were over. She thought that just one mistake and their disguise would go down the drain. Justice looked at the heroes. There were many heroes in front of him, ready to listen to him. Ji-won was horrified by the amount of space and characters. He realized that he was starting to get nervous. He walked forward confidently. He noted that he felt some kind of perverted addiction to deceiving everyone around him. He remembered sitting at night and memorizing information about his new appearance. He watched Justice move. He studied his gait, tone of voice. He asked forgiveness for his long absence, and even his usual pose. He leaned on both hands on the table. He smiled slightly and noted that everything was flawless. Civil looked suspiciously at the main character and said that he didn't understand why he was so calm despite being late, but he grimaced and asked if the hero would try to explain everything to them. He asked why the penthouse was in such a state and where had he been all this time. Ji-won took into account the fact that they already knew about the crime scene. Justice said she was. Everyone at the table was seriously surprised when he ended up with an assassination attempt on him. Surprised questions and exclamations began to be heard from the crowd. Haze looked at the main character in shock. She excitedly placed her hand on her chest and asked how it was that he hid it for so long. Ji-won said that he had to weigh every step he took. He straightened up and said that considering everything that had happened, Chrome and he had to investigate everything in secret. He looked seriously at those present and said that he thought that even now he could not reveal all the details, but they would be the first to know about it. The hero thought that everyone was focused on this and decided that now was the time. He looked at the girl and addressed her. He looked at her angrily and asked who gave her the right to enter his penthouse. Pandora hid behind the bear in fear and said that she was just worried. Justice put his hand to his face and said that due to the fact that he was forced to talk about the assassination attempt, the investigation would become even more difficult and customers would act even more carefully in the future. Pandora cried and buried her face in the bear and asked for forgiveness, saying that she had made a mistake. Ji-won looked at the girl and said that her careless reasoning was disappointing. He felt irritated because he felt like he was scolding a child. He hoped that what was said would be enough to close the topic. "It's still hard to believe," Gurm said. He raised his hand and clarified that he was talking about an assassination attempt. He put his hands together and said that this happened in the city center and no one knew anything. He smiled, closing his eyes, and said that they needed to first make sure that it was really an attempt to kill him. He said he meant this could all be his plan. Justice asked again in surprise, but Pandora intervened and said no. She angrily waved her fist and asked why would Justice suddenly lie about something like that. She said it was more of an old man's style. Justice smiled and thanked her. She said seriously that the hero was still too soft-hearted. She looked sternly from under her brows and said that Justice was too worried about civilians and that's why the villains kept running away from him. She said that they should just kill them all because in this way they would save a lot more people if they did that. Zeus intervened and said that the girl was right. He asked how long for the heroes to run around the bush just to save a couple of extra lives. Justice looked at the speakers in confusion. They said that since the villains were watching them, it means everything was planned. Ji-won tried to understand what was happening. He looked at the gloomy heroes and mentally said that he knew that they were all far from friends, but all they did was try to twist each other's heads. Arcady raised his hand and asked to wait. He said that if Justice decided to share with them, then there was a reason for it, and besides, there was one cool thing planned for today, and therefore he suggested moving on. The heroes fell silent with displeasure. Everyone bowed down and closed their eyes. Ji-won watched what was happening in confusion. A black car was driving along the highway at high speed. Ji-won stretched out on his seat and said how tired he was. They threw him a can of soda. Chrome also drank soda and said that he did a good job if you ignore some of the flaws in their story. Ji-won opened the jar with a smile and said that everything was better than if they knew the truth. They sat opposite each other and the guy told Chrome to better say why they were so aggressive against Justice. Chrome replied that too much water had passed under the bridge while they were trying to understand each other. She said that those who put the safety of civilians above all else are the guardian protectors. Justice and Haste stood together. Zeus and Pandora stood together. Chrome said that the extremists for whom it is most important to destroy the villains are the corpse collectors from Condor. Worm and Zivil stood together and they were the type who believed that they were the chosen heroes from the superhumans. Arcadia and Banshee were bloodhounds pursuing their own personal gain and were united from the Union. Ji-won took a sip from the jar and asked if it really turns out that heroes are ultimately like politicians. He asked what type of hero Haste is. He remembered how fiercely she defended her rights. Chrome asked languidly. She raised her finger and said that she was second in command of the guard. She was quite a gifted hero, which was important because she was willing to bet that Haste was the most loyal to justice. She asked why the hero is asking. Ju-won looked at the jar and said that when he said that it was an assassination attempt, he remembered the unfortunate Haste and said that she tried to look surprised, but he remembered the annoyance in her look and said that there was something else in it. The guy put his finger to his temple and said that since his ability is to copy someone else's image, he is quite sensitive to such trifles. Chrome looked at the hero and asked if he really wanted to say. Ju-won interrupted and said that it was just an assumption because they couldn't know for sure. The car braked sharply. Chrome calmly opened the door and said that they had arrived and ordered them to get out. Ju-won asked what it was. Chrome stood on the street and said that as he knows, the villains have been very weakened since Justice appeared, even after that the heroes tried to suppress them. Ju-won watched in surprise as the girl said that the heroes want to finish off the villains once and for all. Through Operation Annihilation, the city was destroyed, burned, and many energy rays sparkled in it. Chrome said that all groups of heroes under the command of the Guardians are participating. Ju-won said in shock, "What does this mean?" Chrome agreed. She turned around and said it was time for Justice to appear on stage. Giovanna looked at the girl dumbfounded. She said that after Justice appeared, the villains had very few bases left. Today they had to clear one of the remaining ones. She presented a diagram of the team's crests surrounding the villain's base. She said that the Guardians, Inhumans, Condor, and Union were supposed to invade from 4 different directions. She said that the hero had to be the first to get to the central part of the park. Chrome handed the guy the device and told him to contact her using it as soon as he got to the center. Ju-won panicked and asked how he would start fighting the villains all of a sudden. On top of everything else, does he need to be the first to arrive there? He said it was absolutely impossible. He started telling Chrome that she promised to insure him. Chrome held out the device and asked, "Doesn't the hero want 200 million won?" She looked at the guy sternly and said that Justice is the #1 hero. She frowned and said that if he could not show results even in such a winning battle in advance, then he would anyway blow his cover a little later. Ju-won calmed down. Chrome said what she meant. 200 million is not pocket change, so he needs to work accordingly. Ju-won accepted the device and began to transform into Justice. He put the device on his ear and said that he was entitled to a bonus for this dangerous task. He ran forward and promised that Chrome would see everything. He flew down the cliff and said that he would not miss out on his 200 million. The heroes continued to destroy the city during the battle. They fought monsters. They burned them out with lasers. Justice watched what was happening in surprise and was surprised that this was actually an absolutely winning battle. Chrome said that this is all because they sent a lot of heroes there. A girl with laser eyes ran up to the hero. While he was saying that he didn't think he could do anything here, the girl named the name of the deceased hero. He turned and she said admiringly that she was glad to see him again. She leaned towards him and said hysterically that she had heard that someone was trying to kill him and asked who dared to do something so vile. The guy thought she was a real fan. She raised her hand and said Justice should crush them. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He felt the attack of the villain behind him. The girl quickly put on a protective mask. Her eyes began to fill with energy, but she thought it was too late. Justice raised his fist to strike. The villain flew head over heels in the opposite direction. The villain slammed into the asphalt. Ju-won looked at his fist and thought that he was afraid that the transformation might dissipate, so he used barely a quarter of his strength and it turned out to be more than enough. The girl looked at the defeated monster in shock. Justice got into a fighting stance and asked the girl's name. She called herself Max-Ray. Justice rushed forward and said that he was a little busy right now and therefore suggested we chat later. The hero ran forward at high speed. The villain swung at the main character, wishing him death. He put out his hands and the villain's weapons crumbled on his strong skin. With simple movements they took flight. One villain fired a fireball at the hero. Ju-won swung his leg. With a kick, he raised a stone slab into which the fire crashed. He swung his hand and a wreath swelled on it. The fragments of the slab hit the villain. The monster remained lying there, littered with boulders. Ju-won looked thoughtfully at what was happening. He remembered the moment when the big purple monster held his little sister in his hand. There was nothing he could do about it. The little girl called the main character, and the fanged mouth of the monster opened above her head. Ju-won looked at his hand and thought that he didn't know that he could also copy the powers of dead heroes. The villains lay unconscious around the hero. He decided that if only he had such power before. He imagined a fun family get-together and mentally said that maybe Siona and the rest of his family. Chrome suddenly asked if Ju-won was okay. He raised his head and said that everything was fine. He stood and listened. Chrome said that if he continued to soar in the clouds, then he would only have to swallow the dust behind others. Ju-won prepared to jump and said that he just needs to use this power. The asphalt began to crumble from the movement of his feet. With a powerful jerk, Justice went forward. He thought it was time to go to the aid of other people without abilities. Villains and heroes were hiding behind the rubble. Justice rushed past them. One of the girls grabbed her head in surprise and said that he needed to be pursued faster. Her partner ordered her to give it up. She looked after the hero and said that he was already where he was going. Justice raced through the destroyed streets of the city. He saw a park in front of him and decided that at this rate he would be the first without any. The golden spear attacked the hero. He jumped back at the last moment, the spear piercing deep into the ground. He looked at the golden spear in surprise. From the side of the road, a beefy, big man in clothes like Roman clothes approached the hero. He said in surprise that Justice had honored them with his visit. Chrome anxiously reported that it was Caesar. Ju-won asked who he was. Caesar walked and looked angrily at the hero. The girl said that he was a celebrity among villains. He took the spear out of the ground, and the girl added that he kills heroes just for fun. She said that he had already killed dozens of heroes. Ju-won and Caesar stood opposite each other. Chrome said that now he is too strong a rival and asked not to engage in battle with him. Then, Ju-won took off again and decided that he would just rush past the villain. Caesar smiled evilly and asked where he was going. He kicked the ground, and yellow stripes spread from his foot to the sides. He grabbed the hero by the neck. He threw it aside. Shocked, Justice stood up and asked how this could be. Caesar clapped hand in hand. A protective field appeared behind him. He said that Justice had already lost the battle if his plan was to escape, and all because he raised his hands. Ju-won and the celebrity of the villains were covered with a dome called the Colosseum for two. Justice stood up and felt how heavy his body had become. He mentally asked himself if his ability was adding stress to the bodies of others. He clenched his fist. It began to fill with electricity. The main character thought that in this case he had no choice. He still could not control his powers enough to create a perfect transformation. But Caesar took out his spear, and the hero raised his fist to strike. Justice punched the villain and wondered what could happen with this. His fist connected with Caesar's block, who said not inside the Colosseum for two. Ju-won began to dodge in shock. The spear began to cut the hero's skin. He noted how fast he was. Caesar intercepted the spear. He attacked while jumping. The spear pierced the hero's body, but he managed to grab it without allowing it to go through. Caesar smiled and asked if this is all Justice is capable of. He said he couldn't understand why everyone trembled so much when they heard his name. He kicked the hero. Caesar threw up his hands belligerently and said that he should fight him to the best of his ability and battle with him. Ju-won frowned at the villain and thought. He knew that he would win easily if he used all the powers in his body, but by doing so, he might ruin the transformation. He knew that without proper control, his strength would quickly dry up and suddenly, energy began to form in his hand. The hero asked himself, will they run out? Caesar spun his spear and said to mock him, not fighting at full strength is too much, but all the better for him. The villain's spear was covered with energy. He raised it for a new blow and said that as soon as he kills him, the others will quickly stop resisting. He attacked again and shouted that he would pierce the hero with one blow. He thrust his spear into the hero. Justice grabbed the spear with one hand, covered in energy. He said that Caesar was right. The hero's body was engulfed in blue energy. Caesar looked at the main character in fear and thought, what else is this? Superpowers are like a glass of water. One glass is full, the second is overturned and empty. When you use them, they, like water, run out. But Justice's abilities are not just any glass, more like a boundless ocean. Ju-won raised his fist to punch and said that he was filled with power, but he used it drop by drop. Caesar began to cover himself in fear. First of all, the hero's fist crushed the villain's helmet. First of all, Justice shouldn't worry about such little things. Caesar took off. Haste sat dissatisfied in the office. The girl with the ram horns asked why she was so nervous. Haste looked down with displeasure and said that Justice had not signaled that he was there. The girl looked thoughtfully to the side and noted that yes, he was late, but suddenly Caesar attacked him on the way. Haste went to the window and said that she could not believe that Caesar was able to delay him so much. The girl asked where she was going. Haste angrily said that she needed to go and see for herself. Caesar took flight after being struck by the hero. He was able to get to his feet and slid along the ground. He looked at the hero. Half of his helmet was crushed. He tried to understand what was happening, noting that the main character seemed to have become a completely different person. Justice looked at the villain menacingly and was all burning with blue energy. He clenched his fist again, a current running through his arm. Ju-won thought that whenever he used powers, he tried to control them, which did not allow the transformation to complete. He asked himself what would happen if he let these forces take their course. Caesar fearfully regrouped. The hero and the villain began to exchange a bunch of blows. The first blow hit the villain in the stomach. He stared wide-eyed, realizing that Justice was superior to him in strength. He raised his leg for another blow and said that once one of the barriers of the Colosseum did not work, a second barrier began to appear. Caesar said that he would finish the matter with two barriers. Justice attacked, but Caesar was able to dodge. He smiled and noted that the hero became slower. He raised his spear. It rushed towards the hero. A huge burst of energy appeared in the hero's hand. Ju-won hit the spear back. Caesar looked dumbfounded and did not understand how this was possible. Ju-won closed the distance, continuing to strike, causing the villain's spear to shatter into pieces. The fist aimed at the frightened villain. It was getting closer to his face. Ju-won punched the villain in the face, and he mentally asked himself how could their powers be so unequal. The barriers began to crumble. Caesar took flight. His back hit the ground. Justice silently looked at the defeated villain. He breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the broken spear and decided that since he couldn't dodge, he should just go ahead. He turned around. The building in the distance completely collapsed and began to fall to the ground. The heroes and robots fought the villains, and Ju-won thought they were the heroes from Condor. He frowned, saying that as he was told, they didn't care about those around them when they fought with the villains. He noted how cruel it was. An unknown person in the air deflected the robot's purple projectile. He demolished the building right above the guy. It started falling right on him. Justice shouted, asking if the heroes were going overboard. He gritted his teeth and decided that he needed to quickly get out of their way. He looked at the defeated villain. Caesar lay unconscious on the ground. Ju-won thought that if he left him here, he would most likely die. He looked up at the falling building, asking himself what he should do. He frowned. Tiny debris was already above his head. Ju-won asked himself why he was even thinking about this. Because Caesar tried to kill him, he didn't care if he lived or not, because he deserved it. The building was getting closer to the villain's body, and Ju-won told himself that it wasn't his business after all. But he took the body and ran from the falling debris. He ran at great speed, carrying the villain under his arm, and told himself that he was crazy, and told the villain that when he woke up, he should reconsider his actions and live an honest life. A new building began to fall on them. Ju-won looked scared. The huge building in front of him had almost touched the ground. It fell to the ground with a crash. Justice gritted his teeth, holding the building on top of him. He suddenly relaxed in surprise. Above him was Chrome, holding up the building with her shadows. She said she promised to cover for the guy. She cupped her palm over her palm and said that she was serious. The building above their heads shattered into many pieces. Ju-won looked to the side and said that for a second he thought he was going to die. Chrome looked at him angrily and asked if he really helped the villain. Ju-won smiled guiltily, throwing his body over his shoulders, and said he couldn't leave him there to die. He smiled and asked, "Wouldn't Justice do that?" Caesar suddenly woke up. He pushed the hero away and ran towards Chrome. He took out a knife and put it to her neck. Justice became angry, and Caesar said that he could not allow himself to be dragged away just like that. The golden blade pressed against the girl's throat. She looked at the main character and said, "This is what happens when you try to save a villain. Justice's position, this is not something you can hold or protect with such an irresponsible attitude." Chrome said whether she lived or died, she ordered that Caesar be prevented from escaping. Justice exclaimed in surprise. They stood opposite each other, and Chrome said that Caesar is the leader of the local villains and allowing him to escape would be dangerous for Justice in his current position. Caesar angrily squeezed the girl and asked what they were talking about. He said that he would really kill her. Justice looked at the villain menacingly and said that he couldn't do it. He stepped back. Caesar smiled and said that he had finally begun to understand what was happening here. Chrome's eyes widened, her hair blown out of her face. She turned around in surprise. Justice held the villain by the head and pushed him into the wall. In her mind, Ju-won imagined the same monster from the past who killed her sister. He looked at the villain silently and decided that, after all, villains were just villains. He looked at the girl and said that he had to clean up the mess that he himself had created. Chrome exhaled with relief, saying that the hero at least had his tongue suspended. She said they were late and asked for a signal. Ju-won let go of the knocked out villain in confusion. He touched the earpiece and said Justice was there. He looked up and said, on behalf of the Guardians, that he was in position. He laughed and said that he was #1 here and how hard this 200 million was for him. Caesar lay unconscious. Chrome thought that Caesar was quite eccentric, but still very capable. She looked and thought about the guy. She understood that even if he was possessed by the power of a new body, he could not win against such an opponent with the level that he had last time. Ju-won looked at the body, and the girl thought that it turned out that his abilities had grown in a short period of time. Ju-won asked what would happen if he regained consciousness. Chrome looked at the guy calmly and thought that at first she mistook him for a money-hungry punk, but decided that much more could be expected from him. Ju-won looked at the motionless body and worriedly thought that he was not breathing. Someone was watching what was happening from the side. Haste looked at the hero sternly. She touched the earpiece. She was told that Justice had just signaled. She replied that she saw it with her own eyes. Behind her, the entire roof was littered with bloody corpses. Haste said it took a while to secure a vantage point at first. She chuckled thoughtfully. She looked at the main character in Chrome and thought that something was definitely wrong here. Ju-won made a haggard face. Chrome stood next to him, took off his mask and asked what kind of face he had. Ju-won said that he was going to die from exhaustion. Sweat running down his face, he said that, of course, everything was wonderful, that he could maintain the transformation without limiting his strength, but it was very exhausting. They went ahead and Ju-won said that they need to find another way. Chrome smiled and said that the hero was able to somehow use Justice's powers in their original form. It was very impressive. Justice blushed. Jiwon didn't understand why Chrome suddenly became so cute. The smile disappeared and she asked if the hero used this. He looked at the corpse of the villain and mentally said that if he touched the dead body of the owner of the abilities, perhaps he could absorb his powers as he did with Justice. He sat down next to the body and thought it was definitely worth checking out. Electricity ran between the fingers and the dead body. Jiwon winced. He walked away and grabbed his face, saying that there was definitely some kind of reaction, but he could not absorb his powers. He looked at the hand with the running current and said that he felt something blocking it and throwing it away. Chrome thought about it and asked if he could only absorb one power, or maybe it's because Justice's powers are too strong. He scratched his head thoughtfully and said that now it was difficult to come to any final conclusion. Chrome exhaled and agreed. She reached for the doorknob and said that Jiwon did a great job today, so she asked him to have fun today. Jiwon asked what's behind the door. A party. Chrome opened the door and smiled. Justice looked in surprise at what was behind the door. The heroes were having fun and drinking. Chrome said that a hero's victory is, for the most part, a victory for all guardians. She suggested noting this. All the heroes exclaimed joyfully when they saw Justice. Some girl said that she heard that Caesar was defeated, and the hero arrived at the scene before everyone else. Someone drunk hit the guy on the shoulder and said that there were almost no serious villains left, and at this rate they would all lose their jobs. He asked what Justice would do about it. The guy threw out his beer and left. Everyone looked at Justice in admiration, and the hero was surprised at how much they believed. He pulled his mug of beer forward and asked what he should do with it. He started drinking and said that of course he needed to drink. Someone was standing behind the open doors. Sybil and Grimm stood in the aisle. Sybil said that the clowns were so inspired. He folded his arms and asked if Grimm was going to do something about it. He turned away and said that in the near future they would not be so happy. Sybil asked if he had planned something for them. Grimm smiled and said that he didn't know if this could be called a plan. He closed his eyes and said that their smiles would disappear on their own. Hero's mansion. The alarm clock rang. It was 7 in the morning. The hand turned it off. Jiwon lay on the bed and said how badly his head was pounding. He remembered how much the heroes drank and said that the amount they were able to drink was not a joke at all. He looked at the balcony and said that in any case. He looked around the huge chambers and asked if he would really live here from now on. He happily looked around the beautiful penthouse. He came down the stairs and said that this place was incredible. Jiwon looked at his phone, dumbfounded. His account balance was more than 200 million won. He smiled smugly and began to rejoice that he was now successful. Jiwon looked at the empty chair and said no. He imagined Justice sitting on him dead. He nervously swallowed his saliva and thought that this would not end with just getting money because Justice was killed. He looked at the death certificate Chrome had given him after the autopsy. Jiwon sat down in a chair and began to study the report. It said that there were no external injuries, and he wasn't poisoned either. The use of a large amount of power before death was confirmed. This aroused the greatest interest. Jiwon frowned, asking himself what happened that day. There was a knock. He turned around, asking if it was Chrome. Jiwon turned around and said he was just looking at the autopsy report she gave him. He listened to the approaching sounds. He saw the calm Haste and was surprised. He hid behind the sofa and asked what the hell. He pursed his lips and mentally asked what Haste forgot here and why she came here as if it were her home. Haste looked out and called out to Justice, saying she heard his voice. She heard sounds behind the chair. She looked and asked what he was doing there. Jiwon, as a hero, did push-ups on one body and said that he was just warming up. Haste admired and asked if the training was right after the party. She said she expected nothing less from the hero. Jiwon hid the death certificate under the table. Justice asked why Haste came here without permission. The girl angrily said that the hero himself said that there was another attempt on his life. This is not the first time and he needs to talk about it with someone. Justice remembered why Haste was not surprised then. He decided that it made sense if they were constantly trying to kill him. Haste said that still. She pressed herself against the hero's body. She looked at him tenderly and said that he was being too cruel to her without saying anything. Justice asked in surprise what Haste was doing. She came even closer and said that they had agreed. She blushed and said that the hero should call her Yeonwoo when they are alone, right? Justice looked in shock and mentally asked not to tell him that the two were in a relationship. Jiwon hugged the girl. His face conveyed many emotions of surprise. In his mind he wondered if Haste was Justice's girlfriend. He remembered the information in the documents that Justice himself gave him and mentally said that there was not a word there. Had he really hidden it from him? Haste gently asked if Justice would say anything. Jiwon was trying to figure out what to call her. He sighed and smiled. He put his hands on her shoulders, called her Yeonwoo and apologized, saying that he was just not used to the name yet because he calls her by another name in public. Haste silently looked at the hero. She smiled and said it was no big deal. She feigned offense and said that she was almost upset when he called her a hero's name. She smiled and said that for no reason he was so detached, so she pulled the katana out of its sheath with her finger. She suddenly began to attack the hero. Justice looked at the girl in amazement, blood sprayed out of him. She stood aside and said that she almost believed that he was the real Justice. The table behind the hero fell apart in half. Ju-won turned around and looked at the perfect cut of the table. He mentally called the girl crazy, asking if her sword was really that sharp. Haste said before she asks the next question. The scabbard fell to the floor. She pointed the sword at the hero and asked him to let her cut off his hand, or better yet, a couple. The girl stood in her official attire. She is the deputy head of the Guardians. She always stood behind the hero. Justice led them. Her ability is. Ju-won jumped back in fear and asked the girl to wait. The cuts rushed towards him. The furniture began to fly apart into perfect pieces. The hero tried to dodge. The rush after jerk stood behind. The girl's ability was super speedster speed. The cuts on the destroyed furniture were perfectly straight. Ju-won thought that he was cutting the floor and furniture as if they were made of tofu. He looked at the girl in fear and mentally marveled at the simultaneous speed and skillful handling of the blade. Haste swung her katana. She ran to attack him. Justice spread his arms and asked her to stop, his hands burning with energy. He grabbed her katana and said enough. Haste jumped aside. She grabbed the sword and said that Ju-won looked like Justice, but still. Her sword flashed, and she said that the hero was wasting his strength. Ju-won held his fists in front of the girl and thought that she was right, but thanks to this, his hands are still with him. They were oozing blood. Ju-won thought that even though he was wounded, the more important thing was that he could not maintain this state indefinitely. He exhaled and decided that if this was the case, then. He ran towards the girl and mentally said that he would have to deal with her after he recovered. He hit the floor, crumbling it. Haste easily dodged. She looked arrogantly at the main character and said that she understood how he defeated Caesar. She said that it was exclusively with the help of brute force, but streams of energy flew around Justice, and she asked what was the point of it if he couldn't control it. Haste dodged the attack again and inflicted another cut on the hero. Ju-won gritted his teeth and looked at the cut on his side. Haste stroked the sword and advised the hero to stop wasting his strength trying to block her attacks, because if she had wanted to, he would have been chopped into pieces long ago. Justice looked at the girl angrily. She ordered him not to twitch, then it wouldn't hurt him very much. Ju-won asked that if Haste were in his place, would she also naively agree. Haste attacked furiously, saying that this was the case. Ju-won's eyes widened from the adrenaline. Haste pierced the hero with a sword. Blood poured onto the floor. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Ju-won said that she was so fast that he couldn't hit her even if he wanted to. He grabbed the girl's hand. He raised his hand to strike, holding her hand. He hit her in the face. Her cheek was smoking after the blow. Ju-won looked at her with excitement and was not completely sure whether he hit anything at all or not. Haste looked at him with a crazy look and asked how dare he pretend to be Justice. Ju-won thought that all of this gave him a bad feeling. He raised his hand again to strike. Mentally, he told himself that he needed to hurry while he had the chance. Suddenly, Ju-won punched the void in front of him. Blood sprayed from the open wound. Ju-won mentally asked himself if Haste had evaporated. The girl stood behind and said that there was no need to hold back any longer. She stroked the sword and said that the hero would not get off with just a couple of hands. She took off. She used the wind blade flow. Justice looked up. Haste screamed 1,000 cuts. The hero's body began to be cut into a bunch of small cuts. He put out a block, screamed, blood flew in all directions. He saw the blade that was flying under his arm. He realized that Haste wanted to cut off his hand. The blade dug into the skin and began to cut it. Shadow tentacles rushed to attack. They, like black slime, kept the katana from attacking. Haste angrily said that this is. Ju-won looked ahead in fear. Chrome stood in front of the heroes. A shadow came from her. She said that Haste is still the same fanatic when it comes to justice. Haste looked at Chrome and said that she was also involved in this. She asked if she could explain to her what was going on here. She cut through Chrome's shadows and angrily said that in the end they wouldn't be able to stop her. Chrome calmly said that Justice was killed. Shocked, Haste asked if Chrome really wants to tell her that Justice is dead and this guy is playing his role. A bandaged Ju-won sat on the sofa and said that this happened. Chrome was propping up the wall and said they had no choice because they needed to replace it. Haste tearfully asked if he understood what they had done. She pointed at the main character and said that even if he had Justice's powers, he was too sloppy. She asked how long their show would stay afloat. Haste looked at the hero with horror and said that he would be exposed in an instant. Chrome said that they could buy a little time before this happens. Ju-won asked who killed Justice and why. He said they needed time to figure it out. Haste angrily said that the killer would soon come for him, but Javan said that it won't come. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and said that only they know about the death of Justice. Chrome asked in surprise what he was talking about. Javan remained thoughtfully silent, and she asked how could he be sure. Chrome put her hand on her belt and asked how he knew. Ju-won introduced the table and the meeting of heroes. He said that yesterday a mass murder was committed, but so far there has been no reaction to it. That is. Haste interrupted and said that although it is not at all known who the murderer is, will he come to a conclusion about that there was a failure? Ju-won said he really doubts it. Haste covered her face with her hand and exhaled displeasedly. She walked away, and Chrome asked where she went. She turned around angrily and said that she didn't know how long this would last, so she wanted to take a walk and put her thoughts in order. Ju-won looked guiltily at Chrome and said that it seemed to him that Haste hated him. He was told not to let it get into his head. Haste left the penthouse dissatisfied. Chrome said that besides her, there was no one who followed justice as faithfully. Haste frowned, and Chrome suggested that her head was most likely a mess. She looked down and said that now she was practically the only link in the Guardian team. Before, Justice was the only one who monitored the routine within the team, but now that he is gone, the heroes can scatter in all directions, leaving Haste alone. Chrome frowned. She asked, "Are such people even worthy of calling themselves heroes?" According to her, they are no different from a herd of sheep that need to be led. She looked forward angrily and said that this is why they must achieve their goal at all costs, so that the heroes do not leave their posts. She looked at the hero and said, "So that hope continues to burn in people's hearts." Ju-won looked at the girl in confusion and thought that before that it was not clear to him why she decided to get involved in this adventure. He smiled and now he understood it. Ju-won stood up and pointed at himself. He asked Chrome not to worry. She also heard how brilliantly he fooled them if he continues to use his mouth so skillfully. Chrome chuckled. Looking at the phone, the hero asked what happened. She looked at the guy and asked if he was ready for the second mission. Small cafe. Frustrated, Justice looked at the food. He ate with Chrome. The heroes paid attention to him with admiration. Ju-won glanced at them and they immediately turned their gaze in other directions. He quietly leaned towards Chrome and asked what he needed to do. But the girl calmly ate the noodles and said that the hero had already done everything. She took a drag on the noodles and said that recently there had been an attempt on Justice's life, and he, in turn, should show people that he is alive and well and a bull. Ju-won excitedly picked up the piece of meat and said that he understood it. He asked if he needed to pretend that he was just eating. Chrome calmly told him to get used to it, but immediately said that this would happen less in the future. The girl said that today she will be among the heroes. Ju-won asked in surprise. The girl pointed to the side. A group of heroes walked to the side of them. They looked at the space in surprise and, according to the girl, were going to the biggest event in the atrium. In this event, the heroes decide which of the 4 teams they can join. It's like an open day at universities. Chrome began to drink from the plate and said that this event was a little larger scale. Ju-won said in shock that this was a very important day. He squirmed and asked what he should do. He asked if he would have to fight the villains again. Chrome stood up and ordered the hero to do the same. She took a tray with an empty plate and said that she would tell everything on the way. The heroes came to a huge stadium with a bunch of people. She hit the hero and ordered him to close his mouth so that no one would think that Justice was scared. The couple walked through the crowd. Ju-won said that who would have thought that this event was being held right here. He said that there must be even more heroes than he saw the last time they met. He asked what he should do. Chrome closed her eyes and said it was nothing. She turned around and repeated. Justice asked again in surprise and the girl replied that the strongest hero does not need to prove his strength in the arena. She looked forward and said to sit quietly and watch what was happening. Ju-won turned around and said that this was going to be more boring than he thought. The leaders of the hero team sat in the front seats. The Guardian team's seat was empty. Justice said in surprise that it seemed that the superhumans and the Union had more people, and Chrome said that it seemed that the Guardians had lost their value. She looked at Haste as she approached and said that each participant has considerable power and therefore it is only natural that they want to use it for their own purposes. The gloomy Haste looked at them. Justice and Haste sat down. The girl said that she was not on their side. She folded her arms across her chest with displeasure and said that the fact that she decided to play along with them did not mean that she was satisfied with it. Ju-won frowned and mentally asked himself who's okay with this. He mentally turned to the girl and asked if she still considered him guilty of Justice's death. Chrome said it all started. 2 fighters stood in the arena. The host thanked for the wait. The participants in the fight smiled contentedly and communicated with the crowd. The host said that the match was between the teams of Guardians and Superhumans. The 2 fighters stood closely in front of each other. The host announced the start of the battle. The shirtless guy raised his hand to strike. The pink-haired one easily dodged the attack. His iron prosthesis no longer began to accumulate red current. He put out his hand to counterattack. The opponent jumped back. His arms were covered in blocks. One was destroyed. He called the guy with the prosthesis a fast fellow. The guy just smiled in response. He touched the ground with his prosthesis. He flew into the air. The fighters continued to fight, and Ju-won asked why they suddenly started fighting. Chrome replied that this battle is a kind of PR that serves to attract attention. Ju-won pointed his finger at the girl and said that it was just a friendly match, and she said that she didn't know. She looked at the fight with slight anxiety and said that it was quite difficult to call it friendly. There was a scream. A guy with a prosthesis destroyed his opponent's hand. She turned all red and broke down. Justice stood up alarmed. Chrome looked at him and told him not to do anything. She did not take her eyes off the hero. He asked if she would really leave everything as it was. He's mocking him. Chrome said the data represented intense power battles between teams. Justice looked at the girl with excitement, who said that the opponent was not doing anything that should be stopped immediately, because even if he was Justice, he should not interfere. The hero looked at how the guy was torturing his opponent. He smiled madly and asked if he really wouldn't give up until he broke his arms. The guy's wounded hand was pressed to the ground by the energy of the flow. The opponent pressed him to the ground and said that he could not give up while his hand was chained to the floor. He smiled and said that perhaps he would start. Then Justice grabbed his prosthesis. Chrome covered her face with her hand in shame, and Heist opened her mouth in shock. Ji-won remembered how his little sister looked at him with a smile and asked if his brother would really go to where the other heroes would be. Ji-won asked if she has an atrium. He patted his sister on the head and, giggling, said that it looked like she also wanted to go with him to the atrium, and she also had a funny face. The hero thanked his sister for always cheering him up. Siona exclaimed joyfully when the hero said that if he went there, he would take her with him. They crossed their little fingers, making a promise. Satisfied, Siona grabbed the straps of her backpack and asked if it was true that there would be many heroes who bravely fought against the villains. She said that the city is so safe only because of them. Ji-won said that they are the only ones who are hope and support for people. He looked gloomily at the frightened guy and said that he continued to laugh with a grin while he was torturing a hero like himself. He grinned angrily and asked if he wasn't ashamed at all. Surprised exclamations were heard. The guy asked with a grin. He asked with a smile why the hero interferes in their affairs. Have the people from the Guardians really become such wimps? The guy held his wounded hand and looked at what was happening. Justice said the guy shouldn't do that to his comrades. The guy smiled and said, since he is the #1 hero, he will say it tenderly. He smiled and asked what he would do if he didn't listen. Ji-won looked in surprise as energy began to accumulate in the prosthesis. He released it into a hero. The guy smiled insidiously and mentally said that his abilities were controlling gravity and strengthening magical abilities. He asked what kind of fool would grab a hand that could suck out someone else's power and strengthen his own. His hand was overflowing with energy and he thought it would be nice to blow up the would-be hero right now. Justice squeezed the guy's prosthetic. He winced in pain. Justice just asked why. He squeezed the prosthetic of the guy writhing in pain and asked why it was impossible to raise his right hand and give up. He looked angrily at the wounded guy and asked why he didn't do this. The guy screamed in pain. Grim grabbed the guy's hand. He released the guy's hand and looked gloomily at the hero. He smiled and asked if the hero really wanted to take part in the battles. A red beam of energy formed in his hand. He said that since Justice insists so much. He released red energy at the hero. Justice jumped back. Grim took another step. The red ball was burning in his hand again. He asked if the hero thought that he should fight with someone of his level. The heroes in the stands looked at the heroes in shock and asked if Justice would really fight Grim. Haste excitedly screamed no. Chrome looked at the worried Haste and thought that after everything that had happened, it was obvious why she was in such a state. She looked at the main character and thought that it was unlikely that Ji-won could control Justice's power, given how he had won earlier. Griram looked at the hero with a smile, and Chrome decided that the hero had no chance against him. Justice looked at the man and said that there was no need for them to hit each other, but Grim immediately interrupted him. Red lines appeared from his eyes. He asked the hero what would happen to his authority if he accidentally backed down. He said that this would not happen. Ji-won pursed his lips. A lot of energy was released from him. He jumped to attack the man. The shockwave slightly moved him from his place. He caught the hero's fist in his hand and hummed, asking if the hero was now full of determination. His hand was covered in red energy. Grim said, Justice forgot something. The hero looked at his opponent in surprise, not understanding why his strength was leaving his body. Without letting go of the hero's hand, Grim raised his fist with the red ball. He hit the hero and he was thrown. Streams of red energy scattered in different directions. Justice managed to block, but his hand was damaged. He was amazed at the strength of the enemy. The hero began to attack the man with his left hand. He smiled, red energy protecting him, wisps of smoke rising into the air. With a powerful stream of red energy, he pushed the hero away. Grimacing, Ji-won thought how strange it was. Had he really? He looked at the man, around whom red and blue energies were flying. Ji-won realized that Grim had projected his own attack. Grim smiled and said that some hero is weak. It doesn't even look like him. He waved with a smile and said that he was losing his grip. Justice began to block incoming attacks. People behind Chrome were discussing what was happening. One man asked if Justice would allow himself to continue to be beaten. Chrome looked at the hero with excitement and realized that Ji-won had guessed that Grim's ability was He hit the hero, and Chrome said to herself that his power was the absorption of other people's powers. He absorbs any enemy power, and then attacks with it with a multiplied coefficient, adding his own to the enemy's power. No matter how strong the attack was, Gurm couldn't care less about it. After all, thanks to its strength, such an attack will only harm its owner. Chrome clenched her teeth and thought that if this continues, the hero will lose in disgrace due to an amusing one-sided battle. Justice stood in a defensive stance, steaming all over him. Grim spread his hands and asked if he really had nothing to do. He asked if the number one hero, the pride of the Guardian team, was really standing in front of him. People in the audience asked why Justice allows himself to be beaten so easily. Ju-won gritted his teeth and realized that at this rate, people might suspect something. He looked at the anxious girls and realized that he was so excited that he began to be guided only by reflexes, completely turning off his brain. If he had simply followed Chrome's instructions, he would have received 2 billion for himself and would not have gotten into all sorts of troubles. Grim ran to the attack, asking if the hero really plans to continue to be a punching bag. However, Ju-won could not look at how the hero behaved in a completely unheroic manner, but only reveled in his impunity and mocked comrade. Justice also ran into the attack. He suddenly had an idea. The opponents collided and powerful streams of energy scattered in different directions. Ju-won decided that he knew how to defeat his enemy. Grim smiled and said that the hero had finally begun to fight. If he tried, they might even have nothing. He could not finish because the hero's energy had become much greater. The wall of energy began to push through the energy of the leader of the superhumans. Justice tensed and thought that even though he was no match for the true owner of this body, the way. Justice's energy completely pushed through Grim. Ju-won mentally said that there was a way to defeat his enemy. You just need to direct a flow of energy at him, which he is unable to absorb. The veins on Grim's face bulged. The hero's energy hit his chest and he screamed. The earth scattered to the side. The wind from the collision was so strong that he demolished almost everything in his path. Chrome covered herself from the wind and thought about how amazing it was that the hero was starting to succeed, but she didn't know how long it would last. If everything is left as is, Justice and Grim glared at each other. In this case, the atrium will disintegrate into atoms. Grim began to be pushed back. Both opponents looked at each other in surprise. An unknown force began to press them to the ground. Justice thought in surprise at how heavy his body had become. Arkady approached the heroes and asked what they were doing. His palm glowed yellow, and he asked, "Aren't they looking around?" Ju-won remembered this aloof guy from Team Union. The force continued to press on him, and he realized that he could not move. Arcadia stopped using force and asked to stop this childish behavior and not to do this in such places in the future. Justice and Grim began to dust themselves off. They went in different directions. The hero walked and thought about how many things he had done. They turned to him. Opposite him stood a guy with a wounded arm. He asked if he was really so worried about him that he even decided to intercede. He bowed and said that he would never forget his nobility. Justice started to speak, but suddenly fell silent. The heroes in front of him thanked him and admired him. They said that Gurm had gotten off easy. Ju-won turned around and saw the spectators in the stands admiring him. He smiled and thought that he was lucky since everything worked out. Justice's penthouse. Heights threw a stack of papers onto the table. Ju-won asked, "What is this?" He was told that this was a list of heroes who had joined the 4 teams. He looked at the papers in surprise. Chrome said that thanks to his stupid antics with Atrium, the situation had improved a little, but the Guardians' performance was slightly lower than that of the other teams. Ju-won looked thoughtfully at the results and asked, "Is there really such a big difference between the teams?" Heist said not really. Everyone remembered the Battle of the Heroes, and Heist said that even though their hero lost. In the current situation, when the forces of the villains have been significantly weakened, there is still no one who would consciously want to join the Guardians. Heights raised her hand and said that at this rate, all power would be concentrated in the hands of the already popular superhuman team. Ju-won asked in confusion, "Is this a problem?" And Chrome climbed in and asked if he didn't remember who inhabited this team. She introduced Civil and Gurm and said that despite how much power her members have, they behave no better than villains. She asked what the hero thinks. If these people have so much power in their hands, will they pat him on the head? Ju-won thought about it and wondered if they should create their own alliance. Chrome presumably agreed and asked what they would call the new alliance. She said that the Condors are too radical, and there can be no talk of the superhuman team, only the Union team remains. Heist intervened in the conversation and said that, apparently, they could only invite them to their alliance, but she expressed doubts that they would agree. Chrome said if they themselves do not initiate this alliance. Ju-won kept his arms crossed and asked, "Is it that hard?" Haste looked blankly at the hero, who was diligently doing something on the phone and saying that perhaps it would be difficult to transform into 2 people at once, but Chrome suddenly realized something and looked at the hero in shock. He showed the girls the phone and said he would do it. He showed the calculations on the calculator. There was an amount of 2 billion won and said that he would do it only for the salary of hero number 1. People were relaxing by the pool. The DJ was happily spinning records. Beautiful girls sat by the pool. Ju-won and Chrome were standing on the roof of a nearby building and the guy asked why they came here. Chrome did not take her eyes off the house and called the name Wilhelm. She said that he was in third place among the members of the Union team. She opened the phone with his photo and said that unlike other teams, the distribution in the team of the Alliance does not depend on the strength of the hero, but on popularity, saying that it is difficult to truly call this person a hero. She showed a photo of the red-haired guy and said that thanks to the parties he throws every day, he has plenty of connections. Ju-won smiled, and Chrome said that today a vote was to take place in the Union, in which Wilhelm himself would take part. Ju-won said, as he understood, he would need to falsify its results. Chrome looked at the hero with a tired look and asked if he would succeed and what was his plan. Ju-won leaned on the edge of the roof and said that this is not one of those things that is worthy of praise, however. He looked at the beautiful red-haired girl. Ju-won smiled even more enthusiastically and said that he had an idea. The party was in full swing. One of the guys pointed somewhere to the side. He shouted that it was Wilhelm. Smug Wilhelm walked with a blush on his cheeks with his hands in his pockets. He stood next to the DJ and spoke into the microphone. He asked, "Isn't this the most amazing party? After all, there is no law that obliges us to daily engage in the routine of saving people, although all he does is throw parties." People laughed at his words. He raised his hand and suggested that today we forget about our responsibilities and hang out until the morning. He turned around and waved his hand. The guy behind smiled and said that they had enough alcohol for them today, and Wilhelm said that he hadn't even started yet. He turned around and looked at his partner with contempt. The guy was wearing a gray closed shirt and gloves. Wilhelm asked who dresses like that for parties. The guy said that he, as the master's servant, should dress like this. Wilhelm laughed and said what a stupid waste of such a beautiful face this was and asked who even assigned such a boring boy to him. He turned around and a girl bumped into him, spilling his wine. Wilhelm dissatisfiedly began to examine the soiled shirt and began shouting for the person walking to look at his feet and start asking him if he knew how much it cost. The girl guiltily asked for forgiveness and said that she did not notice the hero because she drank too much. She approached the smiling guy and offered to clean everything up. Wilhelm flirtatiously said that it was no big deal, saying that this kind of thing often happens at parties. The girl ran her finger over her inflated breasts. She smiled and said that she would really like to clean this stain in a private place. Wilhelm smiled. He hugged the girl and said that if she really wanted it. William raised his hand and told the servant to keep order in his absence. The guy with gray hair looked suspiciously after his master. Wilhelm pressed the code on the lock. He invited the girl to a beautiful luxury room. She began to admire him. Confused, Wilhelm looked to the side as the hero began to transform from a girl into the strongest hero. Wilhelm asked how she planned. With one strong blow he went to the floor. The girl with a huge inflated arm looked at the knocked out guy and thanked him for letting her in personally. The image of the girl began to disappear from the hero and he told Wilhelm to rest, belly down. Wilhelm lay unconscious, and Ju-won was behind him looking around his room. He was looking for the tablet that Chrome was talking about. There was a tablet on the table. The hero took the tablet and was surprised at several types of protection. He reincarnated as Wilhelm. Arkady was surprised by Wilhelm's presence and said that he was quite early. Wilhelm looked contentedly at the camera. Arkady praised the hero for coming so early. Arcadia sat in a large chair and looked at the holographic screen. He suggested getting closer to the point. He asked if he knew what the upcoming vote would be about. Just in case, he repeated that at this conference they would have to decide whether to cooperate with the Guardian team. Arcadia waved his hand and said that the absolute majority of votes would be the final decision of the Union team on this issue, and their number. He brought out the holograms of the leaders and decided to first sort them by the number of votes. Wilhelm looked displeasedly at the camera, while behind him the real body lay passed out. He said that this is some kind of madness. In order to cast a vote, you need to sacrifice a popularity point. He said that this is not even a vote, but some kind of entertainment show. Is this really the essence of the Union team? Ju-won thought that after the weakening of the villain's power, opinions within the Union team had become polarized. He smugly said that his vote could influence the outcome of the vote. Everyone voted. Arkady yawned and suggested looking at the results. He chuckled thoughtfully. Banshee asked if something was wrong. Arcadia said that the results surprised him a little. He said that since they had decided everything, their team would enter in accordance with the results of the vote and said that he hoped that no one was against it. Arkady leaned back in his chair and yawned. Ju-won turned off the tablet, transformed and breathed a sigh of relief. Chrome stood on the roof of the house with her eyes closed and waited. Ju-won appeared next to her and asked how long she had been standing there. The girl asked how it went. Ju-won asked in surprise. He pointed at himself contentedly and said that he had done 2 billion worth of work. Wilhelm woke up with a pain in his neck. He looked at the servant standing behind him and said that he was right when he said that he had drunk a little too much. The servant asked if Wilhelm really didn't remember anything. Wilhelm turned around and said that he didn't remember. He said that sex with that beauty was simply incredible, but he completely forgot about it. He said that he even managed to take part in the conference. The servant asked again in surprise, and Wilhelm replied that upon opening the tablet he noticed that he had cast his vote. Wilhelm was lying on the sofa and said that he probably did it as soon as he entered the room, and then got down to a really important matter, the servant thought. Wilhelm scratched his head and asked who is that girl. He asked if the servant had her contact. The servant turned to the master. The servant seriously asked for a list of all the guests present. The roof with a makeshift gym was bathed in sunlight. Ju-won walked towards the closet, talking about what he needed to look at. He decisively opened the closet doors. Ju-won thought about throwing this out too. He would have to follow Justice's behavior more closely for some time, so he decided to take everything he needed with him. He remembers how Chrome gave him instructions. At this time, Haste stood with her hands folded on her chest so that it seemed as if a dissatisfied expression had become a habit. Ju-won was throwing things out of the closet and thinking about whether it would be easier to buy what was left, since he seems to be rich now. Suddenly, a frame appeared from under the red fabric. Ju-won sat down on the floor and looked at what was there. It turned out that this was a photograph of his family, which he had forgotten about. He thought sadly that if Siona could only see him transform into Justice, he was sure that her face would be filled with delight. He decided to take the photo from his apartment when the frame suddenly fell apart and the photo fell out. The photo fell under the bed. Ju-won clicked displeasantly and went to get it. He leaned on the bed and thought that he was tired of everything. Ju-won counted to 2 and on the third count he threw back the heavy bed. This happened involuntarily, so Ju-won was very surprised. He was sitting at a huge table and Chrome stood next to him. Ju-won told the girl that this started in the morning, and what he thinks about this since now everything is the same, to which Chrome listened, with her hands in her pockets. The guy took a pen out of his pencil holder. He smiled and simply broke the handle in half, inviting her to see for herself. Chrome looked closely at the pieces of the pen and said that it seemed like Ju-won had become more sensitive to Justice's abilities. He was surprised when the girl said that superpower had begun to awaken, and asked her to explain more clearly. Chrome said, imagining a pattern for training his power in his head, that just like human muscles. The more he used his superpower, the stronger it would become, especially if it was a newbie doing it. Chrome was still looking at the broken pen when she said that at first he probably thought that his ability could only copy his appearance, but his potential is much greater than he thinks. Ju-won transformed into Justice when Chrome asked him to focus on work as it was time for the conference. Dryam, Justice himself, Arcadia, Abel, Zeus, Haste, Pandora, and Banshee appeared on the screen. Arcadia sat in the car with his arms folded and apologized for forcing them to the conference, but it was necessary due to his urgent business trip. Abel sighed arrogantly and asked to come to the point. He smiled, waved his hand and said that today there was only one topic on their agenda, and that was a more productive distribution of their forces. Abel smiled contentedly as he began to talk about what he had already mentioned, when Arcadia interrupted him and indifferently said that the conversation would be about exactly this. He stunned everyone with the news that Union had decided to form an alliance with the Guardian team. For Abel, this news was a complete surprise that he almost jumped off the couch, while Arcadia explained that everyone knows that all their decisions depend on the results of the vote. The guy looked at the screen indifferently and said that, as it turned out, the majority believed that they should concentrate on capturing the remaining villains, and as the head of the team, he fully respects the opinions of its members. Abel gritted his teeth in anger, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Zeus spoke, addressing Abel. At that moment he was defeating another villain, so he asked why he, while talking about focusing on capturing the remaining villains, suddenly sharply expressed his dissatisfaction. There were many corpses lying around Zeus. He continued to do his job when he asked if there were any good reasons why Abel was so bothered by this, to which he angrily replied that as a result of their last mission. The main base of the villains was destroyed, so continuing this matter further would be a waste of time, to which Justice said that his thoughts on this matter are completely different. He clenched his fist and said that clearing the main camp was no guarantee of complete riddance of the enemy, so now, more than ever, they must seize this opportunity after the main strike to finally finish off the remaining factions. The Banshee closed her eyes and said that she completely agreed with the opinion of the head. Abel looked tense. Pandora, lying in her arms, asked Abel if he really had any reason why he suddenly decided to take the side of the villains. He wanted to object, but she was interrupted. Graham, who was sitting in the same office with Abel, said that the decision was unanimous, so they had nothing to object to, since the complete destruction of the villains would bring peace and deliverance. He smiled and said that therefore he could call their opinion correct, since this time they should be in solidarity with the opinion of the Guardian. Haste angrily said that Dryam can say this even through force, but they will never believe that they agree. Justice sighed heavily, thinking about how it all came to this. Chrome looked at the ceiling in Ju-won's apartment, from which a piece of concrete had broken off after being hit by the bed. She said it was terrible, to which Ju-won awkwardly agreed. The girl asked how he planned to justify himself to the hostess, to which he replied, while collecting garbage, that he would simply hand her a wad of money. Ju-won threw out the trash and said that from the very day he first turned, some strange nonsense began to happen. Ju-won turned to Chrome and said that he wanted to know why she was doing this, to which the girl asked in confusion. He began to explain that they seem to have a normal market relationship. He works, and Chrome pays, and she doesn't need to worry about him. To which Chrome calmly said that she had already said that as long as Justice was alive, the heroes would behave like this, as they should in reality. She looked at the broken bed and said that there was no denying that this mission was also unsafe for Ju-won, but there was another reason. She explained with sadness in her eyes that the reason was a little personal. Then Chrome pulled the hood over her head, turned to the door, and asked the guy not to take it into his head. He looked sad because he thought he had done something wrong. He closed his eyes, thinking that he didn't know what she meant, but he'd better not ask about it anytime soon. Servant Wilhelm appeared in front of Chrome and Ju-won. Ju-won remembered him from Wilhelm's party, thinking that this guard was next to that guy. The guard looked at Chrome and said that she looked familiar, and then remembered that she was from the Guardian team. He smiled kindly, talking about how unexpected it was to cross paths with her in such a place. She answered indifferently that he obviously would not have come here to see his friend, so she asked why he was here. The guy who looked so friendly was called Stiletto. His eyes suddenly turned cold when he said that he saw another familiar face. He asked Ju-won, who was not expecting such a question, if he could copy his appearance. Stiletto chuckled and said that it was a pretty funny ability, but there were some things he couldn't figure out. His face suddenly became serious as he asked why Ju-won came to the party yesterday. He pretended that he did not understand what the guy was talking about, to which Stiletto replied that he would not be able to move out since he had already looked at all the CCTV cameras and was convinced that he was there. Stiletto talked about the footage from the cameras, where one of them clearly shows how Ju-won transformed into a girl and quietly left the hotel, after which he did what he wanted and became the same again. Perspiration appeared on Ju-won's forehead, and he thought that it looked like he had missed one after all. Ju-won slapped his forehead and awkwardly said that he had understood everything wrong, because in fact Ju-won didn't want to see Wilhelm at all. It just so happened that he got drunk and accidentally bumped into him, and Wilhelm also started talking to him so seductively, which he did not refuse. Stiletto became gloomy and very coldly asked that this was just an incredible coincidence, that he was simply paranoid. Stiletto's face turned scary when he asked to explain his transformation into Justice. Chrome and Ju-won were very surprised when Stiletto said that he couldn't be sure, but he had an interesting guess. Suddenly the guy pulled out his tooth. Ju-won didn't understand why he did this, and Chrome clicked nervously. Stiletto threw a grudge and said that he would not allow them. The tooth, transforming, flew towards the guys. This tooth suddenly became huge and flew towards Chrome. The girl was covered with a wall of enamel. Ju-won looked at this in bewilderment. Stiletto transformed his hand and said that they would now return to their conversation. A sharp bone protruded from his palm as the guy wanted to check something even at the cost of Ju-won's life. Ju-won started yelling at Stiletto about what he was doing. Ju-won looked at the sharp bone with composure and said that he wanted to check something. He recalled an encounter with Justice recently and noticed significant changes in the man's behavior. Even taking into account the assassination attempt that he spoke of, a comparison of facts gives two unobvious results. Stiletto looked at Ju-won and said that he was wondering if Chrome, Justice's student, knew someone who could copy someone else's appearance. Stiletto's eyes flashed with steel as he said that this man was standing in front of him now. The guy began to attack Ju-won. He barely dodged the targeted blow. The guys took fighting stances, Stiletto attacked, and Ju-won dodged. Ju-won grabbed his cut neck. He thought about Chrome and haste and didn't understand why the heroes couldn't avoid being separated even in such situations. Stiletto indifferently said that even a child who knew the primitive combinatorics of a comma could understand who Ju-won was and asked if he would say something in his own defense. He began to glow with lightning and said that Stiletto was talking nonsense. He, in turn, was very surprised by the lightning. He prepared to attack again, saying that it was truly foolish to expect him to give up. Stiletto pulled the second bone from his palm and said that apparently he should get the truth out of him in another way. Stiletto stepped forward to attack. Ju-won thought that maybe it was he who killed Justice. He began to gather the lightning into his fist, thinking that it didn't matter. Ju-won prepared for the attack and thought that if Stiletto heard the truth from him, he would lose all his money. Their arms crossed in impact. Stiletto said that he was sorry because he did not know how to control his power. With sadness in his eyes, he said that if he had been in Ju-won's place, he would have handled Justice's power much better. Ju-won smirked and asked how upset he was that he didn't have one. Stiletto attacked again and said that doesn't it seem like Ju-won is too irresponsible, and if he plans to continue to dispose of her only to satisfy his lusts, then let him die. Stiletto looked determined. The next attack hit Ju-won in the chest. The guy stopped the sharp bone that was aiming at his eye with his hands. Stiletto pressed down on the guy lying on the floor. Ju-won struggled to move the bone away from his face. At some point, the guy's hands unclenched. He was able to throw Stiletto away from him. Stiletto attacked with both hands with sharp bones, to which Ju-won stopped them too. I was surprised to find that it looked like he was fighting at full strength. He noticed with satisfaction that Ju-won simply couldn't wake up. Ju-won overstressed his teeth and remembered waking up. Thanks to awakening, you can improve your performance and become much stronger, as if it were a gym where physical performance increases. Ju-won represented the magnificent Atlas, and I think that the strength of the hero increases only based on his most sincere motives, because only in this way can one shine brighter than others. Stiletto looked at the tense Ju-won. I said, "Isn't it obvious how ineptly he is wasting this gifted power without even knowing about any awakening? So this is a stupid waste." Stiletto said that Ju-won really thinks that holding his hands will be enough, since he can spread the force to any part of his body, and immediately claws came out from the guy's elbows. He was extremely surprised by this turn of events, and the long claws from Stiletto's elbows swept over his head. Ju-won dodged in a hurry. The guy rammed his head into Stiletto's stomach. The blow was very strong. He cupped Stiletto's face in his hands. Why did Ju-won slam him into the wall? He exhaled angrily. Stiletto, sitting on the floor, asked in which part of the body a person has the strongest bones. A mask of bones appeared on his face, and he answered his own question that the answer was outrageously simple, since the strongest bones are in the skull. Ji-won winced in pain. He looked at Stiletto and realized that he had not dealt him a single blow. Ji-won imagined himself in a mirrored room where justice was his reflection, and thought that he had acquired this notorious power, but what was he doing after he received it? Stiletto appeared behind Ji-won's back and said that now he couldn't even scratch him, so let him give up and not waste their time. Ji-won dodged another blow, thinking that he was right. Even with Justice's strength, he could hardly defeat him now. Ji-won began to gather lightning into his fist again, thinking that he still had an ace up his sleeve. Ji-won hit a Stiletto punch. One of Stiletto's bones whizzed past Ji-won's ear. I asked if he told me that Ji-won was not capable of harming him. They were covered in smoke. Ji-won turned around and smiled slyly. He looked pleased as he asked who said he was aiming at him. The enamel holding Chrome burst. The shadows reached towards Stiletto. She shackled the guy with shadows. The girl thanked him for the release and said that now she has a lot of questions for the guy. But first she should teach him a lesson, because old grievances seem to be stuck between his teeth. Stiletto did not know how to escape from the shadows. Chrome raised the air in her shadow and said she would beat the crap out of him. Stiletto continued to be bound by Chrome's shadows. He pulled out his bone. The guy arrogantly said that we are clear. He looked at the living one and said that he had not yet forgotten how to think. However, he recalled what she had said earlier, and the bones from his forearm began to cut Chrome's shadows. He tore through the shadows, saying that he could use his power however he wanted. Stiletto began his attack. Chrome also prepared to attack. Chrome's shadows rushed towards Stiletto. The guy used his bones as a shield from these shadows. He broke the bone from Stiletto's hand and threw the broken piece of bone like a dagger. Chrome dodged in surprise. She thought angrily of Stiletto as a bad person. The guy attacked Chrome with his bone. However, he missed, as Chrome was not in the place where she was. The girl was behind him. It barely dodged Chrome's huge amount of shadows. Ji-won watched in amazement as they fought at full strength. The guy thought that the Stilettos were in no way inferior in strength to the student Justice, since she shortened the distance and attacked with a shadow, while the Stiletto looked indifferently at her opponent. He pulled out his tooth again. Chrome threw them aside. The teeth began to transform again. The shelves were taken out and had to be covered with Chrome. She began to summon shadows. Chrome knocked off both teeth with tentacles from the shadows and said that he couldn't do it twice. There was no one in the place where Stiletto had stood before. Chrome looked around in surprise and asked where he had gone. Suddenly something caught her attention. He jumped on her from behind. Chrome dodged using shadows. She sent the same shadows to attack Stiletto. However, the guy managed to hit her with his knee in the shoulder. Stiletto attacked furiously, so Chrome had to dodge. The girl again began to call on her shadows. She looked like a spider the next time she attacked. Stiletto's clothing was torn, revealing his rib-like armor. This defense fell to pieces. Chrome crouched down, summoning the shadows, saying that he had just forced her to fight seriously. The girl looked terrifying as black streams enveloped her body. She arrogantly invited him to block her next blow. Chrome used a shadow tsunami that sent it towards the surprised Stiletto. It was as if a huge black monster with glowing eyes was hanging over the guy. The impact was so strong that the floor collapsed and stone chips flew up. The roof was engulfed in smoke, and destroyed stones lay all over the roof. The creaking of boots was born, which was slowed down by the roofs. Stiletto ended up behind Chrome. He attacked again, his eyes burning with hatred. Ji-won screamed in fear, but the girl tried to calm him down. She looked at Stiletto blankly and said that she didn't think he would be able to recover after she stabbed him with it. Letta turned around and realized that a sharp shadow was aiming at him, to which Chrome suggested that he stop. She said angrily that he didn't try to kill any of us from the very beginning, did he? Jiwon was very surprised by this, and Chrome explained that it all started when he got his tooth back. She recalled Stiletto's attacks, and how she dodged his dagger. Chrome remembered how she swore in Kama style and said that it would not have been difficult for him to deprive her of the ability to breathe if he caught her by the hair. The girl calmly said that they had had enough fighting for today, as she wanted to understand what he was really trying to achieve. He seemed relieved, because given the circumstances, the murder case that was mentioned at the meeting of heroes was not at all unsuccessful. Justice was actually killed, and he remembered the meeting. Stilettos put his hands in his pockets. He pulled out a flash drive and said that it contained footage of the transformation into Justice. There were many difficulties with this material. He said that if this was revealed, the guy would be labeled a Sigma murderer. Stiletto broke the flash drive, which greatly surprised Jiwon and Chrome. I was surprised that he just broke it and didn't threaten it. A broken flash drive was lying on the floor. He jumped onto the roof. Said that he also did not think that he had any reason to oppose them. He smiled friendly and said that they had a lot in common, although you couldn't tell from the outside. An angry Chrome asked what he meant, to which the guy spread his arms and said that he used to be a member of Union. He put his hands in his pocket again and reminded the girl that she was also on this team, but now he is a spy for the Elkandare team. Jiwon and Chrome were very surprised by this news. In style, he introduced Libra and said that at the moment Guardian and El Condor are much inferior in strength to the superhuman team. Once the villain epidemic faded into the background, everyone became concerned only with their own interests, so he was given the task of infiltrating June and causing chaos within the team, he said, representing senior officials in the corruption scheme. The guy was focused because he needed allies with whose help he could do his job smoothly. He asked if he had something in mind, to which Summer indifferently agreed. He suggested that the three of them join Union and organize a doomsday there. Chrome frowned and asked how they would know if the data was only on this card, since who knows, he may have already made a copy. Stiletto smiled and spread his hands, saying that it was their choice to believe or not, but he liked Jiwon's skills. With a wide smile on his face, he pointed his finger towards the guy and said that he thinks that they can be used in many places, to which the tired Jiwon only smiled bitterly. Stiletto said that he would not persuade them, since he still had work left inside, and with her, if they did not want to enter into an alliance, they would become his competitors, which made Chrome and Jiwon look at each other in confusion. Stiletto grinned and said that he was sure they would lose to him then, and his facial expression was calm, but his eyes spoke of a desire to kill. Chrome folded her arms over her chest, turned away, and said that he was incredibly confident, to which Stiletto said that they could consider his offer a recognition of their abilities. Jiwon pointed at himself and asked if he was reading that now it was appropriate to say this since it is true that he is playing the role of Justice. He frowned and said that the reason was that they had to find the person responsible for his death, and entering into an alliance with them meant becoming their accomplice in this matter. Stiletto folded his arms over his chest in surprise when Jiwon asked if he understood this, to which he replied that then he might even have a chance to personally finish off the villain who killed Justice, so who knows what fate will do. He grinned, saying that it sounded cool. Jiwon thought that if Stiletto belonged to Elkandare, then he madly hated the villains, and this could mean that he would be quite suitable for them as an accomplice. Stiletto put his hand in his pocket and said that the choice was theirs, whether they were with him or against him. Jiwon and Chrome looked at each other silently. Jiwon said that they first want to hear what he plans to do. Stiletto smiled friendly. The security guard checked documents in the name of Jiwon. He looked at the smiling guy and asked that the similar newcomer smiled, thinking about what he managed to go through. He recalled how carefully he forged documents, that his hand was already tired because he had to try. He looked around the room filled with people. There were a lot of people with superpowers in this room. His sensations were different from the curtains. Many here looked like villains. I looked around and thought that at its core, Union only pursues its own goals. They definitely don't have a dress code. Jiwon suddenly found something interesting. He looked at the slightly embarrassed Chrome, who looked very pretty in jeans and a blouse. Jiwon couldn't find anything to say in surprise. He looked at her and said that now we can definitely say that she is beautiful. Chrome got angry, told him to shut up, and that she didn't even want to hear it, since the guy said it too directly. Jiwon tried to explain that she's just usually dressed sadly, but now she looks very fresh. Gloomy Chrome ordered him to grit his teeth and follow him, to which the sad Jiwon thought that he couldn't even give a compliment. Young people took pictures with their phones. Jiwon looked at the girl and recognized her as Yamnia, who also recently debuted as a hero, to which Chrome was surprised by such a name. Jiwon said that this girl is now a popular mukbang timer who makes food videos and was very popular. Chrome replied that most heroes entering June do so for commercial purposes, and most likely she is only here to get a good PR by seeing a girl sign some piece of paper. Stiletto called them, smiling and raising his hand in a greeting gesture. Chrome said, folding her arms, that it wasn't really such a bad plan. Having raised her popularity in June, she could exercise her right to vote. She imagined how she could put a piece of paper in the ballot box. Some people performed on stage, the audience applauded them, but careers and abilities are not important, because everything depends on how much you attract public attention. Ju-won turned to Chrome, asking if she wouldn't arouse suspicion, even yesterday being a member of the Guardian, since they still need to gain popularity in Union. Style smiled and said that there is a way. The classrooms were flooded with sunlight. The teacher with the eye patch said that, as we know, abilities are based on manifestation. Depending on the manifestation, the same ability can be used in different ways, and at the same time I remembered how I used my bones all summer. The teacher said that sometimes it happens that the manifestation proceeds differently than expected, and usually this happens when the ability is first awakened, and pointed to the board behind him. He pointed to a person who had lost control of his ability and said that this would almost certainly lead to the person losing control of himself and going berserk. In this state, a person almost completely loses his mind and acquires threatening strength, becoming an uncontrollable monster, and his brain begins to function only on reflexes. The teacher looked around the class and said that such people periodically become targets for hunting by heroes, and if they are interested in such a hunt, they can receive such training separately. Please, there were whispers among the students that who should be interested in this at all, since this is a great idea for suicide. The teacher folded his arms on his chest and looked behind him, thinking that, as expected, there were no newcomers who wanted to do it. He exhaled, thinking that, although it was understandable, it was not the Guardian or Elkindare who said out loud that they would move on. Suddenly someone raised his hand and asked him to wait. Ju-won said, still holding his hand up, that their group wanted to take part in this. The teacher thoughtfully put on her beard and looked at the newcomer. People turned to him, asking if he was crazy and if his team really agreed, but why did he smile? Ju-won asked Stiletto if it was possible to ask such a thing. Somehow everyone in the audience got alarmed and calmly agreed to something. Stiletto grinned and said it would be difficult for a newbie, but with the force hello, he thought it would be no harder than twisting a child's wrist. Ju-won looked out the window and chuckled. Chrome led Ju-won into a room. They entered a huge, bright room and Chrome explained that Justice always trained here and Haste sometimes used her too. However, Chrome looked at Ju-won in bewilderment and asked why he asked to be brought here, but this one answered about the difference in strength. When Chrome did not understand what he was talking about, he remembered the incident from behind and said that the victory over him happened to itself. Then she remembered the battle with Dry and said that she would not have defeated him if the fight had not been interrupted. He summoned lightning into his fist and said that Style was right, since until now he had only been thinking about money. He looked at his hand, which turned into Justice's hand at will. The hand began to fill with lightning. He remembered that when he was 18 years old, he decided to congratulate Zion. The girl was happy about the firecracker. She and her parents had a picnic when the girl thanked him for the firecracker, to which their father was surprised that she liked it so much. Then he was deceived and said that she began to rejoice early. He showed a photo of the hero Absolute and asked if Siona remembered that he wanted to see him. All she did was press her t-shirt into her fists, and Ju-won asked her to watch carefully. Today I watched how he began to transform. The Absolute stopped in front of the girl. He said that he trained a little for this. When his little sister squealed with delight at everything, she called her brother the best, and his parents rejoiced at this scene. At the same moment, a piece of the wall crashed into the place where his parents were sitting. Siona started crying in fear, and Ju-won didn't know what to do. At that moment, they were attacked by a monster who decided that Ju-won was a hero. Frozen with fear. Today it was scary, she hid behind the guy, strengthened his fist and decided that he needed to fight, otherwise he would not die. He ran up and attacked the villain. However, the villain simply took him out with one blow. Vaughn crashed into the wall with a deafening sound. During his last moments of consciousness, he called for his sister. Ju-won asked her to run and began to transform back. The purple monster looked angrily at the crying girl and then grabbed her. She kept crying and looking at her brother. Now Ji-won was concentrating power in his hand. He directed the force into the depths of the hall. There was a deafening explosion of several columns. There was destruction everywhere in the hall. Chrome looked at this situation in surprise. Ji-won turned around, grinned, and said he wanted to do it right. The corridor was quiet and empty. The long-haired man looked at the monitor screens. He was surprised there that someone was already in Union, and thought it was funny. Someone called on the phone. Arkady picked up the phone. He said that he had already seen it, and realized that they were coming here. His feet left dirt behind with every step. He walked, leaving dirty footprints. I think that this is even interesting, since he was already bored. The man removed the phone from his ear and stood in front of the door. He grabbed the round door handle and turned it. The door opened. He left the room with a grin. The guy went deeper into the building. With a crazy smile, he believed that the time had come. The guy approached the basement, where a huge number of monsters with a thirst for murder had accumulated, and thought that they were just hungry. The slums were buried in the evening darkness. Stiletto, Ju-won and Chrome walked along it, looking around. Chrome tensely asked if Ju-won had gone overboard yesterday, but that he was embarrassed. Stiletto said, smiling, that by the way, this is still not a trivial matter, and will they cope? Although they have Chrome and Justice, so why are they afraid? Stiletto looked at Chrome and said that thanks to her they didn't even introduce the mentor hero to them, and that actually says a lot. Chrome looked at Stiletto's back and asked that the group should consist of 4 people. Who would be the other one, since she hoped that there would not be some slob with them. Someone's hand tapped Ju-won's back. She returned and saw Yamniam, who was learning with joy. He jumped away from her and looked at her in surprise, explained something that her name meant to jump, and since they were the same age, she offered to get along with him. Chrome looked gloomily at Stiletto and asked why he brought the streamer and what he was thinking about, and Stiletto replied, smiling, that he had told me that popularity was important in June. He said with a joyful smile that it was convenient to have someone like Yamniam who could speak on behalf of their team, especially considering that they were forced to hide their identities, to which Yamniam herself was surprised. She looked like a rabbit when I asked about hiding my identity. I think hard about how you can talk about this so openly, because they will be discovered. And Yamniam smiled sweetly and said that there was also a trimmer among them, and that's the whole point, since at first she also felt awkward in public. This is normal. Ju-won thought with relief that they almost got caught. And at that time Stiletto said that the territory here is quite large, so they should split up. Ju-won said that he was going with Chrome then, but that Stiletto rejected this suggestion. He paired the surprised Ju-won and Yamniam. Ju-won asked Stiletto with a tense expression on his face what he was up to which Stiletto reminded him of what the professor said about manifestation. After all, Ju-won hasn't even felt it yet. The difference in abilities before and after the manifestation is incomparable. Yamniam will help him with this. And Yamniam looked at Chrome and asked if she streamed games or ASMR, and Stiletto said that it was easier to learn from Yamniam than from Chrome. Ju-won looked at the cute girl and thought how he should teach her something. Stiletto spread his hands to the sides and said that if he was still under suspicion, then Chrome could personally observe him, and wouldn't that be wonderful? Chrome turned around and said that's what they would do. Stiletto waved goodbye and said that if anything happens, they should be contacted immediately. Ju-won and Yamniam didn't know how to respond to this. Yamniam walked ahead. Ju-won thought that he was walking around with a popular girl, and who knows what awaits him. He looked at the girl's bare waist and decided that in real life she looked prettier than in the video. It was the camera's distortion, or somehow he was looking at her too casually, and she probably felt uncomfortable. He put his hand to his chin and said that he had not heard what ability the girl had. Yamniam made innocent eyes and asked what it meant to watch. Ju-won smiled awkwardly and thought that this was said too bluntly, and explained with an awkward smile that Stiletto had just recently become a member of their group, so they were meant to monitor the progress. She smiled, to which the guy was surprised to discover that she really believed it. He asked what the girl's ability was. She answered that she could eat as much as she wanted and that it made her stronger, and she presented the delicious dishes with a smile on her face. Ju-won thought it was nonsense and asked why she became a hero, and she told me with anticipation on her face that she wanted to eat a lot here and become more popular, to which Ju-won asked how her ability even originated. And Yamniam said the chocolate bar that I didn't know, because without ability you need a reason. Ju-won thought with tension that Stiletto had promised him that Yamniam would train him, but it seemed to him that Stiletto had simply decided to laugh at him. Yamniam said with delight on her face to just try to think about what he wants to do. It doesn't have to be something grandiose. Ju-won thought about what he wanted to do. He thought there must be some reason why this naive, sweet girl was using her powers better than him. The girl put her hand forward and asked him to wait. They looked around the corner of the building. There was some kind of green huge monster standing there. Ju-won asked if this was their goal, and said that it seemed like he didn't notice them, so they need to be quiet. Yamniam at that moment wished for chocolate. Ju-won didn't understand what was happening now and what was in this girl's head. He asked her to stop now, but the girl did not understand why. The monster looked back at them. He ran, deciding to attack. Yamniam summoned magic, saying that after eating she could fight well. The girl clenched her fists and glowed with the pink light of her magic. There was an explosion. The girl hit her opponent with all her might. The monster flew several meters to the side. He was slammed into the wall with all his might. Yamniam's magical ears pricked up when she stood on the ground after the attack. Ju-won remembered that she said that she could eat as much as she wanted and it would make her stronger. There was a magical fire around the girl's body that burned calories. He looked at Yamniam warming up and thought that she really had such an ability. The girl said with pleasure that, as expected, the downright refreshing, to which Ju-won thought that she called it sport. He looked at her again and thought that maybe she would even succeed. At that moment the monster attacked again. He crashed into Yamniam. Ju-won screamed her name in fear, and then he looked at her discouraged when she calmed him down and said that everything was fine. Yamniam was unharmed as she repelled the attack. She cheerfully said that she needed about 300 calories, so another bar is needed, so she has to eat another one. The girl attacked with her magic. The monster glows with pink fire. Smoke poured out from the green monster. However, this angered him even more. Juwon and Yamniam watched as the monster flew up the buildings, and happily suggested that he was running away, to which Juwon asked how he was still intact after such an attack. Yamniam said that she would follow him and asked Juwon to live with the team, but he agreed to something. Juwon stood silently in the middle of the street. He had a feeling that something incredible had happened. He took out his mobile phone. At that moment, a dirty substance crept up behind him. Juwon looked in surprise as the dirty substance snatched his phone from him. He didn't understand what was happening. A man emerged from the mud and asked if he was going to contact his friends. He showed Juwon's phone and said that nothing would work out. Juwon thought angrily that no one warned that there would be someone else here, and this one seems to be thinking, so this is a different type. He thought that in any case, he first needed to contact Chrome and Stiletto, so he asked the man to give him the phone. He attacked the dirt, but it scattered to the sides. He didn't understand what was happening, as he was simply standing in the mud puddles. Suddenly, a man covered with something like dirt attacked Juwon with a knife from behind. The guy frowned and opened his mouth in surprise. A furious grin appeared on his face. He raised his fist, hitting the head of the one standing behind. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise. He did not understand what it was, because the feeling of the blow was very strange. Behind him stood a guy who was holding his jaw with his hand, displeasedly asking why he should go straight in with his fists. They froze opposite each other. The stranger, arching his eyebrows, asked where that beauty had gone, because without her it would not be interesting. Juwon furrowed his brows, pressing his hand over the cut site, and asked what kind of relationship the guy had with the fugitive who had appeared here, to which he reluctantly replied, "Who knows?" The young man smiled slyly, raising his index finger up, and suggested that the girl was helping the hero with the manifestation. He talked about how not everyone is able to hold him back, while he only helps them a little. An image of a large and strong creature appeared in his head. But a second later he was lying on the ground, and the hero himself was standing over him, with his hands in his pockets. A terrible grin appeared on his face. Juwon, emitting lightning from the palm with which he was receiving the wound, asked displeasedly if they all became like this because of the guy. He stood in a fighting stance and frowned, his hands surrounded by lightning. The young man said that the stranger would answer for his actions. But the guy just smiled. Drops of dirt began to appear on his face. He moved towards the main character with a sharp movement, leaving a trail of mud behind him. The young man raised his fist to strike back. Juwon was able to attack, but his hand went through the guy's body, getting dirty in the mud. He looked at his hand in surprise, not understanding what had happened. His palm was almost completely covered in dirt. The stranger, throwing his head back, prepared to attack. He released streams of dirt through his mouth, directing them towards the hero. The young man, frowning, managed to dodge. He tried to remove the dirt from his hand, but only sighed heavily. She didn't want to leave, no matter how hard he pulled. The stranger, raising his eyebrows and smiling, put his hands out to the sides, saying that he would not be able to remove it, because when his dirt sticks to something, it becomes stronger than a medical splint. Although, he continued, it may not be so strong, but he didn't care. He threw his head back again, concentrating the mud flows in his throat. The guy released lumps of dirt, flying like bullets at the smooth hero. His other hand was also dirty, and he cried out in displeasure. The young man arched his eyebrows and bared his teeth, looking at his hand. He looked up at his opponent, realizing that it was becoming more and more difficult to move. At this rate he would collect all his blows, so he decided to shorten the distance. The main character moved towards the guy standing opposite. His movements quickly turned into running. The stranger was surprised. He raised his hand to his chin and, with wide eyes, asked if the hero was going to outwit him. The guy smiled slyly, noticing that there was too much dirt on him. He grinned, asking if it was hard for him. Juwon continued to swing his fists, but he was unable to reach his opponent. Suddenly, an evil grin appeared on his face, and his fist shone brightly with flashes of lightning. He approached the stranger's face, to which he opened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth. The main character frowned, saying that he was in trouble. With his blow he pierced the guy's body. The young man opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The guy arched his eyebrows and, sticking out his tongue mockingly, noticed that it was quite painful. Juwon tried to pull his hand back, but it froze. The guy raised his fist above his head. The hero's eyes opened wide. The stranger, smiling, struck him in the head. The main character frowned and widened his eyes in pain. The guy continued to rain blows on the immobilized guy, asking if he really thought he was so frail. A furious grin appeared on the hero's face. His eyes flashed brightly, sparkling with lightning. He shouted loudly and raised his shining fist. The guy grinned slyly. He summoned a large and powerful creature in front of him. Juwon, gritting his teeth, thought displeasedly that this was another one. His fist shone more and more brightly, emitting numerous streams of lightning. But the summoned monster managed to throw the hero back with one blow. The young man rolled on the ground. He leaned on his knee, breathing heavily, trying to stand up. Ju-won looked at the creature standing in front, thinking that he used to be a human. His gaze fixed on the creepily grinning stranger. The young man thought that he had a good shot at him. His eyebrows furrowed and he hissed in displeasure, baring his teeth. The guy came up to him and, spreading his arms to the sides, said that this was boring, because in his memory there were enough like the hero, which means he is not even unique. Ju-won looked at him in surprise, repeating the phrase that there were many of them. The stranger smiled and folded his hands in front of him, confirming his words. A new blue monster appeared from behind him. The main character, eyes wide open, opened his mouth in surprise, looking at them. A guy stood in front of him, surrounded by two strong creatures. The hero thought that this was a fairly strong ability. He turned his gaze, a drop of sweat dripping from his face. He realized that there were not just one or two of them, but a whole bunch of them that had appeared. The stranger, raising his eyebrows, said that he would go to that beauty because it would definitely be more fun with her. Ju-won rose to his feet and screamed angrily, trying to stop him. The guy smiled and ordered the creatures to deal with the young man. The shackles on their necks sparkled. A strong electric shock made the monsters scream loudly, doubled over in pain. The main character opened his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. One of the creatures approached him, striking him with its fist. The young man managed to block this blow, but the force of the water threw him back. He frowned. Another monster appeared from behind him, clasping his hands above his head, about to hit the guy. But Ju-won managed to dodge at the last moment, the ground breaking from the force of the blow. The hero furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth, thinking that there were more of them here than he could imagine, and Yam didn't even know about it yet. Two monsters, brown and blue, moved towards the guy, screaming loudly. The young man put out both hands to block the blow, but he was hit in the back. All four creatures surrounded the hero, striking him with strong blows. The blue monster raised his fist and growled, but Muin stopped him by putting out his hand. The creature opened its mouth in surprise. Dirt dripped onto the floor. The main character smiled happily, rubbing his neck, thanking the monster for his help. He raised his brightly shining fist, saying that he needed to go to Yam. Lightning flashed from the monster's face. The guy hit him in the face. Ju-won frowned and loudly shouted at him to get out of his way. His fist glowed brightly and the creature was thrown back. Among the silence of the roofs of buildings, loud sounds were heard. The guy fought off the monsters with his legs and arms. Four creatures surrounded him. The first summoned rushed at him screaming. The young man frowned. The hero punched him in the face with all his might. The monster was thrown back, but at that very second a blue creature and a brown monster attacked the guy. The young man opened his eyes wide. Hitting at the same time, they threw the guy back. Ju-won, putting his foot out, managed to slow down, raising his fist for another blow. His feet were surrounded by bright streams of lightning. He moved abruptly, leaving only dust thrown into the air. The young man struck the monster's face with his knee. With his feet resting on the blue monster's chest, he prepared to strike again. With his hand he grabbed the brown creature's head, bringing it to the ground. But then, the first summoned monster flew into him screaming. Ju-won barely managed to block the blow. He was thrown back, but the guy managed to stop, breaking with his feet. He was breathing heavily. The main character looked at all the monsters standing in front of him, realizing that there were too many of them. He could not avoid each one. Suddenly, the creature with green hair opened its mouth, attacking with its long tongue. The young man, eyes wide open, dodged away, shouting that this was an abomination. But then, a blue fist appeared in front of his face. The monster struck, throwing the guy back. With his hands out in front of him to block, Ju-won flew into the stone wall. He knitted his eyebrows and, breathing heavily, said that he was trying to hold back because he was fighting with the same people as himself, but at this rate, it would never end. A giant blue monster stood over him, mouth wide open. His eyes shone brightly with a yellow light. He said he was hungry. The girl sighed and stood opposite the motionless monster. Yam put her hands behind her head, stretching, saying that she worked hard today. It's just a pity that she wasn't streaming at that moment. The girl reasoned that this was probably for the best, because she was still a newbie. Her new friends did not want to show their true faces yet. The monster lay motionless, with wide yellow eyes. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, looking to the side. She folded her hands at her sides, noticing displeasedly that no one was there yet. Apparently they were late. A man who appeared out of nowhere said that she was good. Yam looked at him in surprise. The stranger, leaning his hand on his side, walked past the lying monster, saying that it was incredible that she had dealt with it alone. She knitted her eyebrows, asking who he was. The guy, pointing his finger at himself, smiled, saying that he was a new hero. He put his hand to the side and closed his eyes, saying that it was a pity that the girl did all the work for them because they had to kill this monster. Yam smiled smugly, saying that these were trifles. A strange smile appeared on the guy's face. The girl asked if he had seen a guy with black hair on the way here. The stranger, putting out his hand, said that the young man shouted that he had to say something to his team and ran away abruptly. She pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows, asking if it was true. The girl thought, raising her hand to her face, while the guy looked at the lying monster. He lay motionless with his head thrown back, which is why the guy thought that he didn't expect him to lose. Apparently he overestimated. The guy's gaze moved to the girl. He thought that perhaps it was this naive-looking streamer. She called out to the guy standing opposite her. Yamniam's eyes opened wide and she raised her index finger to her chin, asking who it belonged to. The hero smiled awkwardly, raising his eyebrows, asking what she was talking about. The girl noticed that, judging by the clothes, they were not Guardian or Superman. In addition, her gaze fell on the lying monster. The guy did not intend to kill the villain because he is not from El Condor. The hero closed his eyes and, smiling, said that he was from Union, asking if she really didn't remember him, to which the girl immediately answered no. She raised her eyebrows, not taking her eyes off him, saying that she knew literally everyone on her team, because remembering people is one of the main qualities of a streamer. Yamniam recalled how she sat in the office, where a man with an eye patch stood at the board, on the day of orientation, because then all the Juno newcomers gathered together, but this guy was not among them. She turned around, put her hands behind her head and closed her eyes, saying that this was strange. He bared his teeth in displeasure, thinking that nothing could be done. The guy put his hand out, looking at the girl's back, thinking that she had come out with her face, so he wanted to have a little fun with her, but since she has such an interesting ability, he should add her to his collection. Yamniam turned around, throwing his palm away with a rare movement of her hand, leaving a bright trail in space. The guy froze in horror, realizing that his hand was gone. The girl, raising the index finger of her brightly flaming hand, frowned, displeasedly asking if he really doesn't know that touching without permission is a bad act no less than a bad fan. The stranger turned his head, raising his eyebrows. His palm was pressed into the wall. He believed that his hand had flown as far as 3 miles away from him. The girl looked at the hero standing in front of her, saying that he was suspicious and she was just going to digest the bars and rest. She clenched her hands into fists, her body shone with a bright light. She smiled, saying that, apparently, she would have to lose a little more weight. The blue monster opened its mouth wide as it rushed forward. Ju-won punched him in the jaw. The creature immediately flew back, throwing back its head, but at that same second the first summoned monster arrived. He grabbed the young man, quickly running forward. With a sharp movement, he pierced the wall with it and then threw it in front of him. The main character managed to stop his fall by resting his feet on the ground, his eyebrows furrowed. All the monsters, screaming loudly, rushed towards him. He fought off the attacks of the blue creature, shouting loudly for them to come to their senses because they were being used by that mud net. The green-haired monster raised his fist, but Ju-won managed to dodge it. The creature opened its mouth, eyes flashing, saying that it was hungry. The main character frowned, a drop of sweat dripping from his face. He thought that they were moving only by reflexes, perhaps they were zombies in real life. The brown monster grabbed him by the shoulders from behind, growling loudly. Ju-won grimaced with displeasure and bared his teeth, looking at the blue monster approaching him. A smile appeared on his face, and lightning began to shine near his body. He said that now the people in front of him are not people at all. The blue monster widened his eyes in surprise. A bright blue glow appeared around the main character's body. His eyes sparkled. The brown creature froze at what he saw. The guy said that he just wanted to try something new, but trying something like that on that fool is just blasphemy. Ju-won smiled widely, illuminating the creatures standing next to him with a bright light, saying that now he would fight them for real. The monsters parted, looking at the main character and the energy he radiated. The first creature summoned rushed at him, screaming. The guy grabbed him by the fist and lifted him above him. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. Ju-won furrowed his eyebrows and looked at him and said that he was as strong as he thought. Lightning flashed from his palm. He squeezed his fist with a slight movement, causing the monster to throw his head back. The young man said that he would definitely not be inferior to him in strength. The creature's eyes were wide open. The guy threw him back with great force. The monster broke through a stone wall with its back. Ju-won raised his palm and looked at the immobilized monster, saying that the training was definitely worth it. The young man looked at the creature, knitting his eyebrows. The hero recalled a conversation with Soyeon, who looked at him in surprise after his question about whether a madman could become human again. He asked if nothing could be done, because originally they were all people. The girl looked at him with a calm look. Soyeon turned her head to the side, saying that now they are just monsters. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy walking in front turned around, having heard their conversation. He arched his eyebrows, saying that not a single case was known for certain when a madman could become human again. This is a monster that needs to be killed. Ju-won widened his eyes as he listened to his words that these creatures are no different from villains, so they should be killed without hesitation. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, noticing that they would not play giveaway as he did with the hero. The young man stood with his back to the distraught people, clenching his hands into a fist. He said that they became like this not of their own free will, and even now they are someone's dolls. Lightning surrounded his body. He turned around, eyes flashing brightly, saying that he would deal with them as quickly as possible. Yamniam looked at the stranger standing in front of her. She frowned, saying that since he saw Juwon, she hoped the guy didn't do anything to him. He spread his arms to the sides, rolling his eyes, saying that he didn't know, maybe the monsters were already digesting him. The guy snapped his fingers in front of his face and smiled, saying that the girl was not like that young man because her ability was simply amazing. He raised his eyebrows high and grinned, saying that it would be great if she went with him, because if she voluntarily agreed to cooperate, then he would make sure that she did not have to see or experience any cruelty. Yamniam grimaced with displeasure, thinking that this was definitely a ban. It's a pity that there is no such button in real life. The girl's eyebrows frowned. She looked straight at him, saying that in that case she would not have to listen to all this nonsense. Hearing her answer, he smiled creepily, turning his half of his body into dirt. He jumped high, ending up above the girl, shouting that he liked torturing her even more. Yamniam, pursing her lips, struck with a brightly glowing fist, but only stained her hand with dirt. The stranger, completely covered in mud, smiled creepily. The girl turned around, frowning, surprised that it was dirt. His smile took on a bright yellow glow and he asked how she felt about it. Streams of dirt surrounded the girl. She clenched her hands and closed her eyes, and the stranger asked if she still considered his words nonsense. Yamniam squatted down, raising her wide eyes upward, realizing what was happening. She jumped sharply high up, raising dust and fragments of stones into the air, saying that she thought so. The guy in the mud form threw his head back, preparing to attack with his mouth, asking if she really thought that increasing the distance would help her. He released clumps of dirt from his mouth, flying at her. The girl, eyes wide and smiling, opened the bar, agreeing with his words. She quickly put it in her mouth. Yamniam, looking down, raised her hands above herself, concentrating bright energy above them. With a sharp movement, the girl launched energy similar to flames at the stranger. He opened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth. A loud and bright explosion thundered, lifting fragments of stones into the air. The guy, barely dodging, looked at her with displeasure, saying that it was unexpected. Such firepower even came from afar. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that such an ability consumed a lot of energy, which meant she wouldn't be able to use it for a long time. Starting to eat another candy bar, Yamniam put her hand forward, launching a new attack at him, glowing with a bright pink light. The guy moved from side to side, dodging her sobbing attacks. He looked up at her dissatisfied, thinking about how much he could eat these bars. He was already tired of it. The guy thought that he should attack differently and began to dissolve. Suddenly, a high wave of mud appeared in front of Yamniam. She put her hand forward with bright energy and frowned, not understanding what he was up to since he was attacking point blank. She said it wouldn't work. The girl looked down in surprise, holding her hand above her. Looking around, she realized that there was dirt on the ground. The stranger smiled slyly. Everything began to spin around her. It was a manifestation of the mud storm. The girl, unable to move, raised her head up, looking at the dirt swirling around her. She closed her eyes and covered her face with her hands, trying to hide from the dirt flying in all directions. Yamniam parted her mouth and opened her eyes, thinking that she was becoming very heavy, so she needed to get rid of her as soon as possible. Her eyes opened wide. The girl raised her hand, gathering bright energy in her palm. But suddenly, the dirt grabbed her hand, causing her to freeze, her eyes widening. The stranger smiled, squinting at this. Yamniam turned to look at him. A dissatisfied grin appeared on her face. The mud storm around her rushed higher and higher. The guy was approaching her. The girl's body was shackled with large pieces of mud, and one half of her face was visible. He looked at her and smiled, putting his hand in his pocket. He said that his ability was like a trap, splashing mud all around during a fight. The guy threw his head back, breaking into a smile, noticing that she looked cute in this slop. He extended his hand to her, saying that he even wanted to take her to his home. Something was quickly approaching the standing guy. Juwon frowned and flew into him, punching him. The stranger collapsed on his back. The main character bared his teeth angrily, saying that he should not even dare to touch his comrade. The young man, cupping his fist with his palm, looked at him furiously, calling him pathetic. The guy stood up, rubbing the back of his head. He noticed displeasantly that it was that guy again, thinking that he should have run away. The stranger, gritting his teeth, put his hands out to the sides, asking why the hero had come if he had already lost. The young man clenched his palms into fists, bright lightning oozing from them. He said that while he was coming here, he went through hundreds of options for how he would make sashimi out of it. Juwon frowned and smiled, keeping his gaze on him as he prepared to strike. Haste walked through the room, holding a sword in her hands. She furrowed her eyebrows, noticing with displeasure that he said he had infiltrated Union, but did not say how he was doing there. A man in a work uniform ahead caught her attention. She asked in surprise what was the matter, to which the robot replied, looking at her, that she would not be able to train here today. The girl frowned with displeasure, listening to the words that, apparently, this room had previously been used by Mr. Justice, all inside. She interrupted his words by deciding to quickly go inside. She opened the door, baring her teeth in displeasure, thinking that this was terribly infuriating. She didn't understand what he could do to the training room. Haste entered the hall. Its walls and floor were destroyed. Everything was marked by blows, crushed into small pieces. The girl looked around and frowned, wondering what the hell he was doing here. Ju-won smiled, his face illuminated by the bright light of the lightning. A dark-haired man with a smile on his face asked if it was sashimi and declared that it was ridiculous. Putting his hands to his chest and smiling slightly madly, he said that when someone gives him good advice, he should be grateful and take it seriously. He also stated that the protagonist's powers are useless against him. The main character grinned. Wrapping his hand in lightning, Ju-won said that until you try, you won't know. The man threw his head back and puffed out his cheeks. Spitting out a few mud bullets, he said that he could try it once. The protagonist stuck his right hand into the asphalt. Swinging it, he blocked the enemy's attack. Slightly bent over, with dirt on his face, the man said that this was better than just running away. A dense stream of mud rushed towards Ju-won. It instantly passed through the main character and enveloped him. The guy asked how he would block it. Dozens of streams of mud froze and limited the movement of the protagonist. Rotating his arms, the shrouded Ju-won tried to destroy it. The mud monster, smiling, asked if the main character really wanted to make sashimi out of him. He also sarcastically asked if he was going to do it while standing in the mud. The main character looked at his hand. The protagonist clenched his fist and instantly destroyed the dirt on his hand. He stated that there is no difference, no effect before and after. Raising both hands and passing lightning through them, the protagonist said that it does not matter whether he is different from the previous ones or not. Spreading his arms to the sides, he broke the remnants of the mud bombs. The monster, holding out its hand in a protective gesture, looked at him in fear. Stretching his neck and rotating his hand, enveloped in a blue aura, Ju-won said that he was in trouble now. Small houses with signs stood on the street. After a huge explosion erupted, fragments began to cover the location. Having received the blow, the mud monster flew 10 meters away. He stood up with pain and looked forward. The protagonist instantly appeared from the smoke, raising his hand. Exuding some dirt from its face, the monster launched an attack. Putting his hand in front of his face, the protagonist approached him. Using an arcing attack, he destroyed his opponent in an instant. The monster reassembled from the dirt. The main character thought that the dirt does not stick, but immediately crumbles. He thought about how he got out of it in the first place and whether he really talked about it. The main character swung his right hand again. Grinning a little, the monster thought that he would have to admit that the protagonist was only slightly stronger than him. But it doesn't matter because the blows have no effect on him anyway. Striking the monster's body, Ju-won caused the enemy to fall apart again. The remaining head of the monster looked forward in shock. The asphalt at the impact site was destroyed for several meters. Particles of the monster flew through the air. Several pieces of dirt remained on the ground. Landing on the ground, part of the monster turned around in fear. When he saw the fist approaching, he mentally asked what kind of power it was. A moment later it was destroyed again. Seriously looking at his opponent's particles, the protagonist asked if he would regenerate forever. Smiling, he said that he would see who would win. The monster, consisting of a heap of dirt, crawling back slightly, mentally stated that a lot of dirt had gone into dust. He also noted that if this continues, his dirt will completely dry up. Squinting his eyes and starting to secrete dirt, the monster thought that it was worth finishing as soon as possible. Dirt instantly surrounded the protagonist. It was a technique called mud storm. The protagonist examined the rotating wall of dirt. The monster told him to try and scatter it. The main character put both hands forward and thought that there was too much dirt. The wall of mud reached tens of meters. The monster asked how much faith you need in yourself to act so boldly. Smirking, he said that the protagonist would suffocate in this slop. Ju-won was enveloped in a dense mud storm. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he took a breath. His eyes lit up and his tense hand became covered in blue energy. Swinging with all his might, he hit the ground. The shock wave from the attack removed a dense layer of dirt. The protagonist stood in the middle of a 5-meter radius pit. The remains of the monster looked towards the main character, whose clothes were partially torn from the force of the blow. His eyes widened in fear and he couldn't believe that this was a rookie hero. He mentally stated that this guy had tossed up a mud storm with the force of the wind. He thought that he needed to run away quickly. The main character instantly appeared near him. Smiling triumphantly, he asked where the monster was going. The taken aback monster silently looked at the guy. Smiling widely, he began to laugh. Starting to crawl along the asphalt, he declared that he had lost and that he could not cope with the protagonist. Smiling, he asked what Ju-won would do now if he would continue to try to spread his dirt. The mud monster stated that even 100 days would not be enough for him to finish. The protagonist silently looked down. Smiling, the protagonist asked if it was true. An image of a red-haired guy in a raincoat appeared. He, shrouded in a blue aura, made a blow with his hand. Ju-won mentally said that the power he gains by transforming into justice is something he hasn't been able to use 100% until now. The main character moved his leg to the side. Taking a stance and straining his arm, he mentally declared that he still could not control such a volume of power, but he was able to take it for an instant. An image appeared of a man in a kimono raising his finger up. The main character mentally noted that one martial artist once said that you don't need to bring yourself to exhaustion all the time, it is much more important to concentrate at the moment when it is really necessary. The protagonist's clenched hand began to become covered with lightning. The monster used a mud storm. Particles of dirt flew towards the guy's hand. The monster looked forward in fear. The protagonist made a very powerful blow with his right hand covered in aura. During the attack, he spoke the words, exploding, manifestation, magnum. The monster's eye with a small piece of dirt flew off to the side. Parts of the monster and pieces of asphalt scattered to the sides, under the pressure of the protagonist, who put his hand forward. Smiling triumphantly, he asked if this was enough. An image appeared of a slightly dirty street consisting of small houses. A gray-haired guy and a purple-haired girl walked along it. Stiletto, turning to the girl, asked him to listen with a smile. He asked if she was being too vigilant. Chrome, looking forward, replied that she had no good reason to trust him right now. She asked why he entered Union. The guy stopped and closed his eyes. She also asked if his goal was to kill evildoers, what was the need? Smiling, he confirmed. Making a hand gesture, he said that he thought she was right, but they had not yet reached the point of relationship for him to talk about it. Chrome looked at him sternly. Turning to the left, she said to stop. There was a store with a small balcony. The girl pointed her finger at the building. Stiletto asked what was wrong with him. Turning around, the girl noted that only in it the light was now on. Light leaked through the crack of the open window. Starting to walk, the guy said that they could go and check. He mentally asked how she was able to notice this. There was an iron chain hanging from the handle of the double doors. The gray-haired guy, throwing a punch with his right hand, instantly smashed it. They went inside a room with several tables and computers. There was also a board and shelves with documents. Looking around the room, Chrome stated that the room looked quite normal, perhaps they just forgot to turn off the lights. Checking another part of the room, the guy stated that it was possible. He started to pull the switch. An image of a switched-on lamp on a white ceiling appeared. Looking ahead, Stiletto said no and said there was a separate generator. The purple-haired girl asked if she was in the office. Shifting her gaze, Chrome said that it was somehow suspicious. She walked towards the dark metal wall. Behind her was a dark, invisible room. A powerful blow to it damaged the walls. A girl entered through the destroyed door, next to whom there were several dark magical streams. Her eyes widened in surprise and she asked what it was. Stiletto looked ahead as he approached her. There were many strange devices in the unusual laboratory. The guy asked if this is what he was thinking about. There were unusual creatures in huge water flasks. There were belts, knives, and a lot of blood on several tables. The girl silently looked around the room. Looking around, she asked if this was an experiment room. Assessing drops of blood by running his gloved hand over them, Stiletto said it looked like it. There were several sheets of notes on the table. Picking up and starting to read the documents, the gray-haired guy stated that inhuman torture was carried out here. Having looked through the papers in detail, the guy said that this laboratory was used for biological experiments. Chrome asked who could do this. Her attention was drawn to a computer standing a couple of meters away from her. Turning it on and starting to press the keyboard, the girl stated that power was connected to this computer. A window for entering a password appeared on his screen. Rubbing her chin, Chrome thought that it was not surprising that there was a password here. She also made a mental note that it looked like she would have to carry the bodies to the atrium. The guy, looking at the screen, began to type something. After entering the password, a window appeared on the screen welcoming the user. Looking at the guy's back, Chrome asked how he knew him. Looking ahead, the guy said that there were 53 subjects in total. Most of them are dead. Reading the information from the computer monitor, Stiletto stated that each test subject was from a cast of incompetent people with untapped potential, and the scale of the experiments was much worse than he thought. A stream of violet energy instantly destroyed the monitor. Clenching her fingers, the girl, shrouded in an aura, with an angry expression on her face, stated that she had asked him a question and asked again how he knew the password. An image appeared at the moment of delivering the final blow to the monster. The mud monster's shocked eye stared at him as it separated from its particles. The main character, clenching his fist, looked at him in surprise. Placing his hands on his waist and observing the huge crater, he asked if it was too loud. Closing his eyes, he stated that it seemed like he had overdone it a little. Staring ahead in shock, Ju-won remembered Yamnium. He asked hopefully if she had drowned in this mud. A girl's face peeked out from the mud. A voice from underground said that she was fine. Seeing how she remains in a lot of mud, the protagonist assumes that she is taking a mud bath. An image of 3 different monsters appeared. Rubbing the back of his head, the main character stated that there seemed to be several of those monsters. He also noted that the matter was clearly taking an annoying turn. The protagonist looked back at the sound. Picking up the small gray walkie-talkie, he assumed it was left over from that mud guy. When he looked at the walkie-talkie, a sound came out of it. The main character, with surprise on his face, thought that he had an accomplice. He also found out that the guy's name was Hedoro, as his accomplice called him that. Starting to cover himself with magic and transform into a guy, he turned on the walkie-talkie and said that here it was necessary to quickly deal with the small heroes. The accomplice stated that he had the same situation. The person stated that a group of 2 people went inside the laboratory. The reincarnated protagonist's eyes widened. The interlocutor stated that he covered the entire building with explosives. The idea popped into the protagonist's head that these 2 people were Chrome and Stiletto. After collecting himself and turning the radio back on, he said that the building was making things a little more difficult right now. The protagonist was taken aback when the man on the radio announced that he was not Hedoro. Pressing the button, Juwon said that everything is wrong. The protagonist squeezed the walkie-talkie. He mentally said that it turns out that there are already several shots like Hedoro here. Starting to cover himself with blue particles of energy, the main character confirmed that these 2 were in danger. Stiletto turned towards the angry girl. Looking at him coldly and angrily, the girl said that he would be finished if he didn't explain everything to her right away. The guy's eyes widened. Covering his right hand with white metal, he swung instantly. Pushing the girl aside, he protected her with his fist from the flow of poison. The purple-haired girl looked in surprise at the guy who protected her. Holding his hand, part of the armor of which was destroyed by green energy, the gray-haired guy said that it seemed that there was someone else here besides them. Particles of the armor on his arm began to splinter. Looking at his hand, Stiletto mentally confirmed that the bones were broken and mentally asked what it was. A hand shrouded in a green aura peeked out from behind the wall. The man in the cloak was releasing energy along the stone wall. The guy and girl began to look around and felt an earthquake. A powerful earthquake began to collapse parts of the building. Looking up, Chrome mentally asked if they were going to destroy the building. Stiletto looked at the huge stones falling on their heads. One of them slightly touched the girl. The gray-haired guy destroyed them with attacks with his feet and hands. Fighting off another stone, Chrome looked at the guy in surprise. A pile of stones fell on him. A little scarlet blood appeared from under the rubble. Looking forward, the girl screamed. The man entered the room. The man, wrapped in a cloak, said that he was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be Chrome. The long-haired guy, rubbing his chin, stated that he heard that she was definitely sent from Union. Surrounding herself with streams of dark aura, the girl asked what he heard there. Dark tentacles began attacking from different directions. Putting her hand forward and pointing her finger at the man, Chrome, shrouded in an aura, asked if maybe he would let her listen too, because she was very interested. The man created some of his green magic under his foot. It instantly grew and began to fly around the room. The girl, gritting her teeth in fear, looked at him. He asked what was the point of this. Looking ahead coldly, he declared that this place was her scaffold. The girl looked at him blankly. An image of several high-rise buildings appeared. The girl took out a pack with a lot of money. This was 10 years ago. Chrome counted them. She closed the envelope. Putting it in a book on the shelf, she stated with a smile that it was excellent. A woman who entered the room called out to the frightened girl. Chrome's mother, who had bruises on her face, asked if she was going to school. Running up to her, the girl asked what was wrong with her face. She asked if he did it again. Smiling, Min said that everything was fine. Taking her other hand and lowering her head, the woman said she was sorry. Chrome looked at her, upset. Holding the yellow backpack in her hands, the girl mentally asked why her mother should apologize to her. The woman stood in front of a closed old door. Walking along the corridor, Chrome, with a little anger, mentally declared that she was kindness itself. The evening sun illuminated the small school. The man in the suit asked Chrome if she had really thought through everything, because with her grades she could easily get into a prestigious university. Smiling, the girl said that she was going to go to work immediately after graduation. Chrome walked across the playground near the high school. The red-haired girl ran into the girl's arms. She said that she was in first place in the school's ranking and stated that she heard that she was in the staff room. The girl asked since when she became the teacher's favorite. Chrome, walking forward along the street, replied that since she started studying. Kicking her in the shoulder in a friendly manner, the girl said that she didn't believe it. Tugging a little at her dark t-shirt, the red-haired girl said that it was unbearably hot outside and expressed her desire for the holidays to come as soon as possible. The brown-haired girl asked what they usually do during the holidays. With a slightly dissatisfied face, the red-haired girl said that her father constantly drags them around his campsites and this terribly infuriates her. Smiling, Chrome said that they were just spending time at home. The girl said that she was jealous and noted that she wanted it to be like that for them too. Running across the zebra, the girl, waving her hand, shouted that they would see each other tomorrow. Rushing towards the building, Chrome apologized for being late. The employee said that there was nothing wrong and she needed to change clothes quickly. The girl, working in the kitchen with a smile, said that she would replace the coals. She wiped the sweat from her face. She thought that everything was fine and she just needed to get rid of that person in their house. The man, holding out an envelope with money, said that she tried hard today. Walking along a dark street, Chrome counted her money. With a sincere smile, clutching the envelope, she said that she had finally collected it and if they added it with the money they had lying around at home, they could rent a room. An image of a happy daughter hugging a happy mother appeared. She mentally stated that in this case, her and her mother's life would finally improve because the two of them would become much happier. The brown-striped girl entered the house. A few meters away from her stood a man with things scattered under his feet. Looking around the room, Chrome asked what was going on. The man, with anger on his face, asked what she thought and said that her worthless mother had run away. He stated that she spent all her time on useless things and where did she even get this money? The girl jerked in surprise when she heard about the money. Throwing away her backpack and starting to run into the room, the girl thought of only one thing. The angry man turned in her direction. Chrome frantically leafed through the book. Her eyes widened and she mentally confirmed that there was no money. In the background, a man called to her. She looked down in shock as she remembered the moment with her mother apologizing. She realized that she had taken them. The man kicked the girl. She fell and twisted, lying on the floor. Clenching his fist, the man with sincere rage on his face asserted that his daughter already dared to ignore him. Starting to trample her underfoot, he declared that they were conspiring against him and asked where her mother was. The girl thought about when she would get out of this hell. Covering her head with her hands from the attacks, she mentally declared that she wanted to escape. Her eyes reflected madness as she once again mentally repeated that she wanted to escape. Streams of aura approached the man beating her. He fell to the floor when he saw Chrome, who was examining the streams of energy around her. Looking at her hands, she asked if she was really doing this and why so suddenly. The nails on the raised hand began to turn black. Streams of energy began to approach the crawling man. Fury showed on her face. She declared that she had had enough. Streams of energy began to envelop the surprised man. The girl with a cold face threw her hand forward. The man asked to remove it. She thought that she had to punish the person who turned her life into hell. She opened her crazy eyes and mentally said that he should disappear. The magic began to consume him. Blood spattered across the room amid a loud scream. Present tense. Approaching Chrome standing at the counter, the man said that she was popular at Guardian, Justice's first assistant, whose abilities he personally recognized. An image of a red monster appeared, looking at the tied-up girl and asking if she deliberately let herself be caught by Kaisar. The man, looking seriously in her direction, asked what she was up to. She narrowed her eyes slightly, making hand gestures, channeling her magic. She stated that she was the one asking the questions here. Dark tentacles moved to attack. The man looked forward calmly and appraisingly. He put his hands to one of the flasks. He instantly blew it up. Debris fell to the floor of the room. Looking at the man and appraising him, Chrome thought that this was an ability based on destruction by touch. As she lowered her hand down and created a new batch of magic, she mentally declared that there was no difference. Taking a step forward and channeling a new flow of energy, she mentally said that she would do without direct contact. Enveloping his hands in green energy, the long-haired man fought off targeted attacks. One of the streams flew near his head. He touched it with his finger and channeled energy through it. The flow of his magic went along the girl's energy shadow. She looked at her feet and saw an approaching attack. Looking at her hand, paralyzed by the enemy's attack, the girl thought that he was using a shadow. The clothes on the right side of her body were instantly corroded and the girl began to receive damage. She screamed in pain. She fell onto the stone floor. Approaching her, the man stated that it seemed like she hadn't seen this coming. Her face began to be consumed by magic. Slightly narrowing her eyes in pain, she mentally stated that, apparently, he was not so simple. He put the palm of his hand forward. He brought it to Chrome's head. The man stood over her and began to clasp his head with a huge palm. Receiving a powerful blow to the body, he flew a couple of meters. Slipping along the ground, the man took a fighting stance. In front of him stood the protagonist shrouded in lightning. He told him not to touch the girl. Veins appeared on his face with rage. The protagonist, lowering his hands clenched into fists, looked at the man. He looked at his fist, which was shrouded in green magic. He, visually assessing the damage, thought that it seemed to be falling apart. An image of a destroyed laboratory room appeared. The man said he appeared to be new to Union. Although the obvious facts are right in front of his nose, he is unable to compare them. Making a hand gesture, he stated that Chrome suffered for the same reason. Looking at the protagonist's fist approaching his face, the long-haired man said that this was all just because of his own resistance. The powerful blow sent him flying into the wall. Covering his face with his hand, he looked forward in surprise. Ju-won instantly appeared in front of him, raising his hand. The man, who did not have time to react, received a series of blows. A powerful blow to the body arched his body. Bent over, he slid across the floor. The long-haired man placed his aura-shrouded hand on the wall. The magic, passing along the wall, began to destroy it. Covering his face from the dust, the main character looked ahead in disbelief. A hand appeared in front of his face, from which streams of energy came out. He had barely covered his chest with his hand when a swift blow was struck. His right shoulder was injured. He screamed in pain. He began to move in fear when he saw the hand approaching again. He jumped away from the arcing attack. Dropping to the ground, the man began to channel his magic through the stone floor. The protagonist began to stagger as parts of the stone floor began to rise up. The man struck the protagonist in the stomach, who did not have time to take a stance. Looking at his damaged stomach, Ju-won mentally declared that he was strong. The long-haired man looked at him coldly. The main character thought that he was in every way stronger than those children whom he happened to work with earlier. Clenching his fist, the protagonist rushed forward. He struck the man's block. Holding both hands in front of his body, the man looked forward. Clenching his fist shrouded in magic, the protagonist launched a new attack. Swinging, he hit the man with his hand. The protagonist mentally stated that he has two options. He should either focus on attack or defense. The man dodged and struck the guy's leg. Carrying out a blow to the body, a long-haired man shrouded in magic came behind him. Raising his hands to himself, the protagonist, with his upper body bare from attacks, looked at the man slightly warily. Rushing forward, with burning eyes, he swung again. Starting to run towards him, the long-haired man thought that his opponent was using a concentrated blow and hitting backhand just to make it stronger. The guy's hand began to emit a powerful turquoise aura. He struck the man hard and fast. He said the words manifestation and magnum. The man's eyes widened at the attack he received. Looking at his hand, part of which began to evaporate, he remembered this power. Raising his head, he again saw the guy approaching him. Squinting his eyes, the man thought it was interesting. Continuing to run forward, the protagonist attacked with his hand. Looking at his sleeve, slightly torn from the attack, the man grinned. Taking out his walkie-talkie, the long-haired man asked Hidoro if the sample collection was finished. The mud guy, crawling on the ground, answered that yes. Continuing to lie on the ground, he thought that life was enough. The main character, crippled by the magic of the enemy, ran forward. The man said that if he wanted it so much, then he could go to him. A new stream of magic began to emanate from his leg. A huge chasm formed under Ju-won and Chrome. Turning to the side, the protagonist called the girl. The man looked at the protagonist falling into an empty abyss. He looked down coldly. The main character gritted his teeth and tried to come up with a plan. Pushing off the stone and stretching his arm forward, he shouted for Chrome to wake up. The falling girl's skin was badly damaged and her eyes were closed. The main character continued to call her. An image of her father appeared, holding out his arms, trying to protect himself from the girl's shadows. He fell as several shadows pierced his skin. The girl standing in front of him continued to slowly beat the kneeling man. He asked to stop. She came up and said coldly, "Dad." Chrome bit her lip. Sincere rage appeared on her face. Looking at the man, she screamed that it was all because of him. Because of him, her life had become like this. The man's body began to become covered with more and more wounds. Covering his head, the man said that this was not so and asked for forgiveness for everything that he said to her. Starting to grimace and make chaotic hand gestures, Chrome asked if that was really all. She stated that trash like him must die. Streams of violet energy flowed towards his body. A moment before they pierced, the girl stopped them. Standing in front of her was a red-haired, muscular man. "Justice." She said his name in surprise. Looking at the girl, he said that he understood her frustration, but wishing death on someone was wrong. He noted that he was here to resolve the situation. With anger in her eyes, the purple-haired girl shouted at him to shut up. Looking at him coldly and angrily, she asked if he even knew what he was talking about. She rudely told him to leave her alone. The man, wrapped in a red cloak, said that in his case, death is mercy. He told her not to let her father get off so easily. The bloodied man looked at their dialogue in fear. Grabbing her magical shadow, Justice said that instead of giving into her anger, she could come with him and he would teach her how to channel her powers. The red-haired guy with glasses looked at the girl seriously. She turned to the guy who was calling her. The image of a red-haired man appeared before her hazy gaze. She thought it was Justice. The frightened protagonist looked into her eyes. Assessing him with her eyes, the girl mentally confirmed that Ju-won had inherited Justice's power. She closed her eyes. The guy shouted for her to open her eyes. He took her in his arms. He continued to hold her unconscious body, calling her by name and asking her to wake up. She continued to lie with her eyes closed. He frowned, clenched his teeth and swore. He raised his head and remembered Stiletto. He looked around in confusion, wondering why he hadn't noticed Stiletto and how he couldn't leave Chrome and run away. A hand was sticking out of a pile of stones. His eyes widened in surprise. He opened his mouth and assumed it was Stiletto. He fell to his knees, began to rake away the rubble, asked the man not to move, promised to help him and asked him to say a word. He looked at the hand again, thinking that the building had completely collapsed and it was unlikely that the man could survive under the rubble. He opened his mouth and swore. He looked at Chrome lying on the ground. He remembered people smiling happily and wondered why everyone he knew ended up that way. He clenched his teeth and looked intensely at the hand sticking out from under the rubble. He covered his face with his hands in despair and wondered why this was happening to people important to him. He removed his hands from his face and looked down in shock when he heard someone's voice. Stiletto's head was visible from under the rubble. He smiled and said that he was pleased to see how they mourned him, but he was still alive. He closed his eyes, smiled widely and said that he should have guessed that Stiletto would not die so easily. Ju-won promised to help him get out. He bowed his head and watched what was happening in disbelief. He grinned and stood up, climbing out of the rubble on his own. Next to him lay a black box and something similar to a large book. Ju-won asked if he could handle it himself and what it was. He smiled slyly and replied that it was something important. The hospital was located in a multi-story white brick building. The nurse opened the door and looked at him questioningly. He pressed the phone to his chest and looked at her in confusion. The hospital employee asked what he was looking for. He raised his eyebrows, smiled, said he was looking for Chrome and tried to remember her real name. He looked at the sign by the door and said that he was Soyeon's guardian. The woman smiled and said that she had only recently come to her senses and needed a little time. The news made the main character happy. He thanked her and tried to enter the room. The nurse tried to stop him. Another woman appeared from behind her shoulder. She looked after the guy in surprise and asked who it was. She replied that he did not look like a boyfriend. She smiled slyly and said that perhaps he was just a friend. The second woman put her hand to her face and said that he was in great shape. He went inside, looked around intently and called Chrome. She was sitting on the bed in hospital pajamas. He leaned his elbows on the bed, sighed and said that it was a great relief. Sitting on the hospital bed, she looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he was acting so strangely. Rather than hitting his head, Ju-won replied that that was all, because she was practically dead. He touched her hair, smiled widely and said he was just glad she was safe. She blushed with embarrassment, looked away and asked him to stop overreacting. He looked at her worriedly and asked how she was feeling. She closed her eyes and replied that she was fine, just minor internal injuries. He got scared when she coughed up blood, asked her not to overexert herself and reminded her that she needed rest. She looked at his bandaged hand with displeasure. She remembered his confused expression. He looked at her questioningly when she asked how long he would call her by her nickname. She put her hand to her face, looked away and asked him to call her Soyeon because he felt weird when he called her Chrome in front of civilians. He looked at her in surprise, opened his mouth and agreed. She looked at him closely and asked how Stiletto was doing. His body was covered in bandages, there was an oxygen mask on his face, and the beeping of devices supporting his life could be heard. She looked intently at her comrade, standing behind her. Ju-won winced guiltily and said that he was really seriously injured. Stiletto did not open his eyes. The main character told her that his spine and internal organs were damaged due to the fact that he was holding the debris. They looked closely at their comrade. Ju-won said that with his help he gained access to information in the computer of that laboratory. She asked why he had not done anything yet. They turned around and looked puzzled at someone who said that someone really wanted to play hide and seek. Yamnium smiled embarrassedly and said that Stiletto and other members of El Condor hate villains. She lowered her eyes, opened her mouth and explained that he especially hates those who conduct experiments on people because he himself is the product of an experiment and a villain. Chrome pursed her lips thoughtfully. Ju-won asked what experiment they were talking about. Yamnium said that she and Theo grew up in the same orphanage. She remembered how magical streams appeared from her hand and said that her power awakened quite quickly. She looked at the gloomy boy in the corner of the room. He stared blankly straight ahead. She said that Theo did not have his abilities. He introduced a guy with a bare chest and asked what she meant because Stiletto has unique skills. She thought about the gloomy guy, from whose hands green magical streams emanate, and said that now this is really the case. She remembered how someone pinned the guy to the floor and twisted his arm behind his back. She thought about the man with the syringe and said that Stiletto had changed since the abduction. The guy clenched his teeth, holding back a cry as the needle pierced his neck. His eyes widened, veins appeared on his face, and the transformation began. He was sitting on his knees on the floor, surrounded by people. Yamnium said that terrible experiments were carried out on him. She remembered how Chrome looked at the man with alarm and said that most likely he remembered the password from those times. Ju-won asked what happened to the villains who did this to him. She lowered her eyes and said that they disappeared for almost 10 years, but suddenly recently began to appear again. She bowed her head and, without looking up, said that Stiletto was so fixated on saving the computer because he finally had a chance to get revenge. He turned around and looked at the lying guy. He continued to lie unconscious in an oxygen mask, and the beeping of instruments could be heard. The expression on his face was thoughtful. A square clock hung on the wall. He sat down on the bench and sighed heavily. He looked at his bandaged hand, remembered the past battle, and thought that he was finally able to use his power without restrictions. But he had severely injured his hand, which meant he still needed to train a lot before he could use it without any problems. A man in black boots was walking down the corridor. Ju-won thought it would be great if someone could teach him. He looked at the man who approached him in confusion as he asked if he was the one who fought the group of villains. In front of him was a girl in a black dress. Part of her face was covered by a mask. He remembered how she winked, realized that it was Banshee, the second in command at Union, and wondered, confused, why she was here. She crossed her arms and said that she had heard rumors that they were badly damaged. Ju-won said that was true, but they managed to get something important that could be used to track them. She closed her eyes, praised him for his good work, and asked if he had told anyone else about it. She opened her eyes, looked at him menacingly, and demanded that he give it to her. He raised one eyebrow and looked at her questioningly. She took a step forward. She looked intently at the gloomy guy and demanded that he hand over all the items that he had received. He clenched his teeth, looked at her in bewilderment, and asked what she meant. She looked at him intently, said that people would be nervous if they found out that the villains had returned, and asked him not to complicate everything, because Union would sort everything out quietly. She closed her eyes, waved her hand, said that no one needed unnecessary worries. Ju-won tried to object to her. He said that the villains had returned and they should report everything to the Hero Association. She frowned, looked at him menacingly, said that she would not repeat it twice and that Union would sort it out. He looked at her uncertainly when Banshee said that such things should be handled internally. He narrowed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and said that he did not understand her. He rubbed her chin thoughtfully and said that she understood why the information should be hidden, because if the Guardian became aware of it, there would be a problem. He thought about the guy lying unconscious in a hospital bed and said that asking him to give them what his teammate had risked his life for was too much. She frowned, sighed wearily, and asked if it really looked like she was asking him to do this and not ordering him. She took off her cloak and said that if he needed a little pain to start thinking faster, then she would help him with it. He froze, looked intensely at the girl, thinking that if she decided to use her powers in the hospital, then someone was probably covering for her. They looked back tensely when someone scolded Banshee for losing her temper too quickly. A smiling man in a black coat approached them and told the girl that she was too straightforward. She looked at him displeasedly and asked why he was so late. He threw up his hands and said that he met a group of fans at the entrance and, after all, he needed to maintain his image. He squinted suspiciously at the man and thought he had seen him before. He remembered the magazine cover with his photo and realized that this was a celebrity hero who worked for Union. He smiled at him, called him Mr. Newbie, and said that he appreciated his passion, but some things could become problematic if the public found out about them. He closed his eyes and continued to smile and asked if a recruit like him could cope with the consequences of causing trouble for very influential people. Ju-won listened to him thoughtfully. He frowned and thought that they were quite annoying, but seemed to be keeping up with him because they were trying to hide the fact that the villains were back. The Banshee put her cloak back on and he looked at them and thought he had no choice. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding, because he never said that he would not hand over the items he found. He smiled slyly, raised one eyebrow mockingly, and asked if they could fulfill his request. He was putting on a shirt. The nurse looked at him worriedly and asked if he was sure of his decision, because he still needed rest. He replied that he would be fine. He turned around, smiled at her, and said that his bones were healing quite quickly. She mentally admired his beauty. He walked out of the room decisively, thinking that there was something more important that he needed to deal with immediately. He remembered the man who had rubbed his chin and thought that something was wrong with this guy. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he didn't know that they were still conducting experiments. His eyes flared with rage. Stiletto thought that everything was in order and this time he would make sure that he killed them all. He looked at someone thoughtfully, thinking that the computer had shown him the location of the connected network, so if he hurried, he could still make it. Ju-won leaned his back against the wall and waited for his friend. He approached the guy. The main character asked if he was sure that he could get up. Stiletto sarcastically replied that he was touched by his concern. He threw up his hands, said that in such a situation he could not do otherwise, and asked how Chrome was doing. The main character said that she had already been discharged. He handed him his phone and asked him to take a look. Vinto commented on Yamniam's photo, saying that he was very intrigued by their next move. Ju-won said that this comment got a lot of attention and it seems that their ranking within Union has increased significantly. He opened his mouth, said that this was great news, asked what happened to the item they took from the laboratory, and thought about what happened while he was unconscious if Vinto began to behave like that. He looked at his friend in alarm, clenched his teeth, and said that he had conveyed everything. He clenched his teeth in irritation, unable to believe what he was hearing. He leaned his back against the wall, looked at the phone, and said that yesterday Banshee came and threatened him. He had no other choice, so he gave them all the items in exchange for the opportunity to raise the team's reputation. He grabbed him by the t-shirt. He approached his face and looked at him menacingly. Stiletto continued to hold him by the clothes and asked if he had forgotten that he risked his life and ended up in the hospital trying to save the evidence. He frowned, clenched his teeth, looked displeasedly at Ju-won and asked if he hadn't seen the experiments they were conducting there on people. The main character asked him to calm down. He slapped him on the arm, grinned and asked if he had decided that he had given them all the evidence without having a backup plan. His phone rang, he looked at the screen and said that he should not have talked about the devil. She raised the phone to her ear, sighed heavily and said that she didn't understand why she had to do this for them. She put her hand on her side, frowned and said that she was able to copy the data they needed without any problems, left it in the penthouse, so they could easily come and pick it up at their convenience, but next time such things should be warned in advance. He watched Ju-won's phone conversation in confusion. He ended the call, smiled slyly and said that in exchange for items, he asked them to raise the team's reputation, and they agreed to it. He remembered how he called the blue-haired girl and said that he immediately contacted Heist and asked her to copy all the data. He closed his eyes, smiled contentedly and called Ju-won ridiculous when he said that all the data that Banshee possesses is also with them. He tapped his temple with his finger, reminded him of his illegal part-time work as a doppelganger and said that he was used to getting out of difficult situations. He took something out of his pocket and said that he found it among the items they had received. He showed him a strange white and green object, smiled slyly and asked if he thought it was interesting. There were several trees growing in the hospital yard. Men in dressing gowns were discussing what would be for lunch today when some noise was heard. Behind them stood a man in a cap. He listened to their conversation. He pressed his hand to the visor and looked at them thoughtfully. A crash was heard and electrical discharges appeared. He turned himself into one of the hospital employees and thought he would borrow his appearance for a while. The door to the genetic analysis laboratory creaked open. He walked into a room with various instruments. He looked around, checking that no one was there. He walked over to the office desks. Several windows were open on one of the monitors. Loading was in progress. This was what he needed. He poured the green liquid into the flask. He lowered the flask onto the device. He looked at the computer screen with a grin, glad that he had experience with such things thanks to his work as a doppelganger. He pressed a couple of buttons and decided that now all he had to do was wait a little. Someone approached him from behind while Ju-won lamented the fact that they couldn't request an official investigation. He flinched when a man in a white coat standing behind him asked why he didn't go to lunch as he had planned. He turned around abruptly, scratched the back of his head in confusion and said that he had to come back because he had left something in the laboratory. But the second employee did not believe him. He pointed at the sample and asked them to give him the sample they had recently received. He turned around and wondered what kind of sample he was talking about. He grabbed the white box and picked it up. His eyes widened in surprise. There was an object similar to a bracelet in the glass box. He turned around and looked at the employee. The man asked if he hadn't seen him before and said that it was the berserker they discovered who was wearing it. He thought about the creature screaming in pain and said that the villains most likely abandoned it due to severe damage, but they were able to repair it even though it required a lot of work. He handed the box to an employee. He said that it seems that this item allows you to control berserkers. It is quite complex, so most likely the villains took quite a lot of time to develop it. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said that they must have put a lot into the development of this item. He frowned with displeasure and thought that this confirmed that the group of villains still existed, but it was unclear why Union would hide this. He went back to the monitor, tapped his fingers on the keyboard and thought that the analysis would take some time, so he needed to make sure that no one else came in, so he needed to inform his team about this. He walked away from the computer. The computer whirred as it processed information. A system window appeared in which it said that identical data had been found and offered to download it. The action moves to a tall building. They sat in the spacious living room and looked through papers. He looked away when someone asked what it was all about. She froze with a confused look among the stacks of papers and asked if they really needed to look through all these files. She threw her head back, closed her eyes and said that she already felt bad just thinking about it, so she'd better go stream. He pointed his finger to the sides and asked her to look at those too. Chrome and Ju-won were reading papers, desperately fighting sleep. Stiletto explained that they had been doing this for 2 days. He looked at the stack of papers and said that no one expected so much information, but they needed to look at everything, even if it seemed insignificant. He jumped up, frowned, opened his mouth wide and shouted that he couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed his thumb at himself and said that he fully supported Stiletto's revenge and recognized the need to rise in Union's rank, but he also needed to value himself. He turned around and walked out. Chrome asked where he was going. He replied that he was going to spend part of his 2 million salary and let off some steam. She took the jacket, sighed and said that she would have to look after Ju-won. Yamniam looked at her with regret and asked why they were leaving as soon as she arrived. He smiled and said that concentration decreases if you sit still for a long time. He was about to say something else, but froze mid-sentence. There was some image on the laptop screen. He looked thoughtfully at the photograph of the buildings. She lowered her head, closed her eyes in displeasure and admitted that it seemed she would have to stay. She showed a phone with a delivery app open on the screen and said that in this case they would need food. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yamniam called out to him and asked if she could order something for him. He continued to frown. The girl called him again, but he did not react at all. She looked at him displeasedly when he put on his jacket and said that he would also go out for a while. She stood behind him. Yamniam asked if they would really leave her here alone and suggested that this was some kind of prank. Stiletto replied that until he was convinced of everything, he could not tell her anything. He looked at her furtively and promised to return soon. She hid her hands behind her back, made a dissatisfied face and did not answer him. She turned away, took out her phone and began choosing food. The red car was speeding down the road. People looked at the car with delight, which stopped abruptly. They got out of the car. He frowned, widened his mouth and said that this car was amazing. Chrome looked at him thoughtfully and asked why he reacted like that if he had just been driving it himself. She approached him and asked what their plan was. He straightened his sweatshirt and said that he had been thinking about investing and buying real estate, but it seemed like he needed new clothes first. She looked at his muscles thoughtfully. Juwon said that maybe it was because his body was adapting to his new strength, but he had become much more pumped up lately. She turned away and walked ahead, telling him to follow her. Juwon tried to resist and said that he was actually able to choose his own clothes. He looked away in embarrassment and opened his mouth wide when she said that if he went shopping alone, he would spend all the money on tracksuits. The main character explained that this was only because he used to be poor. She looked forward resolutely. Chrome promised to help him with his choice and offered to silently follow her. She pressed the black jacket against his body. He pressed his wrist to his face and sniffed. He looked at the food on his plate in amazement, wondering why such a small portion cost so much. He held many packages in his hands. Juwon called out to Chrome, said that they had already bought a lot of things and asked if it was time to stop. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at him displeased. He turned pale and thought that she was quite scary, and now he began to doubt that they had gone shopping for him. She turned away and said that when he is alone he can wear whatever he wants, but next to her he must always be well dressed. He glanced sideways at her and asked what that even meant. His attention was attracted by a crowd of people who were animatedly discussing something. He closed his eyes and smiled widely. He looked at him askance, opened his mouth and said that he would never have thought that he could meet Vinto in such a place. She walked up to him, looked at the crowd and said that Union's heroes are essentially celebrities, and Vinto has a lot of fans. He looked thoughtfully at the man's profile. Chrome asked what he was thinking about. He thought about the girl in the mask and said that he did not understand why Banshee was not punished for using force in the hospital in front of others. She looked at him and began to explain something, but was interrupted. They turned and saw Banshee standing next to her. She explained that she could control her abilities, so the only one who got hurt that time would be Juwon. He opened his mouth in surprise, and she frowned when Banshee remembered that Chrome was also involved in the Berserker incident and asked why she was so insistent on keeping an eye on the newcomers. She crossed her arms and asked if they were in a relationship. Chrome blushed and shouted at her that it was not like that at all. The masked girl said she didn't really care what is going on between them and how they know each other. He looked at Banshee questioningly when she said that she was a little ashamed that she had to force him to give them the evidence. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said that she probably seemed like a villain to him, but the truth was more complicated than he could imagine. She approached the guy with the packages and thanked him, adding that it was quite funny to hear from someone who threatened you. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Chrome when she asked if they could discuss this in front of her. Banshee replied that it seemed to her that Juwon had already told her everything. She turned away and said that in any case, all the important data was in their hands, and besides, Union had more members than Guardian. He showed a wide smile, thinking that they had this data too. She looked at him intently with blue eyes. When someone called her, she said that that's all she wanted to tell him. They looked after her thoughtfully. Banshee thought that she had high expectations about Juwon because he looks very talented. Chrome looked at him suspiciously and asked if he had fallen for her lie. She thought about the people against the scale symbol and said that Union only cared about its own prosperity, so before Nemesis was defeated, everyone, including the leader Arkady, were essentially mercenaries. She frowned and said that even now they are not fulfilling their duties as heroes, but are more focused on their activities as celebrities. He looked at the back of the retreating girl and thought that despite Chrome's opinion, the Banshee's words seemed quite sincere to him. She crossed her arms and asked how the tests were going. He replied that it would probably take a little while before they got the results. He gritted his teeth and said it wouldn't hurt to check how the analysis was going. It was dark outside. He again turned into a laboratory worker and looked around suspiciously, wanting to convince him that this time there was definitely no one here. He shuddered when a man in a white robe reappeared behind him and asked if he had finally come. He turned around, scratched the back of his head in confusion and asked why he was still here. Ju-won was even beginning to suspect that this employee was doing this on purpose. The man said that they had been working overtime for several days. He rubbed his neck, yawned widely and said that perhaps they would find a use for that collar once he redesigned it. The main character listened with interest. He turned and looked at it and said that he was surprised at how powerful the suppression ability it had. He asked him if he knew anything about it. He thought of the laughing man, faked a laugh, said it was nothing really, and thought that he had fought them but knew nothing about them. They looked at the collar. The employee said that it was a rather inhumane device, so he could only wonder what they were up to. He tried to keep a calm expression when the employee said that the results of his research were ready. He walked over to the computer and tapped on the keyboard, thinking that something was wrong. He frowned and looked at the screen in confusion. A system window appeared with a message stating that identical data had been found and offering to download it. He continued to type something, thinking about what's going on. A window appeared on the screen requiring you to enter an access code for level 0. He frowned, imagining a disgruntled Haste who would likely kill him if he revealed that she had shared a code with him that was intended only for justice. He raised one eyebrow, considering the information. He knew that the data set already existed, but there was no record of it anywhere. A sudden realization struck him. He began to quickly tap on the keyboard, thinking that this was simply impossible. A diagram and image appeared on the screen. He frowned, looking at the data in confusion. An image of a body appeared on the screen. He could not believe how this substance was found in Justice's body. He ran. He thought about the system window telling him there was a match between the sample he had brought and the data in the system. He thought about the dead man and came to the conclusion that the villain's stiletto was hunting were somehow connected to Justice's death. He put the phone to his ear and thought that he couldn't tell anyone about this. They had to figure it out on their own. He looked at the phone screen and wondered why he wasn't answering the call and wasn't in the penthouse. The sun illuminated the building with the Union Heroes' apartments. He rang the bell, hoping that Stiletto would open the door. The red-haired girl watched as he rang the doorbell and shouted to his friend that he had something to tell him. She waved her hand at him, said that her name was Vivi, that she had seen him on Vinto's Instagram and would like to become friends. She smiled at him and asked if he was Stiletto's friend because she saw him leave recently. Ju-won annoyedly thought that there was something wrong with this super extrovert. He waved his hand and asked where the guy had gone. She replied that she had not asked. He looked at her confused when she said that he looked like he was going somewhere far away. He frowned, clenched his teeth in irritation and thought that Stiletto was a fool and went to hunt down the villains alone. The guy in the hood of the sweatshirt looked around warily. The wheels creaked. He got off the bus. He adjusted the strap of his backpack on his shoulder and looked around. The bus had left. He looked at the low houses and thought that he had not been here for a long time. He walked past brick buildings and wire fences. He turned the corner. A man was sitting there smoking. He continued walking, looking around and thinking that everything had not changed that much because it was still dirty here. He stopped on the landing and stared at something. There was a sign for an orphanage on the roof of the building. He touched his palm to the wall. He frowned and wondered why it had to be this particular place. He remembered how the sun illuminated the shelter sign. Leaning on a cane along the road, a gloomy boy walked. It was Theo Khan, now known as Stiletto, at the age of 10 years. He suddenly stopped when he heard someone's footsteps behind him. A boy running past pushed him. He winced in pain as he fell to the ground. He grabbed his sore leg with his hands. The boy who pushed him crossed his arms over his chest and mockingly said that you need to watch where you are going. He continued to squeeze his bad leg. The boys asked if his eyesight was as bad as his leg. He sat down and looked gloomily after the offender. He remembered how the dark-haired woman sighed heavily. They sat opposite each other. She said that he needed to learn to get along with others. Theo tried to convey to her that everything was wrong. He frowned and shouted that they did it on purpose and were still doing it. She closed her eyes and said wearily that she had already talked to them about their behavior and they said that they were very remorseful for their actions. They looked at him displeased. His eyes widened in surprise when she said that perhaps the problem was himself since the other children continued to bully him. The tired woman said that teachers cannot protect him all the time and he needs to learn to protect himself. The boys laughed. He turned around and looked at them and thought about what she had just said. He clenched his hand into a fist. He put his hands behind his head and asked his friend if he saw Theo's helplessness. The other boy replied that he was crying so much that the teacher had to intervene. They looked at the boy walking in front. He grinned wickedly. They ran forward and knocked the cane out of his hands. They turned around, looked at the fallen boy and asked if he had never learned to watch where he was going. His eyes widened in surprise. He did not have time to finish his next ridicule. Theo ran, trembling with tension. He looked in surprise at his sore leg and asked his friend why he was running towards them. He hit him on the head with his cane. He winced from the strong blow. He fell, covering his face with his hands, and groaned in pain. He raised his cane again to strike. Someone tried to stop him. He watched in confusion as his friend was beaten. He covered his face with his hands and tried to stop Theo. His eyes were wild and he kept swinging his cane. She walked down the hallway looking for Theo and Sungmin. She noticed a boy dressed in a black t-shirt, breathing heavily. She approached him and asked what he was doing. Her eyes widened in surprise and she screamed in fear. A beaten boy lay on the floor in front of him. Sweat was running down his face and he was still breathing heavily. The guy in the white hood flinched when someone called him. A red-haired girl in a black hat stood in front of him. He put his palm on the wall. She said that this place was closed. He smiled and said that he could see. He looked at the hand extended to him, puzzled, and said that it looked like this place had been closed for quite some time. She closed her eyes, smiled widely, and said that nothing in this world is free and he should pay her for this information. He closed his eyes, grinned, and said that he would pay her if she answered one more question. He opened his wallet, reached for the money, and said if she knew anything about the recent disappearances of people in the area. Her eyes widened in surprise and she turned pale. She began to back away and said that she didn't know anything and she didn't need his money. He grabbed her wrist. Holding her hand, he leaned closer to her, said that she was acting as if she knew something and asked her to tell him everything. She looked irritably at his fingers on her hand. She waved her hand, asking him to bend over. She whispered something in his ear. Suddenly her eyes turned red and her mouth turned into a maw full of fangs. He straightened up sharply and looked at her in bewilderment. She managed to scratch his neck. He frowned and grabbed his neck. The creature took off his cloak, smiled bloodthirstily, and said that people were disappearing because of her. Blood drips onto the ground. Stiletto looks at the wound on his neck, clenching his jaw. The girl stands opposite him, smiling. She arches an eyebrow, asking if he still doesn't want to come back. He just frowns, telling her not to pretend that she knows him well, to which she wonders if she doesn't. The young man looks at her displeasedly when she calls him Mr. Failed Experiment and claims that he was used like a resource only because of his abilities. She smiles, saying that she heard that they want to use him again. He is just like recyclable material for them. He has no idea how glad she is to meet them. A claw grows in Stiletto's hand and he states that she talks too much. Before he was confused. The claw grows and he claims that it's even easier this way. The girl smiles, asking if he is afraid. Suddenly he rushes towards her. He swings his clawed hand. The girl also puts out her claws, grinning. She immediately stabs him. She stops, turning around. The thought of claws sounds. The young man slides his feet on the ground. The same thing happens to girls. Stiletto looks at her angrily. She just smiles at him. She attacks him decisively again. She ducks her head, avoiding the blow. She holds back the young man's hand. She has a fearsome expression on her face as she delivers numerous blows. She dodges attacks time and time again. Stiletto clenches his jaw, frowning as she fights him. The girl swings at him, claiming that it is exciting, and asks why he hits so weakly. Taking her blows, the young man only notices that it is as if he is fighting a beast. Something begins to grow from his hand. The girl is surprised when her hand is cut. It turns out that the young man was covered in claws. He strikes the disgruntled girl. She rises above the ground. It becomes known that the young man raised her. He indifferently reports that the failed experiment will now hurt her. The girl clenches her clawed fingers. She smiles, grabbing his hands. Stiletto looks at her questioningly. They start kicking their legs. The girl slides along the ground, licking her lips. The young man frowns when she notices that she really is in pain. The question arises as to why she is still standing. She just smiles, looking at him. Claw falls to the ground when the question is asked, "Isn't this too much for such a little thing?" Stiletto arches an eyebrow, thinking that her regeneration is so fast. What kind of monster have they created? The girl rushes at him, swinging her arms, and declares that now it's his turn. She starts cutting him with her claws. Stiletto closes his hand, noticing that it is fast, but not fast enough. He will block this attack and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. The girl tilts her head, saying that she heard that he was strong. Suddenly she grabs her hand. She tears off her hand, asking how he can do this. She throws it at the young man, who looks surprised. The hand flies in the air. Suddenly something strange happens to her. The young man frowns, declaring that this is an abomination. He strikes his hand. The girl rushes towards him, putting her legs forward, and asks if he is surprised. Her legs suddenly become bigger. It's about manifestation. The youth is thrown aside when the elephant stomp is applied. He immediately falls to the ground. He leans on the ground and spits blood. The girl laughs, asking if his ability can't protect him from this. Stiletto looks down tensely. The girl hits him again, contentedly. He falls to the ground again. His eyes are closed as she decides that she should see him as a pile of bones. Her arm grows back as she notices that she has finally been able to release her muscles. It is better than yesterday. She has a huge foot when she wonders how he knew about the sample. The redhead smiles wildly, asking if she told him to settle down. Suddenly she stabs Stiletto. She continues to beat him. He frowns and tries to hold back her blows. Many stones fly at him. He clenches his hands into fists. A guy with sparkling eyes is seen running. He immediately stabs the girl. Stones fly in different directions. Part of the building is destroyed when the guy notices that Stiletto has been on a spree. Ju-won smiles, asking if he's happy because he's here now. He frowns, saying that they have something to do with Justice's death. He can't close his eyes to it. The girl's hand is visible from under the rubble. She gets out of there and curses the guy. He wants to insult him, but his fist is already flying at her. She immediately flies away from the powerful blow. Ju-won stretches his arm as lightning flashes around him. He smiles, believing that now is the time to pass the baton. Suddenly something hits him in the back when the girl reminds him that she told him not to turn away. She tells him to watch his opponent until the end. Ju-won clenches his jaw in surprise. He gets blows when the red-haired woman says that he swings his fists coolly, but he shouldn't forget about his legs. The guy falls to the ground in shock. He looks up when they tell him to at least learn the basics. Haste appears and asks him not to even ask for joint training next time and hopes that he is not exhausted. Ju-won looks down, letting you know he'll only have a minute to catch his breath. The girl looks at him, calling him amazing, and asks if it would not have been easier for him to just play the role of Justice for money and not become him entirely. The guy raises his eyebrows when she asks why he's in trouble. He reports that this was the case at first. The monster is shown and it is said that in the past he lost his family. In the face of death he was not capable of anything. He looks tense and it talks about his status as a hero and how he thought he was just going to make a living doing it. He looks at his palm, claiming that things are different now. He clenches his hand into a fist, believing that he can't save everyone, but he won't ruin being a hero for money. Haste is surprised when he asks if he should therefore continue to improve himself. She only reports that it will not be so easy for him to control Justice's power. She puts her weapon forward, smiling, and claims that she will support him, but he will not receive her sympathy. Ju-won holds out his fist, declaring that he is sorry. A girl's hand with claws is shown. The guy looks at her in surprise when she throws a punch. She begins to attack him, and he covers himself with his hand. She looks at him in surprise. Suddenly she flies to the side, and he rushes forward. She frowns, clenching her fingers. Stiletto watches what is happening in amazement, thinking that the guy is capable, before he was able to dodge each of his blows. Ju-won swings his fist at the girl when the idea is raised that this is not a friendly duel at all and he trained Heist. Ju-won frowns and it is reported that he is growing before our eyes. The girl frowns when she gets hit. The guy sticks his fists out, asking if she's giving up, and tells her that he doesn't want to hurt little girls today. The girl smiles wildly, telling him not to be proud that she beat him up. She strikes a pose when the idea that she is fast is heard, but she is no match for Haste. She pushes off the ground with her foot, deciding to get down to business. It's about manifestation. She swings her leg, inviting the guy to try to dodge it. She puts her feet forward using the elephant stomp. Ju-won takes a decisive swing at her when it is revealed that this is her power. It's about manifestation. He immediately stabs the girl and a magnum is used. He smiles, asking if she understood his power. The girl's face just darkens and her legs are huge. She immediately begins to attack the guy. Ju-won frowns, clenching his jaw at the thought that he was bragging ahead of time. The girl laughs, calling him funny. Suddenly, Stiletto appears behind her, swinging at her, and he says that she is funny too. He stabs her from behind. He firmly states that she won't run away this time. The girl finds herself shackled. A scar is visible on her neck, and it is reported that he has already seen it. He clenches his hands into fists, asking if she was also a test subject and why she wasn't for them. The red-haired woman smiles widely, insulting him. She turns her head at him, claiming that he was helpless. A suffering girl is shown, and a phrase is heard that she also had problems with her body. She was treated differently then. Bodies are depicted, and it is reported that these experiments were akin to excruciating torture, resulting in many being dead. The question is, what does this matter? A man is shown on a mountain of bodies. He extends his hand up. It turns out that this is a girl who is happy that she has been reborn and is alive again. Stiletto looks down, frowning, and declares that this is madness. The red-haired girl just smiles. Her face darkens as she asks if she should show him what madness really is. The young people look up in amazement. It's about manifestation. A monster with sparkling eyes appears. Leviathan appears in front of them. Ju-won arches an eyebrow questioningly. The monster growls at them, its mouth wide open. He raises his head while others are scared. Ju-won clenches his jaw, thinking that this is, of course, bad, but he has not yet recovered from the previous manifestation. In this state he is not very strong. Leviathan looks at them and growls again as the thought sounds that the guy would need the power of an entire magnum, if not two at once, to cope with him. A girl's hand with claws is visible near his leg. Ju-won looks down in surprise. He notices a hand. He looks in surprise, thinking about the sensations. The monster laughs, asking if he's scared. The guy grins, noting that it didn't work last time. His hand is enveloped in lightning as he notices that he too is growing. Leviathan swings at him, asking what he is muttering there. Ju-won clenches his hand into a fist, telling him that now he doesn't have to worry about his injured hand. His eyes sparkle and he states that she is going to be in a lot of pain. Manifestation is applied. The guy's fist catches the monster. He is thrown aside as the true magnum activates. The girl spits blood and looks dumbfounded. She falls to the ground upside down. She ends up face down on the ground. Ju-won looks at her and claims that he doesn't advise her to do something like that on crowded streets. Someone will definitely punish her for this. Suddenly he clenches his jaw in pain, throwing his head back. He curses while Stiletto worriedly asks what's wrong with him. The guy's hand is shaking, and he thinks about how he expected it to hurt. He lowers his head, noting that he didn't think it would hurt this much. Suddenly someone's hand supports him. He looks at the girl, and she says that Yamniam told her everything, and believes that he was worried about Stiletto and went after him. The young man looks away. The redhead lies on the ground and he concludes that it is amazing. The phrase is that this is absolutely the same power that Justice had. Smiling awkwardly, Stiletto realizes he'll have to clean up and thanks Ju-won. The guy smiles, saying that he will owe him. Chrome frowns, hitting both of them, and claims that next time she won't even let them outside without permission, to which Ju-won apologizes. Stiletto holds his head, communicating that he needed to check something. The girl looks thoughtfully, believing that this is definitely related to Justice's murder, and the young man notices that Ju-won has already talked about it. The guy sits on the ground, stating that he thought so, and remembers the drug in the ampoule, to which Chrome replies that at first she thought so too. She frowns, claiming that it's completely the opposite, and Ju-won is surprised. She seriously reports that there is no poison in this ampoule. The same ampoule is shown when it becomes known that it contains an ability stimulator. A large golden statue is depicted. Young people are moving forward. Being in a straitjacket, the girl looks around with interest. People look at her when she asks if this is how heroes live. The men notice that no villains have been brought here for a long time. Union caught her. The girl pricks up her ears when they talk about the fact that not only was this the work of Union, but she was also caught by some newcomer, apparently an ordinary little guy. The girl immediately looks at him angrily, asking what he called her. Men are immediately afraid of her. Yamniam sneaks up behind her, tickling her. She happily says that the red-haired one must be a good dog, and she asks who the other dog is here. Ju-won looks away. He notices Banshee with the men. The guy smiles awkwardly, thinking that he stole the data and everything will somehow be resolved by itself. The girl reaches out her hand to him. She places her hand on his shoulder, praising him. He looks at her in confusion when she comments that hard work is inspiring. The man with yellow eyes says that they will take further responsibility upon themselves and asks Stiletto to hand over the villainess to them. The young man frowns, telling him not to talk nonsense. Suddenly he looks dumbfounded. The men take the happy girl away, and Yamniam asks worriedly what happened. Ju-won arches an eyebrow, wondering what the boy is doing. Suddenly he hears a voice in his head asking if he cheated. He closes his eyes, wondering what kind of ultrasound this is and if he's the only one who hears it, and Chrome asks what's wrong. The Banshee turns around, declaring that he will soon see. The guy clenches his jaw, realizing that this is her doing. Smiling awkwardly, he assumes that she hates him, and Chrome claims that this is what was expected of a Banshee. Ju-won looks after the girl thoughtfully. He remembers that ampoule. Young people stand discussing something while the red-haired woman lies tied up. The guy sits on the ground, noticing that the autopsy results showed nothing. Suddenly Chrome takes out an ampoule. She pours the liquid out of it. Suddenly the limb mutates. It immediately bursts and blood gushes out. Stiletto states with interest that the reaction is very strong. His abilities have increased several times. Ju-won looks in surprise when the girl notices that the man is not able to withstand the contents of an entire ampoule, and this is what killed him. The guy arches an eyebrow, saying that the protocol indicated that the activation of Justice's abilities was done in a hurry. A document is shown stating that the use of abilities before death is confirmed. Chrome rolls his eyes, claiming it was a reaction to the drug. Ju-won looks up thoughtfully as he talks about justice and steroids. The girl looks serious when he believes that this power is just a fiction, and reports that this may not be the case. The monster appears when she says that Justice was a hero who defeated the Nemesis. Even with a stimulant, an ordinary person could not do it. She points her finger at something, asking if this is it. Ruins are visible, and she reports that if it were the stimulant, everything would be pointless. Stiletto crosses his arms, claiming that it was like a time bomb where no one knew when it would go off. That's clever and there's no evidence. Chrome looks down, telling the guy to think about how the villains are connected to this, then he will understand how Justice died. The young people look at her thoughtfully. A surprised Yamniam appears. She asks, stunned, if Justice was killed. Stiletto thoughtfully notes that his guesses were confirmed, and Ju-won asks what he means. The guy arches an eyebrow when Yamniam asks what they are talking about, and Stiletto tells her that they can tell her everything. She is not as naive as she may seem. The Union Tower, the main building, Arcadia's office is shown. Justice is shown seated. He He thoughtfully notes that he has not reincarnated for a long time. Then it becomes clear that this is not the real Justice. He admits that he will never get used to these views. He remembers the girl, thinking that if he wants to find out who killed his friend, he needs to interrogate her and meet Arcadia. He frowns, noting that he usually doesn't talk to many people, but of course he will make an exception for him. Suddenly the door opens. Men look in that direction when a guy is told to enter. The fake Justice enters the room as he is greeted. Arcadia, looking down, notices that they have not seen each other for a long time. A teapot flies in the air when he asks if he needs tea or coffee, to which the guy answers in the negative. He pours himself some tea, deciding to drink it himself. He takes the mug and drinks, claiming that it relieves stress. His guest looks at him when he asks what brought him here and thinks that he knows about everything, but wants to find out more information. Arcadia sits in a chair and reports that he heard that a villain was caught in Union. It seems that some little girl caused a fuss. The fake Justice calmly answers in the affirmative and states that, according to their information, she is involved in a large villainous organization. The villains have regained their strength. Arcadia is surprised when he reports that the Guardians are demanding her interrogation, and notes that the rumors have reached her. He twirls his mug in the air, claiming that their request is reasonable. He grabs the mug, asking what his guest is not happy with. The fake Justice looks at him questioningly. Arcadia lies calmly on his chair when he states that if this is true, the matter requires urgent consideration, and he wonders if he is sure of this, because she does not even look like a villain. She has mental problems. The guy frowns when Arcadia notices that she has gone crazy, completely gone wild with them, and asks if he is joking. Blue Hair rests his head on his hand as he states that he is sure that he knows as well as he does what she is and asks if it is true. He folds his arms, asking why he cares even if she is truly a villain, because if the villains return, Guardian will only become stronger. Fake Justice wonders what he's talking about. Guardian is reportedly not in the best shape right now. Arcadia lowers his gaze, asking if he agrees that without villains there is no one to fight with. He smiles, declaring that they don't have to listen to weaklings. The guy clenches his hands into fists, wondering if he is serious, to which he receives an affirmative answer. He just looks at him silently. He turns away, claiming that this is a waste of time. Arcadia calmly looks after him. He spins the cup in the air, saying that this is strange and he did not expect him to accept it so easily. He wonders, bewildered, if he has always been so obedient. The fake Justice is on the phone, claiming that everything is as he expected. The voice on the phone tells him to follow the old pattern. The guy only answers in the affirmative. He smiles, believing that Justice is getting back to work. A large golden statue is shown. Yamniam notices with displeasure that they brought the girl here with such difficulty. Juwon raises his eyebrows, thinking Banshee is in a hurry. He arches an eyebrow, claiming that she seems to be following some kind of plan. Only the girl's back is visible, and Chrome, rolling his eyes, reports that in Union everyone is only interested in profit. Stiletto turns to Juwon, asking what they will do since it seems they won't get anything back, to which he replies that there is no use for them to act now, so they should leave it to Justice. Yamniam looks down, believing that Arcadia will not help them and they should ask him about Justice. A huge young man is shown when it is reported that even with the #1 hero, Guardian is not in the best shape right now. It sounds like he's already thought about it. Haste is depicted with a finger pointed at. The heroes are reported to be separated and fighting among themselves. Money is shown and it is said that Union are obsessed with money. It makes no sense for them to appeal to Justice. Juwon clenches his hand into a fist, deciding that there is only one way out for him, and that is to become stronger. Chrome glares at him as he reveals that he should be able to solve something, and she asks what he's up to. The guy pokes himself in the head, noting that he has been using his brains all his life. Now he will try to do the same. He smiles, claiming that he will go to Arcadia first. His muscular back is shown and the question is asked whether everything will be okay. A bright room is shown. Chrome sits at the table, holding a book in her hands. She looks to the side questioningly when her name is called. Eugene smiles and waves at her. Soyeon happily asks how she is, to which the girl reports that she is doing great. Suddenly Eugene awkwardly looks down. Chrome arches an eyebrow when she remembers that she's currently helping Union newbies and asks how it's been. The girl looks at her in surprise when she says that she is considering an offer to become their scout because they say the salary is big there. Chrome just looks back questioningly. She lowers her head, noting that the pay there is really good, so the girl should not miss her chance, to which she asks if she really thinks so. Seo-yeon turns around to say goodbye to her, and Eugene states that they will soon be able to see each other a lot more often. She looks seriously at her phone. Yamniam writes to her and she thinks it might be a little difficult. An order to temporarily suspend activities is displayed. The girl arches an eyebrow, wondering if they can allow newcomers to prove themselves. She puts the phone away, thinking that even though they were able to find out something about Justice's death, what should they do now? She remembers Juwon, believing that he is up to something and hopes that it is something adequate. She looks to the side questioningly. She notices a crowd of people wondering what is there. She is surprised when asked if she will participate and wonders what to participate in. The young man happily reports that Justice himself is training them right now. The girl, perplexed, clarifies who is training them. Suddenly she looks dumbfounded at the hand that is reaching out to her. A girl with pink hair desperately asks to be saved. Chrome arches an eyebrow when the sufferer is asked where she is going. Fake Justice smiles, noting that the training isn't over yet. The girl exhales dejectedly. Her eyes begin to sparkle. She releases a stream of energy. The guy calmly dodges this. The pink-haired girl's mask is revealed. Magical streams emanate from it. The fake Justice looks at her carefully. He skillfully dodges all attacks. Suddenly he approaches the girl, surprising her. He hits her on the forehead, telling her to pay closer attention to her left side and remember to analyze the situation. Chrome looks at it thoughtfully when someone notices that he explains it so well and the thought of his idea is heard. The girl tries to catch her breath when it is announced that this is not just training for Guardian. The young man clenches his hand into a fist when it is said that this is the experience of fighting with people with very different abilities. It is good to help develop skills. Chrome looks at the people around him, believing that everyone is enjoying it. She smiles and notices that the guy killed 2 birds with 1 stone. An orange sky is visible. Fake Justice waves his hand, saying that everyone did a good job, so they need to rest well today, for which they thank him. The people cheer and decide when they will train again while Chrome watches them. The guy wipes his face with a napkin. He looks away when asked if he's finished. Seo Yeon approaches him, asking if he's too overconfident since he fights against other heroes time after time, to which he points out that Justice's ability is deceptive. The girl looks questioningly when he says that he made inquiries and found out why Guardian is now so weakened. She looks at her tablet when it becomes known that many are leaving the organization, some have simply transferred, and there are those who have left altogether. There is a phrase that the loss of talented heroes is one of the reasons. They should work on it first. Chrome holds up the tablet, asking if he decided to fix it with training. She looks down, asking for forgiveness for what she is pushing, but claims that this is not enough. Improving the hero's skills and working on their abilities is undoubtedly very important. Fake Justice smiles when she states that it's not enough, and he asks who said they were just training. Sonu appears, and a question is asked about how the girl thinks how many heroes he has replaced, even if he takes Sonu from the new school. The guy runs his finger over the tablet, wondering if she wants to say that some people can't get recognition simply because they're unlucky. The fake Justice notices that many have left Union anyway, and he asks the girl to convey this to Yamniam and Stiletto. Chrome looks questioningly at the tablet. Suddenly she is surprised by something. She asks, amazed, if he is ready to go that far, to which she receives an affirmative answer. The guy smiles, declaring that they will wipe the noses of the smug Unionists. Metro Station. Night. The moon illuminates the roof of the building. The driver was sitting on the train, relaxing and drinking tea. Suddenly a guy came up and said hello to the driver. It turned out to be a marathon runner who was laughing ridiculously. The driver, without leaving the cab, said that he had arrived on time, asking him to leave the train at the depot. The marathon runner attached a chain to the vehicle. After that he ate something from his bag. Steam rose from his cap on his head, and the marathon runner himself threw a chain over his shoulder. At that very second he rushed off, and the train dutifully followed him. Depot. The moon did not move from the sky, illuminating everything around. The marathon runner arrived at his destination, breathing heavily. Bowing to the driver, he thanked him for his hard work, to which he replied that it had been a long day. Suddenly someone called the marathon runner. It turned out to be Juwon. He waved at him and said with a smile on his face that they had not seen each other for a long time. That same night, small night spot. The marathon runner hit the table, aggressively saying that he couldn't stand this. He was very drunk. After drinking another glass, he said that he had been told that he was very strong, but that he had behavioral problems. Then he added that because of this refusal, he now has to work in the subway every day. Juwon looked at the pile of alcohol bottles in confusion, and then said that it must be hard for him. Marathon Man put his head on the table and asked Juwon if he was from the Union. Looking at Juwon, the marathon runner said that his body looked much better and then asked what happened. Juwon laughed and said that his ability is to change appearance, not transformation. Raising his head, the marathon runner tisked and asked if he really had a unique ability, after which he replied that he was jealous of him because he himself could not become a great hero. Suddenly Juwon said that he came to offer him something. The marathon runner, his cheeks reddened from drinking, asked him again. At that moment, Juwon turned away and, showing his finger, told him to wait a minute. The marathon runner, pouring himself another glass of alcohol, asked himself what he was going to say, asking himself after that whether he wanted to ask him to cover him again. Having poured a glass, he said that he should figure out how to refuse. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Justice sat down at the table, after apologizing. The marathon runner, having drunk from a glass before, spat out all the alcohol out of fright. In horror, putting his hand to his face, he asked him if he was Justice. Justice immediately apologized, saying that he would not have recognized him without a mask. Leaning back in his chair, he told the marathon runner that he didn't think he liked the union. After thinking a little, he asked if he would like to join the guards together with the union. The marathon runner was confused and didn't know what to answer. Shyly lowering his head, he slowly said that it would be an honor for him, adding after that there were few guards. But before he could finish speaking, Justice interrupted him, saying 200. He folded his hand across his chest and with a serious face said that this is exactly how much the guy's salary will change in comparison with what he receives in the union. These words shocked the marathon runner. In his head, he asked himself in surprise that if he received so much, then how many model trains could he buy? Beads of sweat ran down his face. He imagined Ju-won and Justice as trains and asked himself why the guards suddenly decided to invite him, and what Ju-won had to do with Justice. His thoughts were interrupted by Justice, who said that he would also receive VIP membership in the railway club. Hearing this, the marathon runner immediately agreed. At this time, in the conference room, Vietno said that profit in the quarter also increased by 13% compared to the previous one. Holding out his hand, he said with a smile on his face that they had once again exceeded all expectations, adding that they attributed this impressive growth to the expansion of the union. Looking at the influential people gathered in the hall, he reported that now that the villains have been destroyed, they are attracting and developing new heroes, adding after that they will continue to further improve their results next year. A man in the audience said it was very impressive. Praise for Vietno was immediately heard from everywhere. People were talking and asking each other whether they should have come at all. Vietno listened to them silently with a smile on his face. As soon as everyone left, his face changed. The smile was no longer on his face. Exhaling heavily, he looked at the bright ceiling and said that he was tired of them all. With complete indifference in his eyes, he raised his hand to his face, after which he snapped his fingers when suddenly his hair took on a completely different shape and he himself became Arcadia. Having taken off his jacket and boots, he leaned back on the chair, saying that he had extended his life. Suddenly his secretary came to see him, thanking him for his hard work. Arcady, without getting up from his chair, immediately told him to leave. The secretary, without leaving, said that he needed to tell him something else. Raising his head, Arcady looked at the secretary, saying that he had a headache. This concerns the guards, his secretary interrupted. Immediately Arcady's face changed to a more surprised one. What's there? He asked. A little confused, the secretary said that something was happening in the union. Because of this, people were going over to the guards. Having told how Chrome, Stiletto and Yam Yam went over to the guards without hesitation, the secretary said that they were conducting very aggressive campaigning. Sitting in a chair, Arcady, resting his head on his hand, asked how strong heroes they attract. The secretary replied that most of them were below average. Arcady grinned. Turning to the window, he said that it seemed that the guards wanted to take revenge for last time, after which he asked, even the all-powerful Justice is still a man, isn't it? The secretary asked him if Arcadia was really going to set them in quantity, to which he, tapping his finger on the chair, replied that this would make them look even worse. After thinking a little, the secretary asked what they should do then. Arcadia immediately responded that they couldn't just let them go. Looking up from the view in the window, he looked back at the secretary, raised a finger and said that it was better to raise the bar. Presenting piles of money, he explained that the agitation only works if more money is offered, adding that if they increase salaries, the poor guards will not be able to afford it. Playing with the pendant around his neck, Arcadia asked what their number one would do then. I will return them all, Ju-won said with a serious face at the same moment. Hearing this, Haste made a disgusted face and asked him again. With her arms outstretched, she stood opposite him and asked at what cost he was going to do this. To this, Ju-won immediately responded to give him another 100. Haste put her hand to her forehead in disappointment. Then Ju-won, folding his arms across his chest, said that now is not the time to save money. Hearing this, Haste shouted aggressively, asking where the money would come from. Having calmed down, she said with condemnation in her eyes that the guards relied on government funding and donations, but even that had recently become less frequent. After a short silence, she said in disappointment that he knew nothing about their budget. At that moment, Ju-won pulled his chair under him and said that there was money. He carefully sat down in the chair, leaning on the armrests. After that, he pointed his finger at himself and with a smile on his face said that they were right in his pocket. Heist looked at Ju-won indignantly and asked in surprise if she had misheard. The heroes we will attract this time are underestimated, he replied. In the Union they have not even heard of them, because everything there depends on popularity and ratings. After a short silence, he continued. After his words, he added that he saw all this from the outside. Delving deeper into his memories, he remembered standing in his raincoat in the rain. Ju-won saw Marathon Man dragging the train. They are all incredibly talented, he added, looking at how hard the Marathon Man was trying. With an angry expression on his face, Ju-won said that these heroes cannot succeed because of the ridiculous alliance system. Is this fair? He asked. Haste stood and listened to him. And you want to train them, spending your own money on it, she thought. Angrily, Ju-won said, don't be so emotional. You don't think that I'm doing this for free? He clarified. Looking at him in surprise, Haste asked then. Naturally, this is an investment in the future, he shouted angrily. After a pause, he exclaimed, if the guards succeed, we can earn 10 or 20 times more. Closing her eyes, Heist said with a smile on her face that Ju-won was right. But the thought flashed through her head that in the end she was sure that the guy would work for the future of the guards. Getting a few % of the total income would be good, Ju-won dreamed, placing a finger on his chin. Fixing her gaze on him, Heist wondered how much the guy trusted her. Then you should start with Red, Heist said. Red? Ju-won asked in surprise. With confidence in her eyes, Heist looked at Ju-won and said that he was the left hand of justice, now he is not in the guards. But if the Red one returns, the guards will become much stronger, she said. Many heroes followed and continue to follow Red. If we convince Red, they will all return with him, she continued to say. Standing in front of Heist, Ju-won asked why Red left. He's retired, the girl answered coldly. Before Justice was killed, they had a conflict, the girl said. Moments of conflict flashed through her mind. I don't know the details, she said indifferently. Ju-won looked at the girl with interest and asked if the conflict with Justice could have something to do with the murder. Haste exclaimed in fear that he could not do this. Like me, he respected Justice more than anyone else, she continued. He followed the ideology of the guards like no one else, she said about Red. Even if he left us, she continued. With his arms folded across his chest, Ju-won looked thoughtfully at Heist. He stood and thought that he did not believe the girl. The more devoted you are, the more terrible it is that you change sides, his thoughts continued in his head. As he went through all the thoughts in his head, he thought that if Red had anything to do with the murder, he would find out. Since he was called the left hand of justice, we must bring him back, his thoughts continued. Ju-won said it would be better to get more information before interrogating him. Smiling, Haste replied that after that they would try to invite him to join them. Thoughtful, with her hand on her chin, she warned Ju-won to be careful. The guy looked questioningly at the girl. There was not a soul on the street. Justice walked down the street and looked at his phone. He walked and wondered how a man who was the left hand of justice lived in such a lousy place. He talked about how he also lived economically while he was a simple double. Justice stood in front of the building and thought. I think it's here, he said, looking up at the building. He asked thoughtfully if he needed the 3rd floor. Oh God, you're so tall, said a voice next to him. A grandmother stood next to him and asked if he needed to go to the 3rd floor. Justice nodded positively. The grandmother asked if the guy could give the box to the young man living there because she had bad knees. Smiling, the guy agreed and took the box in his hands. They seemed to be trusted in this area, Justice thought. Are the guards really that famous? He continued to think. The grandmother thanked the guy and left. As Justice walked up to the floor, he wondered why the guy was called unusual. Neighbors don't give food to strange people, a thought flashed through his head. Justice stood up and stood in front of a pile of boxes. Trying to get through them, he asked if they were parcels, there were so many of them. He saw that all these boxes were from 24-hour delivery. Does he order everything in bulk? Justice asked. Approaching the door, he pressed the bell. Opening the door slightly, he asked if anyone was home. It was quiet behind the door, there wasn't even a rustle behind it. Justice opened the door and looked into the apartment. It was empty and dark. Looking into the next room, he asked if anyone was at home. Justice decided to turn on the light to look around. In front of him he saw a guy in a motorcycle helmet lying in cold water. They looked at each other. Justice was surprised to see him. Turning around and getting ready to leave, Justice said that he was in the wrong apartment and apologized. The guy in the motorcycle helmet loudly exclaimed after him. The guy jumped up and stood up from the water. Turning, Justice saw a guy in a helmet heading towards him. What the hell? Justice exclaimed in shock. The guy put his hand on his shoulder. Welcome, Captain, the guy exclaimed. Is this the left hand of Justice? Justice thought in surprise. He asked in bewilderment, Captain, to which the guy in the helmet, holding his hands on his shoulders, laughed and said that it seemed that he was still embarrassed. Moving away from him, Red raised his hand clenched into a fist and asked if they would do this. This, Justice asked him. At the same second, the guy in the helmet swung his hand and rushed at his interlocutor. Special welcome. He hit Justice with such force that he was hit by a shockwave. Blazing strike. The blow was colossal, Justice could barely contain it. There was shock and surprise in his eyes. As soon as Red removed his fist, Justice grabbed his stomach, from which smoke was emanating, and said in his head that it was very powerful, and if he were an ordinary person, he would have ended up in the hospital, after which he added that he seemed to use pure physical strength. At this time, Red stood in a stance, calling Justice to hit him. Justice looked at him seriously and wondered in his head if Red was training at least something other than his abilities, after which he said that he really deserved to be called the left hand of Justice. He approached him and asked if he planned to return to the guards. Red was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he asked if he was serious about asking this after what happened. Justice became very tense. He looked at Red waiting for an answer, but in his head he said that the atmosphere had changed, asking himself if it could be because of their unresolved conflict, which Haste does not know about. After thinking, he put his hand forward and said that after that, perhaps they had different opinions on this matter. Maybe we can discuss this, he asked in his head. Justice said there are more important issues. Red clenched his fist angrily and aggressively asked more important things. More important than giving up the guards? Red asked him, looking at Justice, and then asked if this was really so important that it couldn't be told even to him in Haste. A month has already passed. Why are you still dodging? Red asked him aggressively. The real Ju-won appeared behind Justice. In his head he asked, I'm dodging. They stood opposite each other, saying nothing. Then Red said that if Justice was not going to explain anything, then he had nothing more to say. After these words, he pushed him out of his apartment. Red looked through the crack of the closing door and asked Justice to leave. After these words, he slammed the door. Justice had no words. He was very surprised. Ju-won remembered how a month ago, the real Justice contacted him. What happened then? Ju-won asked himself, not leaving the door. At this time, his voice was heard in Krasny's apartment. He pulled on his gloves and said, Blaze, ask them, Blaze, break them. He fastened the belt to his waist and said, Burning Passion. His helmet shone brightly, and his name, he said. Burning Red, he shouted, holding his hand in front of him. He was fully dressed in his suit. A few minutes later, he was already in the tree, rescuing the frightened cat. A few more minutes later, he was holding the thief who stole the wallet. And a few minutes later, he was helping his grandmother bring the cart with letters. Having destroyed everything, the grandmother left, waving her hand to him. He did the same. Red was looking after his grandmother when suddenly a voice was heard behind him, saying that the man who was called the left hand of justice was now pulling carts. Turning towards the voice, Red saw Vinto smiling. After a while, Red and Vinto sat in a cafe and drank coffee. Holding a cup of coffee in his hand and looking at her, Vinto said that this was the best cafe in the area, asking afterward if they didn't even have franchises here. Taking a sip of coffee from his cup, he winced heavily. Wiping his mouth, he said that it tasted as if they were serving dirty water instead of coffee, after which he extended his hand to pour the coffee on the floor. Suddenly his cup was stopped by Red. He looked at Vinto and, holding his mug in his hand, asked if he wasn't going to drink it, why not just leave it on the table? Vinto closed his eyes and with a smile on his face said that his interlocutor was right. After that, he handed him an envelope and said that this was an offer of employment from the union. Pushing him back, Red said that this was already the third, after which he said that he was refusing again. Then Vinto said that it was cold-blooded because he didn't even bother to read it. Putting his hands in his pocket, Vinto said that he knew why Red was there. There was silence on the street, the sun was shining. Vinto asked if it was true that it was because of the villains that appeared periodically, then added that they couldn't afford heroes, so they didn't get any help. After these words, Vinto said that if Red joins the alliance, he can contribute to the security here. Red listened to him attentively, folding his hands on his chest, after which he said that this was absurd, because as soon as he was inside, they would play with these fashionable formulations, but they would not do anything. After a short pause, Red asked since when did the union care about people. Vinto grinned and asked him if he was serious. That's why you became a guard? Vinto asked. Red sat silently, not answering. Placing his hands on the table and smiling widely, Vinto asked if it was true that the guards weren't doing much right now, adding that even Justice had gone quiet. At that moment, Red splashed a cup of coffee onto his helmet. Putting the cup on the table, he thanked him for the drink and said that he had to go. Goodbye, said Vinto, leaning back in his chair. Red left the cafe and walked away. As he walked further, he heard something. Suddenly it dawned on him what it could be. He quickly looked around, listening to every sound. Villain, he asked himself, and then ran towards the sounds. At that moment, strong shock magic was released from Vinto's hand. It was aimed directly at the running Red, who noticed the attack at the last moment. She was right on target, landing numerous hits on Red. He fell loudly onto the asphalt. Vinto's hand gathered this power again. Looking at the prone Red, he asked him if this was the first time he had seen his abilities. The hero leaned his hand on the asphalt. Smoke emanated from Red's body, which was rising from the asphalt. Seeing this, Vinto asked if he had used the damage repair technique, thereby turning all the damage into a regular blow. Vinto smiled sarcastically. Standing up, Red asked what this meant. Vinto prepared to attack again, gathering energy in his hand. Red stood up, dusting off his suit and listening to the explanations of his opponent, who said that despite the fact that this area is old, it has a good location and if it is rebuilt, it will become entirely profitable. Smiling madly, Vinto said that if Red was busy, then these villains could take care of the rest. At that same second, houses behind him were destroyed by an explosion. Red became very tense, His hands began to shake with anger. His helmet glowed red. He aggressively walked towards the enemy, asking him if he had gone crazy. Vito certainly said, gathering all his strength and preparing to attack Red. Extending his hand in front of him, he released all the accumulated energy, which created a destructive beam. Red resisted him, holding his hands in front of him. Vito laughed. He said that he was very annoyed by the principle that Red does not associate with other heroes. Vito looked at Red holding off the attack and asked why he should get involved with someone who was just wasting his time. Suddenly Red stepped forward under the influence of such an attack. He moved forward slowly, holding his hands in front of him. Vito, seeing this, said in his head that he was getting closer, even though he was being pushed back with force by the compressed air. He continued to smile maliciously without removing his hand, from which air was constantly coming out. He said he was simply buying time, adding that the more chaos the villain creates, the lower the market value of the buildings. Suddenly he noticed that the explosions and destruction behind him had died down. He looked back in surprise, asking himself why it was so quiet, when suddenly the body of the defeated villain fell onto the asphalt. Both villains who came with Vito lay on the asphalt without a creature. The legs of a hero appeared in front of them, saying that this time they had crossed the line. Having dissipated his power, Vito turned around, took a stance and was greatly shocked. In front of him was Justice, who told him to lower his hand. He was furious, veins standing out on his face. Looking at Vito with hatred and anger in his eyes, he said that he needed to do this if he did not want his tender wrist to be broken. Vito put his hands in front of him and turned around, looking at Justice who had arrived. Red, standing aside, cried out, surprised by the appearance of the captain. Vito raised one eyebrow, a little disappointed that Justice was there. A moment later, Vito put his hand to his chest and smiled widely, telling Justice that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between them. Frowning, Justice asked Vito what he was talking about. Red clenched his fist as Vito said that this area was under the jurisdiction of the Union, but Red decided to act as a hero without permission, and this could amount to encroachment on the territory of the Union. With his arms outstretched, Vito smiled broadly, telling Justice that even though he had once been a member of the Guardians, interfering in such matters did not bode well. Vito closed his eyes, calling what was happening very delicate. Suddenly, Red started screaming, causing Vito to look at him, saying that he was only talking about development, and now he was talking about this nonsense. Justice saw this and smiled, realizing what exactly happened here. Red clenched his fist tightly as he saw Justice smile. Raising his clenched hands into fists, Red shouted to his captain. Recalling their recent fight, Red reminded Justice that he didn't say a word when he acted strangely and argued with him. Even during the last operation to clear out the villains, Red looked at his captain and was disappointed. But Justice was the greatest hero, even standing motionless under the blow of the wind. His cloak enveloping him made him look majestic. Seeing this, Red believed that in the end he could become the same. Red bowed his head, disappointed in his idol. Justice looked at Red's trembling fist, asking how they were different from them since he chose victory over the villain over a business relationship. Vito narrowed his eyes. In his opinion, Red's childishness was very naive. Looking at Red, who was standing nearby, Vito thought about the fact that even children knew that money rules the world, and indulging in worthless fantasies will simply turn a person into the scum of society. Suddenly, Justice, even after speaking Red, extended his hand. Vito smiled and extended his hand in return, thanking the hero for his understanding. He asked him if he remembered the superhuman hero who participated in the last friendly match. Vito, smiling broadly, asked what exactly Justice wanted to find out. Justice grinned, saying that now everything will be the same. Justice sharply squeezed Vito's hand, causing his palm to arch. A moment later, Vito cried out sharply due to the pain. His face twisted in pain as he screamed angrily. But a second later, Justice hit him in the face with his fist. Vito's body flew into the air due to the force of the protagonist's blow. A moment later, he fell straight onto the asphalt, kicking up a small amount of dust. Raising his fisted hand, Justice said that the hero was attacked and he unknowingly hit back, after which he asked Vito if he thought it was a misunderstanding. Red was dumbfounded, looking at Vito lying in front of him. Looking at the victim's face, Red could not believe that his captain treated Vito this way. Red, who did not move, felt relief and joy. Justice, looking at Red, asked for forgiveness for leaving the guards, without giving a reason, saying that now it was difficult for him to explain, but someday he would definitely do it. Approaching Red Justice, he said that he was extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of the heroes lately, so he was trying to radically change the situation. Red stood motionless and listened as his captain asked him if he would return to the guards. Red did not react at all, silently looking at the protagonist. A moment later, Red began to laugh, clutching his stomach. The protagonist smiled as Red raised his fisted hand and told him that he now looked like a good old captain. The protagonist put his hand out in front of him as Red raised his hand to strike, offering to celebrate their reconciliation and his return to the ranks of the guards with a series of flaming blows. but Justice refused this. Lowering his hand and standing up straight, Red asked what they were going to do, since the Union and the superhumans already had a lot of power. Looking at Vinto, who was lying on the ground with his tongue hanging out, the protagonist began to think. A moment later, Justice smiled widely, saying that they could use some of Vinto's methods. Events move forward 2 days. Vinto, whose hand was bandaged, was lying on a chair cushion. Stroking the bridge of his nose, Vinto didn't understand whether Justice had always been so reckless, and since he provoked the attack, he couldn't report it to the heroes' meeting. He extended his finger and turned to the secretary, who was standing aside, saying that even if they did not win, they had set a record in this area. Lowering his hand and closing his eyes, the relaxed Vinto asked the girl how many recruits they had this time. But a moment later, Vinto suddenly opened his eyes in shock when he heard his secretary inform him that this time they did not have a single recruit. The guy jumped up sharply and worriedly asked the girl where all the recruits had gone and whether the superhumans had gotten them all. The secretary answered him by saying that it was all because of the guards. Vinto started shouting, saying that, of course, they had been recruiting a lot lately, but they couldn't take everyone. The secretary stood motionless, telling Vinto that in the past few days, they had been actively fighting against the villains and had gained great popularity. The guy clenched his teeth and raised one eyebrow, not understanding how the guards who looked like villains could do this. Suddenly, the glass behind the guy's back shattered into pieces, frightening Vinto. Vinto turned sharply and, together with his secretary, stared at the window in shock. A huge monster-like giant stood outside the window. The secretary pointed at the giant in fear, saying that it was the villain who had been creating chaos lately. Vinto opened his mouth in amazement as he listened to the girl tell him that the villain had appeared recently and their heroes were useless in front of him. A huge giant of an eye, whose neck and chest glowed brightly due to the enormous amount of energy, looked around. Vivi, paired with another hero, attacked the giant using her abilities. Hitting the villain's body directly, their abilities created 2 explosions that hit the villain. Vivi shouted to her overjoyed partner, warning him, but she did not have time to fully warn him because the giant's huge fist struck her partner. Loudly, screaming, the guy flew back while Vivi looked at the enemy in shock. Vivi narrowed her eyes and staggered, looking at the enemy. A huge giant, several times larger than her, stood right in front of her, frightening the girl. A moment later, she turned around and ran away screaming. The giant grinned and turned his head to the side. A moment later, the giant narrowed his eyes and began to laugh. In fact, the giant was a transformed protagonist. The ability that he got from Squall was not just regeneration, it was body manipulation. Using this ability, he enlarged his body, and he changed his appearance with the help of his ability to transform, after which he added the powers of Justice there. The giant roared sharply, deafening the entire city. It was a top-level villain created by the protagonist. A moment later, the giant noticed a numb Vinto in one of the buildings. He narrowed his eyes and grinned evilly. A second later, the giant's fist was already aimed at Vinto. The guy, holding his hand out in front of him, screamed in fear. The giant's blow destroyed part of the building, causing fragments to scatter and fall to the ground. Vinto, who was hit by the protagonist, was thrown back, foam coming out of his mouth. Attacking again and causing fragments to fly away, the protagonist thought about the fact that he had exposed himself as a villain. The protagonist, who was inside the giant, smiled terribly. His eyes glowed brightly as he said that everyone should experience this for themselves. After a while, Juwon turned around in the form of a giant. Red stood on the edge of the destroyed building and looked after the departing giant. Standing motionless, he became thoughtful and began to remember recent events. When he stood opposite Justice, he suggested that he use the villains, then it made him cry out because they would become like an alliance. Justice, without expressing any emotion, said that there was nothing good in being honest, because they used to be like that, but in the end they were only ignored and mocked at. Remembering how people, when they saw the coat of arms of the guards, began to mock, the protagonist said that this is why the guards were manipulated. Justice pointed to himself, swearing on his own name that he would not harm civilians and that damage would only be caused to buildings belonging to the Union. Red stood motionless, looking at Justice, who asked him to trust him. Looking at the giant's open jaw, Red said that although they did not know what the captain was thinking, they should trust him. Red put his hands on his hips and glared at the giant while the rest of the team looked at him. The girls from the team began to stretch their hands while a huge man stood behind everyone and frowned. The giant walked serenely through the streets of the city. He suddenly stopped and stared at the statue of the Union's coat of arms. Staring at it, the protagonist assumed that it was quite expensive. A moment later, he destroyed the statue with his hand, turning it into rubble. The protagonist began to unclench his palm and raised his hand. He narrowed his eyes, feeling joy and pride. The secretary closed her eyes while gusts of wind kept passing near her. Vinto, holding the girl with one hand, clenched his teeth in irritation while flying in the air. The 8th secretary held back her tears thanks to her savior. Events take us back to the moment when Vinto was thrown back by the force of the giant's blow. The secretary who fell from the skyscraper together with Vinto screamed, asking for help and begging to save her. She looked at the huge debris above her and started screaming insanely loud. Vinto gritted his teeth and used his strength to run straight through the air. Pushing away from the wreckage, Vinto picked up the girl, saving her. Having landed, the guy threw the girl to the ground, ordering her not to make any noise. Putting his hands in front of him and concentrating the air currents between his palms, Vinto told the secretary that he saved her only because he did not want to pay a death benefit. A moment later, Vinto raised his hands high, creating a huge sphere of air currents. The secretary sat down and, looking at the guy in shock, told him that if he uses such power, there will undoubtedly be casualties among civilians. Vinto's face twisted with disgust as he asked the secretary if they had time to think about it. The angry guy threw a sphere of air currents while dissolving it. The giant turned his head, noticing sickle-shaped blades and air flying at him. Blades of compressed air struck the giant, causing him severe injuries. The building behind the giant was cut into several pieces by the force of the compressed air blades. Debris began to fall on people, greatly frightening them and causing them to scream in fear. The giant's foot slipped along the asphalt, destroying it. At the last moment, Balrog managed to catch the debris with his own hand and save the civilians. Looking at the debris in his hand, he admitted to himself that this was a very close call to failure. The wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. A moment later, all the wounds on the body disappeared, and the protagonist calmly clenched his fist. Vinto was numb with fear looking at the protagonist. He opened his mouth wide in shock, not believing that the protagonist was completely healed in such a short time. While members of the guards ran past him, Vinto said that with such a speed of regeneration, the giant would not care how much he injured him, because even a banshee could not heal so quickly. At this time, 2 members of the guard team ran towards the giant at full speed. Vinto, who noticed them, shouted to them, warning them about the strength of the enemy, which they could not cope with. The red-haired girl stopped and smiled nervously, asking her comrades if they were ready. The man frowned, telling his partner to believe in the results of his training. A moment later, he dropped to one knee and, touching the ground, poured his energy into it. The man's fingers grabbed the asphalt like rubber. A moment later, he lifted a long piece of asphalt, creating a wave on her. The giant's leg rose sharply due to the wave created by the man. The girl put a piece of black metal into her mouth using her ability. For a second, she rushed straight at the giant, leaving small puffs of smoke behind her. Her foot smashed through the road beneath her and crushed the top of it. She began to approach the numb protagonist at great speed. Bouncing off a raised wave of asphalt, the girl crashed straight into the giant's chest, creating a powerful gust of wind. The protagonist, whose body bent slightly, noticed that his subordinate was not wasting his time. He decided to resist a little and opened his mouth and began to growl. A moment later, he roared loudly, looking at his enemy. Vinto was very shocked by what he saw, which is why he even raised one eyebrow. Red stepped forward and praised Gray for his efforts. A moment later, Red jumped up and found himself directly above the giant. Landing directly on the Balrog's face, Red shouted, ordering Pink to take action. The gap in the girl's helmet lit up brightly as she began to prepare her attack. A second later, a powerful beam of energy released by the girl rushed straight at the enemy. Red opened his pouch, deciding to use his secret weapon, the flaming bomb. Many round bombs were thrown by Red directly at the giant's face. The Balrog opened his eye wide, seeing the small bombs. A moment later, when a beam of energy hit the giant, the bombs exploded right on his face. The defeated villain fell to the ground, breaking everything under him. Falling head down, Red crossed his arms over his chest, saying that the honorary title of Flaming is given only to true heroes. At this time, passers-by standing next to Vinto were shocked by what they saw, discussing among themselves how easily the heroes dealt with a villain who was beyond the strength of even the Alliance. Vinto, who heard their discussion, became numb with a stupid expression on his face. He couldn't even move, listening to people blaming the Union for not helping people when they needed it. Events moved forward to Justice's office. Justice watched Red's interview on his phone. A smile appeared on his face as he watched the interview. The door to his office burst open. The hero turned around, puzzled by the sudden visit. An angry Arcadia entered his office, a terrifying aura enveloped his body. Arcadia, barely restraining his anger, asked Justice if he really didn't understand why he came, after the protagonist asked him why he came so suddenly. A vein appeared under Arcadia's eye when he began to accuse Justice of creating a villain who attacked only the buildings of the Union. As evidence, he cited the fact that the only ones who could cope with him were the heroes from the guards. Arcadia's pupils shrank as he asked Justice to stop this immediately. The protagonist frowned, looking at Arcadia. Scratching his chin, the protagonist called Arcadia's demand fair. But a moment later he grinned and asked what would happen if he didn't keep his promise. Arcadia gritted his teeth and asked what justice meant. Getting up from his chair, he asked Arcady if he was too pathetic, focusing only on commerce. Standing opposite Arcady, the protagonist said with a grin on his face that they might not have fulfilled the demands of such a team. Still grinning, Justice said that he didn't understand why he had to listen to something like that from someone in their group. Arcady bowed his head in thought. Squinting one eye, the protagonist reminded Arcady that, according to him, there were no villains left. Pointing his finger at Arcady's face, Justice asked him why don't they catch the villain, who, in his opinion, is connected with the guards. The floor under Arcady's feet cracked as he unleashed his power. The aura again enveloped Arcady's body, after which he ordered Justice to watch his words. Arcady's pupil lit up brightly, after which he asked if their self-will was a challenge to the Alliance. The protagonist's true body raised one eyebrow, thinking that it was they who provoked them. Justice crossed his arms over his chest and then told Arcady to calm down, because if he agrees to cooperate, he will reciprocate. The aura enveloping Arcady's body disappeared, after which he asked what kind of cooperation Justice was talking about. The protagonist lowered his hands and then demanded that Squall be interrogated. Arcadia threw his head back a little puzzled and then asked Justice why he needed the girl they caught last time. The protagonist clenched his fists, saying that the recent show of force was only to attract attention, but the real goal of the guards was to eliminate the villains and none of them intended to infringe on the Alliance. Arcady, having listened to him, opened his lips and asked if he still could not calm down. Recalling how Justice had recently defeated his latest enemy and top-level villain, Arcadia said that he continued to talk nonsense even after they cleared out the villain's headquarters. The protagonist smiled, saying that if his words were nonsense, then there would be no point in the interrogation. The grin did not disappear from Justice's face while he waited for Arcady's answer. Arcady thought, looking at the hero in front of him. Events are transferred to Persephone, a place where people with superpowers are imprisoned. The protagonist, accompanied by Soyen and another guard, walked down the corridor. After some time, the warden's eyes began to scan the instruments. The door leading to the prison swung open. Along the way, the soldiers who met the guards saluted him. Looking around, Justice said that everything was too strict here. Continuing to walk ahead of Soyen, she reminded the protagonist of the villains who were sitting here and standard methods would not help them contain them. Looking at the girl's back, the protagonist listened as she said that Persephone Square is larger than the atrium. Imagining all three famous villains of this prison, who used to be famous, the girl said that there are many strong villains here that everyone has seen at least once on TV. Then she remembered a cell with another villain imprisoned in many chains. It was Nemesis. Even now he frowned deeply and looked ahead angrily. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in shock, asking if it would have been better to execute Nemesis. Pointing her finger down, the girl simultaneously talked about people who were always talking about human rights. Justice looked down to see a prisoner standing on the platform with two guards next to him. Looking at the small capsule, which was charged with the energy of the tense villain, the protagonist asked what was happening there. One of the workers came up and picked up a huge battery. Next, it was installed by workers in another place while Soyen said that they were converting the villain's energy into electricity. Looking at the prisoners, Soyen said that it helped curb the abilities of other prisoners and besides, there were many other advantages. Justice narrowed his eyes, calling their idea a good one. Next, the protagonist glanced at the girl walking in front when she began to talk about the fact that it wasn't that they didn't try to execute Nemesis, but they simply couldn't. Soyen stopped and, looking at Justice, announced the impossibility of murder. Justice raised one eyebrow, asking Soyen why no one could kill him. The girl, recalling the destruction caused by the battle, said that she herself did not know the details because only two people saw that battle, Justice and Dream. Togadriam stood behind Justice, covering his mouth from the smoke. Soon the guy with scarlet eye sockets looked at his enemy in bewilderment and stood in a stupor. The protagonist squinted while the girl told him that everything was in the abilities of Nemesis. It was a surprise to him that the leader of the superhumans, this eternally grinning old man, was so careful. The employee accompanying Justice and Soyen turned his head slightly, indicating that they had arrived. He stopped in front of the door, saying that Squall was here. With his hands behind his back, the employee said that it was safe inside, as the device contained Squall's abilities. Soyen and the protagonist stood motionless, listening as the officer warned them about the audio and video recordings that were being made in the cells. The man then took off his glove and placed his thumb on the scanner. Soyen turned to Justice and asked him if they would come in together, but was refused. The protagonist smiled slightly and looking at the girl said that he alone would be enough. A second later, Justice stood in front of the prisoner. SHK Val smiled madly, looking at the newcomer. Then she feigned surprise, saying that she did not expect such an important person to come to her. Justice walked up to her without saying a word and stood up. Justice bent down a little and touched the restraining device with his finger and began to study it. SHK Val, still smiling, asked the protagonist if he was afraid that the device would fail. Justice straightened up, asking her what she was going to do with Stiletto. Raising one eyebrow, SHK Val said that she simply decided to arrange something similar to a reunion, and Stiletto was another test subject. At this time, Soyeon and several other employees were standing next to the table and watching what was happening. Although Soyeon did not express any emotion on her face, she was very surprised that Squall calmly answered Justice's questions. Watching everything through the camera in the room, Soyeon was worried that if they started talking about killing Justice, Squall would immediately understand that this was a fake. Justice frowned, asking Squall if she was going to die here all her life, because if she helped him, he might give her a walk once. Squall smiled haughtily, calling Justice's proposal touching. Leaning forward a little, SHK Val wanted to say something, but stopped abruptly. She stopped smiling when she noticed a crack in the restraint. But a moment later, she smiled wildly again, mentally saying that the heroes couldn't even keep track of such a basic thing. Turning her head to the side, SHK Val said that she could tell everything. She glanced at Justice again when he asked what exactly she could tell. Suddenly, cracks began to spread across the entire surface of the device. A moment later, the flurry of hands had already transformed into two huge hands of a giant, after which she, smiling wildly, rushed straight at Justice. Soyeon and the employee who saw this were greatly shocked. SHK Val raised her hand to strike and looked at Justice with a grin on her face, realizing that even he would not dodge at such a close distance. The shockwave created by the blow nearly broke the door. Dust began to rise in the chamber. Justice held the girl's head with one hand, which he slammed into the floor. The protagonist's invisible but powerfully pressing aura was released from his body. Frowning, Justice asked if she thought her device cracked by accident. Squall stared at the protagonist in bewilderment. Events returned to the moment when the protagonist leaned over a little and touched the restraining device with his finger. Then he pressed a little, destroying some part of the device. Looking at the broken cameras, the protagonist thanked them for them, because now he could use a different approach. Justice squeezed the girl's neck, causing her face to contort in pain. The embittered protagonist put his finger to the girl's forehead and then ordered her to tell everything she knew. Events go back a little, to the moment when Soyeon and the employee stood near the tables watching what was happening. They watched as Justice asked Squall about Stiletto outside the window in the room. The girl crossed her arms over her stomach and then asked him if they interrogated Squall. Pointing his hand at SHK Val, the employee said that she did not want to change anything. Soyeon stood motionless and thought. All the glass in the room was cracked, making what was inside invisible. Seo-yeon started screaming, asking what was happening in the cell. The employee answered her saying that all the cells were broken due to the shockwave. Soyeon was dumbfounded, looking at the employee who told her that even the audio recording had stopped. Next, Soyeon stared at the camera and opened her mouth slightly, realizing what the protagonist wanted to do. She vaguely saw his figure in the broken window. At this time, Justice put his foot on Squall's back, causing her to grit her teeth. A moment later, a vein appeared on the girl's face when the protagonist strangled her even more. She looked at the protagonist and angrily asked why he was hiding something. Before she could sarcastically again, Justice abruptly lifted her body. A moment later, he slammed Squall's body into the wall, causing her great pain. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was the one asking the questions here. Squall grabbed Justice's hand with her hands and grinned, saying that his threats were too primitive. Justice did not express any emotion on his face, looking at the barrage that told him that he was just some pathetic guard. A shadow fell over the eyes of the protagonist, after which he decided to deal with the girl a little harsher. He sharply tightened his grip, causing the girl's face to twist in pain, and her hands to cling to his arm in a desire to leave. Her face began to turn blue from lack of oxygen as she clenched her teeth and trembled. Holding the hero's hand, SHK Val told him that even he should not kill prisoners. Justice frowned, saying that she attacked him first and he was just defending himself. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly when he said that he accidentally couldn't control the power. Squall clenched her teeth again, feeling horrified. She began to try to wound the protagonist's hand with her claws. But a moment later, she had already lowered her hands and, throwing her head back, asked for mercy, saying that Mikhail did it all. The protagonist calmed down a little, asking who he was. Squall, screaming, answered him by saying that it was a man with purple hair. Justice sharply imagined the image of a man he had recently met. Continuing to hold the girl by the throat, Justice demanded to tell her more. After some time, the doors to the room opened. The capture team ran into the room fully armed. They stopped abruptly when they saw Justice standing near the villain's body with his arms crossed over his chest. While putting the restraining gear on the girl, one of the squad said that she had been recaptured and was currently unconscious. The employee approached the protagonist asking about his condition. He assured him of his excellent condition and then advised him to better check the devices in the future. Justice left the room and went about his business. Soyeon stood in front of him and asked him if there was any reason to go there even if they said no. Walking next to Soyeon, the protagonist told her that he didn't have time to discuss everything. His lips parted as he said he needed to talk to Haste as soon as possible. Events take us to Arkadi's office. Arkady sat in his chair at his desk, thinking about what was happening. When he laid his head on his hand, someone called out to him. A four-eyed, blue-skinned subordinate stood in front of Arkady, saying that the villain Squall had broken the restraint during interrogation. Without lifting his head from his hand, Arkady demanded the video recording from his subordinate. The subordinate opened his mouth in amazement, not immediately understanding that Arkady demanded that he bring a video recording from the interrogation room. The subordinate, looking at Arkady, who crossed his arms over his chest, said that that incident occurred immediately after the interrogation began, but a moment later Arkady interrupted him. He bowed his head, demanding to get at least what was left. After some time, Arcadia began to play the recording on the computer keyboard. Justice was clearly visible on the screen standing in front of Squall. He then sat down in front of her. Arkady squinted a little, seeing this. He took a closer look at the protagonist's finger and noticed something was wrong. A moment later, Arcadia simply leaned back and closed his eyes, feeling tired. The Banshee entered Arkady's room. Having hugged herself, the girl asked the chairman if he had called her. Opening his eyes a little, the guy looked at Banshee and asked if a girl named Chrome was working with their newcomer. Banshee bowed her head confirming this. Then Arcadia said that they could improve the situation a little by telling the press that Chrome had joined the alliance. Looking at his laptop again, Arcadia said that in the end it turned out completely different. Due to an information leak, Chrome caught Squall. The Banshee stood with her head bowed, unable to say anything. Arkady looked at the ceiling, saying that he was very disappointed. Straightening up Arkady's chair, he said that they get nothing from the fact that the guards make themselves heroes. The stock price rose only a small percentage. Banshee's feet left the ground after Arcadia said this. The girl's body was enveloped in 3 bright rings of mana, causing her to scream in pain. Arkady, pointing at her with his hand, asked her why she was complicating everything. His pupil lit up brightly after the question was asked. The Banshee bowed her head without answering Arkady. Her mask shattered and fell to the floor. The Banshee was left hanging in the air by the energy rings while Arcadia asked her if she had a scar near her mouth from her first joint. The edges of the Banshee's lips were badly cut. Even in this situation, she did not look at Arkady. Her neck arched at an unnatural angle and she clenched her teeth, trying not to scream in pain. He looked at the monitor screen. He thought about her speech at the 16th Union meeting, asked if despite everything she was pretending to be a leader, and said that he saw her approval rating steadily increasing. She winced in pain when he mockingly quoted someone's words that she was doing better than Arcadia and said that it must be nice to hear such things. She lowered her head and groaned strangledly when, obeying the movement of his hand, the luminous circle squeezed her body more tightly. He said that he was aware that she did not have the best opinion of him. He held out his palm, grinned, and said he hoped she wasn't deliberately trying to make a fool of him. She tiredly closed her eyes, cleared her throat, and overcoming the pain said that all her actions were aimed only at the benefit of Union and she would personally deal with the consequences of her actions. He leaned his head back in his chair and told her that his voice was so quiet that he could barely hear her. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. Arcadia asked if she still couldn't talk normally without her mask, couldn't control her volume. He remembered how she sat on her knees covered in blood, said that it was definitely an accident, and asked if that was when she got that scar. He rested his head on his hand and said that despite everything, she was ranked 8th in the hero rankings and people would be very surprised if they found out that she was just a loser who could not overcome her trauma. He snapped his fingers and she fell to her knees. He continued to sit in the chair and said that no matter what, she usually does her job well, so she needs to be more careful and not make such mistakes again. She rested her hand on her hip, lowered her head and breathed heavily. Arcadia said he expected great things from her. She picked up a black shard from the floor. She bowed to the man sitting at the table. The door closed behind her. She looked questioningly at the man waiting for her in the corridor. Vinto frowned slightly, opened his mouth and hesitantly asked if she was okay. She extended her palm to him with a black fragment and said that it was for Zeus. He asked whether it was necessary to give it to him for repairs and said that he would take care of everything. He lowered his head and began to look for something in his pockets. She smiled when he gave her a dark box and said that it was a mask for her. He watched thoughtfully as she fastened her mask. She put her hands on her head and looked at him blankly when Vinto asked her for forgiveness and said that he should have dealt with that villain himself. She closed her eyes and said everything was fine. She punched him lightly in the chest. He looked after her. She raised her hand and said that he was doing a great job, so he should just keep doing what he was doing. He looked at her regretfully and did not answer. The sun's rays illuminated the skyscraper. The elevator doors opened and there were 2 people inside. Everyone looked at them tensely. Ju-won returned to his normal state. Heist walked up the steps and asked why he called her here. He glanced sideways at Chrome, and she nodded. He remembered how she arched her neck during the interrogation and told him the name Mikhail. He looked at her intently, opened his mouth and demanded to tell her more. He pictured the man rubbing his chin and thought he definitely looked like one of the executives. He squeezed her hand by the throat. She said that she was not going to cover for him and said that he was the one who carried out experiments on her in Stiletto. He pursed his lips and frowned at her when she said that Mikhail also artificially creates berserkers using that drug. He thought about the vial of green liquid, suggested that it might be related to Justice's murder, and asked if she was talking about dilators. Cracks appeared along the wall behind her. She winced, said that she and Stiletto were test subjects for testing a prototype, and that was how she awakened her abilities. She thought about the broad-shouldered man in the raincoat. When he asked who created the drug, whether it was Mikhail, she replied that most likely not, because he said that he got the drug somewhere. He continued to hold her by the throat and asked where Mikhail got the drug. He said that he did not know. He looked ahead gloomily, thinking that he could hardly create such a drug easily, so someone else was behind it. She screamed as he squeezed her cheeks. He looked at the frightened girl and said that this information was not enough to save her life. She was confused and wondered if he was a gangster. She winced with displeasure and said that she did not know who created the drug, but she knew what they planned to use it for. He frowned when she said that she heard from Mikhail that he was going to use the drug for a mass attack involving berserkers. He clenched his teeth in displeasure. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said that there weren't enough berserkers in the laboratory for something like that. Chrome looked at him carefully and opened her mouth slightly. Yamniam suggested that they might be hiding other berserkers somewhere else. Chrome thought about the fight and said that berserkers are just strong monsters and most experienced heroes can easily deal with them. They gathered in a circle. Juwon asked his comrades what they thought the villains might be planning. He crossed his arms over his chest. He imagined Banshee and thought how dare Arcadia take out her anger on his sister. He pressed his palm to his forehead, imagined a monster and said with regret that he could not do anything against this thing. He looked warily at the door when he heard a creak. He looked displeased at the newcomer and asked who gave him permission to enter. The long-haired man scratched his head in confusion and said that he was from the pharmaceutical department and that they had recently developed a new drug, so he came to tell him about the successful development. He raised one eyebrow and looked suspiciously at the outstretched suitcase. He said he had heard nothing about a new drug being developed. He opened the suitcase. Inside were green ampoules. He raised his eyebrows when the man said it was an extender that enhanced abilities. He put his hand on the lid of the suitcase and said that after his approval he would provide the report to the others, but Vinto interrupted him, telling him not to do this. He slammed the suitcase. The man looked at him in shock. He mockingly asked what surprised him so much. He raised one eyebrow and said what he meant was that they needed to do more testing to make sure there weren't any problems. One ampoule was missing from the suitcase. He held it in his hands. He remembered standing behind people who were discussing Guardian's victory over monsters that Union couldn't handle, people assuming it meant they were stronger than Union, and someone mockingly saying that Union was just a bunch of celebrities, not heroes. He looked at the serum in his hand and remembered someone mockingly saying that Union was just a bunch of celebrities, not heroes. He grinned wickedly and said that with this he could help his sister. He watched him through the slightly open door. He left the building. The glasses cracked as he threw them to the ground. He pulled the mask off his face. He threw it over his shoulder. He straightened his hair and grinned slyly. He stood among the black cylinders. He looked at the object towering in front of him. Streams of power appeared near his hand. The obstacle shattered with a roar. He wrapped his arms around himself, and even more streams of power appeared. He spread his arms to the sides, streams of power spreading around him. All the stone cylinders collapsed with a roar. He straightened up, watching the fragments fall. He looked thoughtfully at his palm and made sounds of delight. There was a small bottle in his palm. Vinto thought that although he only used half the dose, the result was amazing and he did not notice any problems in his body. He thought about the blonde girl, his sister. He clenched his teeth in displeasure. He frowned with displeasure and mentally asked Arcadia how he dared to do this to his sister, because all he does is sit at the table and gain subscribers, and they do all the hard work. Applause and surprised exclamations were heard behind him. He turned around and looked questioningly at Vivi, who was giving him a thumbs up. She said that he was amazing and looked like the embodiment of a storm. He smiled and thanked her for the compliment. She was surprised that he knew her. He closed his eyes, smiled, and said that she was a promising, talented newcomer who had already made a splash in the media. He praised her advertising and thought that his sister was still cooler. She closed her eyes and smiled widely. Vinto asked if she came to work out. Vivi replied that yes, because lately she had been a little out of shape. He looked at her in surprise when she admitted that she wasn't feeling any progress lately and asked if that was affecting her sponsorship deals. She thought of the man with a wide smile and said that after the recent incident with the villain, she thought that she needed to improve her skills to increase her popularity. He looked at her seriously as he listened to her babble about how even Wilhelm, although he was now an ordinary partygoer, was incredible in the past. He thought about the girl in the purple kimono and realized that Vivi was there at that time. She looked at him in surprise when he said he could help her. He handed her the ampoule and said that it would solve all her problems. He was lying on a spacious bed. He puffed out his cheeks, contemplating a large-scale attack. He imagined the monsters and thought that Chrome was right and they really weren't that strong. She raised her finger. Ju-won thought that he was not the only hero in the area and remembered that Haze said that they needed to increase security for a while. He looked up at the ceiling, wondering if everything would really be okay. He sat up in bed, thinking that he hated sitting like this and waiting. He pictured the man in the red helmet and remembered that he had said something about Justice's absence. He walked out into the hallway, thinking that he had done some research on him, but purposefully did not check the dates Red was talking about. He opened his dresser drawer, thinking that there was probably no official record since Justice was trying to keep it a secret. He pulled out a phone that could be unlocked with a fingerprint. He pressed his finger against the scanner. He started looking for something on his phone, thinking that Justice really wasn't very active during that period and they might have missed something. He looked questioningly at something. There were red marks on the calendar that said Hongming Building, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He continued to look at the phone screen and thought that he often went to the same place. He raised one eyebrow. A man in black boots walked. Stiletto raised one eyebrow, opened his mouth and asked why he took him with him. He turned around and said that he needed someone to watch his back and it didn't look like he was doing anything at all. He imagined the girl winking on the air, asked Ju-won if he hadn't heard about Omnium becoming an honorary guardian ambassador and said that he manages her schedule and moderates the chat. He introduced a comment section in which he urged viewers to behave civilly. The main character was surprised due to the fact that Stiletto is her manager. They looked up. Stiletto asked if they were there. A multi-story white building could be seen against the blue sky. The elevator stopped on the first floor. They went upstairs with bored faces. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor. They walked up to a sign with the number 402. He crossed his arms, frowned at the number, said that they were there and asked if he should turn into Justice first. He looked at his friend displeasedly and asked if he was going to transform right here, in a place where there might be cameras, and reminded him of how he caught him. Ju-won tisked irritably and suggested saying that Justice sent him. Listened to the click of heels. Stiletto told him that this would not work and the most important thing was to get information. They flinched when a woman came up from behind and asked who they were. He glanced sideways at her and realized that they would have to improvise. He turned around, smiled broadly, scratched the back of his head in confusion and said that they must have been on the wrong floor. He smiled and said that they would not disturb her. His eyes widened in surprise and he froze in shock. He looked at his friend with displeasure, thought that something was wrong with him and tried to talk to him, but the girl called Ju-won by name. She clenched her teeth. Stiletto looked at her in surprise, wondering how she knew his name. He remembered holding a family photo. In the corner of the photo was a dark-haired girl with pink streaks. He smiled confusedly. Opposite him, a girl in a raincoat froze in indecision. Ju-won called her sister and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Instrument lights illuminated the structures in the laboratory. The maddened ones screamed loudly. The guy looked down at the monsters with a distraught look. He knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, telling them to calm down because he was about to feed them. A mechanism opened in the floor, sending food down to the creatures. The monsters started beating each other to get more. Hedoro scratched his forehead, looking at them displeasedly, telling them to stop fighting. Mikhail was busy with work, looking at the pop-up windows. There was the sound of mud moving. The guy with a tired look opened the door, calling the man by name. Hedoro leaned to the side with displeasure, asking how long he should keep an eye on them, since he was not their nanny, but his interlocutor did not pay any attention to his words. The guy turned his head, arching his eyebrows and pursing his lips, and asked if he was sure that everything would go fine. Of course there were a lot of monsters, but suddenly something would go wrong. Without turning to him, the man asked if the young man was interested in whether they could cope with the heroes. Mikhail looked intently at the screen, saying that if they were not mad, they would not be able to resist them. The young man opened his mouth in surprise, asking why they were holding them. The man said that they couldn't do it alone, but there was someone else. He imagined Vivi looking interestedly at the little thing in her hand and a man with a sly look holding the same thing in his hand. Mikhail smiled, saying that everything would be fine. The clock on the wall ticked slowly. There was a white cup on a saucer on the table. Ju-won and Stiletto were sitting on the sofa, and a girl with her hair tied in a bun was sitting on a chair. She looked down at the raised cup, asking the main character if he wanted coffee. The guy looked away, refusing her offer. Stiletto, folding his hands in front of him on his chest, closed his eyes and smiled. His eyebrows rose higher. He was terribly embarrassed, because these two could hardly even be called relatives, and the guy doubted that he should be here, so he decided to leave. Ju-won and the girl sat with their eyes down on the floor. He abruptly rose from his seat, heading to the door, saying that Yamnyam would be broadcasting very soon, but the main character shouted displeasedly that she did not have any live broadcast today. Stiletto turned to them and, standing in the doorway, smiled, wishing them to stay happily. Ju-won froze with his hand raised. The girl looked in surprise after the leaving guy. She, without looking up at the hero, noticed that 5 years had already passed. Asking how he was doing, the young man looked at her with peripheral vision. He thoughtfully raised his finger to his cheek and smiled awkwardly, saying that, indeed, 5 years had passed, everything was fine with him. The guy asked how she was doing at school. The girl said displeasedly that she had been out of school for a long time. Asking if he really didn't care about her all this time, the young man sharply raised his head, a drop of sweat dripping from his face. He scratched the back of his head thoughtfully, trying to find excuses, but she interrupted him, saying that she was not judging. Ju-won raised his eyebrows, looking at the floor, and apologized. The girl looked at him silently, eyes wide. She turned to him, asking that if he didn't mind, could he talk somewhere else? The young man looked at her in surprise. She raised her eyebrows without looking away. The sun's rays reflected from the many windows of the hospital. The main character looked around the corridor in surprise, assuming that she worked here. A man appeared in front of the girl and greeted her, addressing her as if he were the director. She smiled, holding her hand out in front of her. The guy raised his eyebrows, delighted at this reception. Looking at the smiling girl who approached her sister, he thought that he was not even surprised by this. Suddenly, the man ran up to her, addressing her with concern as if he were the director, and she looked at him in surprise. He shouted loudly that her help was urgently needed in the operating room. The girl raised her eyebrows. The main character watched this in surprise. She entered the room frowning. The guy tensed. Everyone greeted the director. A boy lay in a hospital bed, wearing a breathing apparatus, his body mutilated. Ju-hai, taking off her coat, asked what the patient's condition was at the moment, to which the man said with concern that he had multiple organ failure and numerous external injuries. The boy was hit by a car. He was breathing heavily as he lay on the bed, his eyebrows knitted together. The girl put her palm to his forehead, saying that everything would be fine and the pain would go away now. She raised her hand in front of her, a bright pink circle appearing around her wrist. Ju-hai put her hands in front of her, and bright circles of different sizes began to appear around the lying boy. The abrasions on his body gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes in surprise. She squatted lower and, smiling, asked if he was feeling better. The boy, amazed, took off the mask from his mouth. He smiled happily, thanking Nuna. The main character thought that he had not seen her strength for a long time. Her healing ability was almost perfect. He imagined her hand wrapped in a pink circle. The boy waved after her. The girl smiled, waving back. The guy thought that, according to some, she could even resurrect the dead, but this had a bad effect on herself. The girl knitted her eyebrows. She walked heavily along the corridor. The guy's hand grabbed her by the shoulders, and she opened her eyes in surprise. He lowered his gaze and asked her not to overexert herself. Ju-hai looked up at him, thanking him for his concern. The guy asked if it was like this every day. She pushed him away with her hand and covered her eyes, asking him not to worry because she spends most of her time doing research. Ju-won opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding what research she was talking about. The girl talked about combining strength with knowledge in medicine to save people without superpowers, representing a DNA molecule with bright pink circles in different parts of it. Walking behind her, the young man asked if this was really possible. The girl, confidently stepping forward, answered that if you don't try, you'll never know, there's something in it. Ju-hai turned around, looking at the hero, and asked if it was true that he was now in an alliance and even popular. How did this happen? Ju-won looked away and, rubbing the back of his head, said that it was a long story. Besides, he had moved on to the guards. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking if they really needed replacement people. The guy realized that she knew about everything. The main character introduced a guy with red hair and a mask, thinking that his sister knows about his abilities, because if he lies, she will immediately reveal him. He knows only justice in the office where he was. She can mention it herself, which means there is no choice. The hero recalled how they sat together in the room. Ju-won looked at her with raised eyebrows and said that she knew everything herself. The young man put his hands in his pockets and straightened up, saying that he was now replacing justice, saying that he asked me to convey that he wanted to meet again. Ju-hai's eyes widened in surprise. She thoughtfully raised her hand to her face, saying that she thought so, but did not understand why he did not come in person. The guy looked at her intently, saying that he had some circumstances. He raised his eyebrows, saying that Justice had asked her to look at the guards to see her sister's reaction. Ju-hai, horrified, covered her mouth with her hand and opened her eyes wide. Ju-won arched his eyebrows, asking what was wrong with her. The girl standing opposite him said that since Justice hired a guy to replace him and asked him to come in his place. She looked at her brother with concern, asking him not to tell her that he was already dead. The young man frowned. The door to the office closed. The young man folded his arms in front of him, asking why she thought he was dead. The girl pressed the door with her hands, asking why the hero was refusing. She turned around, looking at him with an unkind look, asking if she could ask a question. Ju-won looked at her carefully, listening to her words about whether the guy wanted to know why she was dating the justice. Since he was now replacing him, he should know. The main character, standing opposite her, put his hands in his pockets. He bowed his head, closing his eyes, and said that, as always, it was impossible to deceive her. The hero was really dead, and the young man was pretending to be him. Ju-hai's eyes trembled and she pursed her lips. The girl sighed heavily, opening her mouth. She came closer to him and, frowning, asked what he had gotten himself into. The guy, looking down at her, said that everything just happened that way. He didn't really like it. Ju-hai arched her eyebrows, talking about how terrible her brother was after everything that had happened. Ju-won froze, eyes wide, remembering the little crying girl in the clutches of the monster. He clenched his fist tightly, saying that he hated it all. The guy, frowning, shouted at her. The young man put one hand in his pocket and scratched the back of his head with the other. Sighing heavily, the girl stood opposite. The hero looked up thoughtfully, saying that he was looking for the killer since it was not clear how he died, but judging by the way she saw through him, she knew something. He looked at Ji-hai, asking if she would tell him about it. The girl opened her mouth slightly, looking at him. She imagined in her head the image of a guy with red hair and a mask, saying that he had health problems, so she treated him from time to time. The main character fixed his gaze on her, asking what she was treating him for. The girl knitted her eyebrows, saying that she was not interested in the details, and he, judging by the expression on his face, did not want to talk about it. She recalled sitting in a chair. A sound to the side attracted her and she turned around, noticing that it was just in time. A tall guy in a mask appeared in front of her, with a grin on his face. She said that on his last visit, Justice felt much worse. Ji-hai thoughtfully raised her hand to her face, saying that after that they lost touch, but she could not even imagine that everything would turn out like this. The young man asked if she knew about the medicine. The girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. An image of a capsule with contents appeared in the hero's head. He said that a drug that enhances abilities was discovered in his body. Ji-hyo folded her hands in front of her, saying that she had not prescribed anything like that for him. The guy thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and arched his eyebrows, thinking that the further into the forest, the more firewood. He again found himself at a dead end. He imagined Justice looking at him, thinking that Nuna had said something about healing, even though Justice was not seriously injured. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by his sister's words. He immediately looked at her while she was talking about how Dream asked her about this, wondering if the hero had visited the hospital. Ju-won's eyebrows furrowed. He didn't understand how this vile guy had anything to do with all this. It was also strange that he was there when Justice eliminated Nemesis. He imagined the image of a red-haired man raising his eyebrows in displeasure. Ji-hyo lowered her gaze to the floor and stood silently, resting her head on her hand. She turned to the guy. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at her. The girl came closer to him, asking if she could see the body of Justice. Ju-won widened his eyes in surprise. The entrance to the room was closed by a giant iron door. A woman's hand typed a code on the control panel. Soyeon looked at the dust rising into the air. Justice's body appeared before the heroes. He lay with his arms folded on his chest. Ji-hai, looking at him, pursed her lips convulsively. The main character and Soyeon watched from the side. The girl, arching her eyebrows, asked what the personal doctor of Justice needed here. She didn't take her eyes off him. The young man thought that since she knew about his death, they could join forces, although it was not yet clear what she was going to do with him. The man's eyes were closed, and there were hollows on his face. Standing with Soyeon, the guy said that he had heard about morgues for people with superpowers, but this was the first time he had seen one in person. Chrome, looking at the room, said that a lot of effort was put into it. Only Justice's body is kept here and the security here is strict, so she is not happy with what is happening here now. The girl arched her eyebrows and looked at Ju-won. He raised his eyebrows pitifully. A drop of sweat rolled off his face. She turned to him, which made the guy turn around, saying that maybe this doctor was approaching him the same way as Haste then, and he took the bait again. Soyeon frowned and looked at the young man menacingly, imagining the image of the girl in her head. The main character arched his eyebrows, thinking that in their first meeting a similar energy emanated from Chrome. He remembered the girl in the hood and mask. The guy curled his lips, saying that this is not so. He put out his hand, saying that he wouldn't do this anymore. Chrome folded her arms across her chest with displeasure, looking at him. The young man said that this was his sister. Soyeon raised her eyebrow thoughtfully. She looked at Ji-hai standing in front. Then she turned her thoughtful gaze to the young man. The girl opened her eyes wide and smiled, indicating that he would immediately say so. The main character looked at her in bewilderment. Soyeon lowered her head, closing her eyes. The guy didn't understand whether she was really so angry because of the security, although she could be understood. Pink rings appeared on Ji-hai's wrists. Her energy surrounded the man's body. The guy and girl covered their faces from the light with their hands. The young man arched his eyebrows at this. The girl stood over Justice. A bead of sweat appeared on her face. The man's hands took on a warm hue. The main character opened his mouth in surprise, not realizing that she had done this. Jihai stood there, frowning. The guy began to ask her a question in surprise, but the sister, raising her eyebrows, said that he had not been resurrected. She frowned, saying that with her ability she only restored some of the dead cells, but she thinks that this effect will also be short-lived. The man's hands turned pale again. Jihai folded her hands in front of her chest, saying that this was all she could do. She turned to the heroes, asking for permission to collect Justice cells. They looked at her in surprise. Ju-won looked at her in surprise, asking what she was doing this for. The girl reminded him of her research. She presented an image of DNA cells, saying that in order to continue she needed biological tissue that could withstand most abilities. She received consent from Justice on the condition that she would treat him. Seo-yin frowned in displeasure as she walked closer and asked how they could trust her. Jihai looked at her, saying that she had no evidence, but the purpose of her work was to save people. She took the girl's hands. Raising her eyebrows pitifully, Jihai looked at Seo-yin and asked her to help. Chrome arched her eyebrows. The door to the room was closed. Jihai held the round box in her hands, saying okay. She put several of these glass cases in her suitcase. Jihai closed his eyes, thanking him for his understanding. The girl turned to her younger brother, asking if she would see each other again. He, folding his arms on his chest, answered her yes. Nuna was heading towards the exit, holding a suitcase in her hand, and invited the young man to eat together sometime. He arched his eyebrows and Seo-yin looked at the guy. She looked after the girl, saying that she almost died from awkwardness, asking what was going on between them, because it was unlikely that the matter was that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy folded his arms in front of him, looking at the floor, and said that this was personal. He talked about how he once dressed up as a hero to congratulate Sona, his younger sister. The hero recalled how he stood in a mask in front of her, and his parents looked at them joyfully. But suddenly, a villain appeared who killed them along with their sister. A large purple monster appeared behind them. Ju-won returned from class, taking off his shoes in the hallway. He, looking at the floor, said that he had returned home. Joyful parents and younger sister were sitting at the table. But that was just his memory. Then their house began to look like an empty box. There was no one in the kitchen. The guy carefully looked into the room. His eyebrows quirked. He said that he still remembers the look of his older sister. Regret, sympathy, and anger. The girl narrowed her eyes and looked at him. There were a lot of emotions mixed in his pitch black eyes. They were lifeless. The young man hated himself, but it was probably much harder for his older sister. Ju-won adjusted the visor of his cap, turning back. He headed towards the exit, saying that immediately after graduating from school he fled to the army. Seo-yin raised her eyebrows pitifully, asking what happened to that monster. The guy smiled, saying that he was quickly caught. Perhaps now she is Persephone. Jihai walked forward through the crowd. The main character said that after Sunwoo's death, the older sister did not do anything for a long time, but now it seems that she has a new goal. The girl frowned, looking ahead. He was glad about this. Chrome looked at her phone thoughtfully. She turned the screen towards the guy, saying that the moment was awkward, but he should see it. The young man opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly in surprise, asking where the Union got so many new achievements. The girl answered that, apparently, it was because of a past provocation. She talked about how they started catching villains like rats, especially Vinto and Bubble. The girl imagined their images in red light. Their faces were hidden. Closing his eyes, Ju-won scratched the back of his head, saying that in this case he would have to be a villain again. She asked if he was sure. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that everything would be fine. In any case, no civilians would be harmed. By bringing him into the limelight, lesser-known heroes gain recognition. He remembered Marathon Man smiling awkwardly, surrounded by fans loudly praising him. The young man imagined the hero carrying a whole carriage of coal briquettes, shouting that he was a good little engine. The main character talked about how they are really interested in helping people. It's kind of like a virtuous circle. He looked at Seo-yin, saying that he was more worried about what they would say where there were no guards. The room was illuminated with green light. Someone called Zeus. The man was sitting with his back turned, with a large piece of equipment on his back. In his hands was a mask with a chip. The little girl frowned at him, asking him to play with her, but the man looked at his work with his hand raised. Zeus refused her, saying that the matter was urgent. Pandora displeasedly sat on his neck, leaning her elbows on her head. The girl quickly jumped down and, lowering her head, said that then she would help. She stamped her foot and flashes began to appear around her shoes. A cute pink mask made in the shape of a cat appeared in Zeus's hands. He looked at it with displeasure, saying that if she moved away, then this thing would return to its original form, telling her to do everything as it was. Pandora tisked in frustration, reaching out with her hand to the mask in the palm of Zeus standing next to her. Banshee came in and said hello. The girl frowned, dissatisfied with her appearance. Pandora, grabbing the bear, said that he was leaving. The girl looked after her in surprise. She looked at Zeus, noticing that they had not seen each other for a long time. He looked at her, saying that only tuning remained. The girl said that she would wait. Zeus asked why the mask broke. The Banshee, looking down, said that she could not contain the force. After thinking a little, the man suggested that it was because of Arcady. The girl opened her eyes wide. Zeus, having finished his work, looked at the mask, telling her that it was too correct for someone who plays an important role in the Alliance, but he would advise her not to anger Arcady. He handed her the mask, saying that for the same reason Wilhelm stopped his activities, she couldn't cope alone. Banshee interrupted him, saying that everything was fine. She tried on a new mask. The girl smiled, saying that because of her mistake, the Union is now actively catching villains, which is very ironic. Zeus put his palm out in front of her, from which a hologram of a monster appeared. He asked if the girl knew this guy, to which she replied yes, Vinto recently came across him. The man looked at the hologram, saying that it seemed to him that the guards had dealt with the monster, but he continued to appear. As far as he knew, he was temporarily given the name Balrog. Zeus's eyes glowed red. He said that this monster was annoying him. The door to the men's room is shown. Ju-won sits on the toilet with a notepad in his hands. He looks thoughtfully at his drawings, claiming that this is not an option. Suddenly he looks surprised. A man turns his attention to him as he shouts out what he has come up with. A building is visible. The creature rushes forward, throwing stones to the sides. People look at something in fear, talking about a villain and that they need to run. A creature with red eyes is shown. There are clouds of dust around him, and he reports that this is what he needs. It opens its mouth, thinking that last time it went too far with its dimensions, so now it better lower the bar, otherwise one of the civilians might get hurt. He hits something with his fist, destroying it. A destroyed object is seen, and the monster decides to pretend to be a villain who is targeting money. He remembers smiling Arcady and the fact that he promised him not to go too far, but he hopes that everything will be fine, and he wants to deceive this guy. He looks questioningly when they try to stop him. Vivi appears surrounded by bubbles. She frowns, telling him not to move. Balrog looks at her questioningly, remembering her name, and remarks that he heard that she has become very popular lately. He just growls at her, curious to see what she's capable of. The girl holds a dart in her hand, declaring that this time everything will be different. She throws it forward. This digs into the ball, popping it. Everything immediately begins to explode. The flame is directed towards the surprised monster. Vivi just grins contentedly as she watches this. She looks up when Balrog notices that she was weak before. He becomes covered in fire and wonders where such power suddenly comes from. Suddenly he looks surprised. All that is visible in front of him is a huge explosion. He clenches his fingers, wondering if it's possible to change so much in such a short time. The girl suddenly tenses up, noticing that he has recovered, and he is thinking about what happened to her. She herself attacked. She puts her hand in her pocket, deciding that this is not enough. She takes a certain ampoule in her hand. The monster looks at her in surprise, noticing her suddenly improved abilities and the green liquid. He rushes forward, thinking that Justice died because of this ampoule and she took it. Vivi looks at him dumbfounded. He tries to snatch the ampoule from her hands. Suddenly something appears between their hands. It turns out that someone is holding back the Balrog's hand. A robot's hand is visible and the villain's name is called. The guy sparkles with his green eyes, announcing that they have finally met. Vivi looks at Zeus questioningly when she is told to get out of here quickly. He looks ahead, claiming that those who are unable to fight are useless. The girl just awkwardly lowers her gaze. The Balrog glares at him as he calls him a bastard. His eyes sparkle as he declares that he will kill him. He is reported to be the first in command of the Condor. It stands on the skull symbol. It is said that it is called more often. A mountain of bodies is seen when it is revealed that he is a villain slayer. Ju-won arches an eyebrow, thinking that he was unlucky to stumble upon him. Even the hero of the Alliance would not be able to get involved here. He looks thoughtfully, deciding to try to stall for time first, and calls Zeus. He, in turn, only points a certain cannon at him. A green magical beam rapidly flies towards the Balrog. Zeus can see a drill instead of a hand. He brings it forward, activating Zeus Lightning Kuranos. He starts drilling. Everything flies to the sides as he attacks the monster. The stones fly off into the distance and are destroyed. Balrog frowns, noting that he is tough. That's what number 1 is. Zeus looks away. Suddenly the creature strikes him. A new attack is launched. A man slides on the ground. Growling, Balrog invites him to calm down and talk, to which he receives a negative answer. Zeus, frowning, declares that he has nothing to talk about with garbage. Balrog looks at him thoughtfully, thinking that it is immediately obvious that he is the boss and whether he should talk to him. Ruins are visible, and he decides that it's better for him not to delay. This guy doesn't care about everything that's around him. The monster digs its fingers into the ground. He suddenly starts racing in the opposite direction from Zeus, surprising him. The man points his gun forward, realizing that he has decided to escape. He fires a green beam. It flies towards the Balrog. The green light illuminates everything. Zeus heads towards the monster, claiming that he cannot escape. A cloud of dust appears in front of him, and he does not have time to finish his thought. Suddenly he looks at something in surprise. Someone appears in front of him. Justice is shown holding the monster. Smiling, he greets him. He takes a step forward. Zeus grabs the monster. He just looks at him silently. He holds him by the head. Justice looks at the man emotionlessly. Ju-won exhales, noting that he almost got himself into trouble. Thank God, so far everything is going according to plan. Justice is shown standing on the monster, and he thinks about how he transformed into it before the smoke cleared and the Balrog became an ordinary piece of meat. He turns his attention to Zeus when he asks if he killed the monster, and realizes that if he had not managed to pull off his scheme, the situation would have become much more complicated. He reports that he rushed to the alarm. Zeus releases the Balrog, finding it strange. A lifeless creature is shown when the man notices that before this he was good at running away. He somehow cannot believe that he died so easily. Something activates in his hand when he decides he should make a check. Suddenly a device flies out. Justice looks at this, raising his head. The device floats in the air when Zeus activates the analysis request. The device immediately begins analysis. Justice arches an eyebrow, asking what that thing is, to which the man replies that he should have seen it. The device is revealed to be a Hermes data collection and analysis drone, collecting surrounding information and replaying recent events visually. Zeus suddenly states that the drone will show them what just happened. The guy tenses up, realizing the essence of the situation. Balrog's movements are shown as he wonders if it will show him taking on Justice's form. Zeus looks up when the guy asks why he is doing such nonsense, and he replies that there is a time for everything. The device is shown as a line is heard stating that there is nothing more annoying than a villain constantly running away and reappearing, and it is reported that the reconstruction is 90% complete. New movements of the monster are visible. Justice, frowning, raises his fist and decides that he has to stop this. He notices the drone, thinking about the consequences he will think about later. He needs to destroy the drone first. Zeus turns around questioningly. A blow hits him. He throws his head back as Justice hits him. He starts to fall. The guy runs towards him when he is already lying on the ground. Zeus's face is broken. Justice just tuts. He tenses, cursing. He awkwardly looks at the body, believing that he has just killed the leader of Team Condor. Zeus's face sparkles as he notices that he is indeed dead. A chain of people appears, and he realizes that he now has to pretend to be Zeus too. A car with a man and a girl is visible. Justice looks away, wondering who these two are, and decides that whoever they are, he needs to get out of here. The girl scratches her head, asking if Zeus is really here. They notice the man, concluding that he has been reduced to scrap metal. Nat worriedly tells him to wake up as Justice runs away. A large building is visible. The guy frowns and looks down. He tensely concludes that this is horror. He notices Chrome when he claims that if Zeus doesn't show up at the heroes' meeting, there will be a fuss, and she asks why he's down. The girl looks at him with raised eyebrows. Justice looks back awkwardly, thinking that she already scolded him for not being serious about his sister and now she will scold him again. Chrome looks at him questioningly as he decides he has no other choice and asks what's wrong. He scratches his head nervously, admitting that Zeus is dead. The girl tilts her head, asking if this happened in the fight with the Balrog. Justice tensely replies in the affirmative, after which Chrome asks if any civilians are injured. She crosses her arms, noting that he should have been more careful. The guy looks at her questioningly when she asks what he's doing this weekend. She looks away, figuring that the clothes they bought last time weren't enough for him, so they need to look at something else. Justice only notes that this is quite enough, especially since recently he often transforms into Justice. Chrome just frowns at this, blushing. She hangs her head, asking if he is going to wear the same thing all year. She asks him to set aside at least a little time. Justice looks at her in confusion, wondering what's wrong with her and why she didn't react to Zeus' death. Suddenly, the same Zeus is visible behind the girl. He frowns, and Chrome asks why the guy is so surprised and doesn't he know that he is a man machine. She looks away, claiming that the man creates a backup by digitizing his consciousness with memory. In other words, he cannot die. Zeus is shown with a broken face as he reveals that several similar incidents have happened in the past. Justice is surprised to see him coming this way. He's tense and thinking that it's good that he's alive, but that doesn't change what just happened. Zeus approaches him as he thinks about confronting him. The man puts his hand on his shoulder. He happily thanks him for eliminating the Balrog. Justice arches an eyebrow as he states that if it weren't for him, he would have missed him again. Zeus looks at him as he thinks. He, looking at him questioningly, asks if he remembers how the Balrog attacked him. The man looks down, saying that his memories are stored in real time in a personal cloud, but this time due to a breakdown, he lost several minutes of memory. He remembers Justice with the monster in his hands and claims that the last thing he remembers is how he met him. He was told that the Balrog's corpse had been taken. He clenches his hand into a fist, saying that, be that as it may, all these things continue to happen because of the gentleness of the guards. No matter how many dangerous villains they kill, they still climb and climb. He frowns, stating that he is tired of pandering to the superhumans in the Alliance and wonders how much longer they can put up with this. Justice thinks about the fact that some of his memories have disappeared. Zeus looks at him, wanting to talk about the lack of support from the guards, but he is interrupted. The guy thoughtfully lowers his gaze, saying that he has not seen such dangerous villains for a long time. He will need to discuss this topic properly. He smiles, looking at Zeus. He suddenly invites him to raise this issue at the upcoming meeting. He reportedly has one idea. Various heroes are shown. Vivi appears upset. She looks down sadly. She remembers Zeus's phrase that those who are unable to fight are useless. She looks at the ampoule dejectedly. She holds it in her hand, claiming that her abilities have greatly improved thanks to this remedy. She bumps shoulders with someone. The man raises his hand, saying that everything is normal. Vivi looks after him questioningly. A guy with bruises under his eyes is shown. Another rubs his eyes, reporting that he feels slightly dizzy. The girl looks at them in bewilderment, believing that they accept all this. A room with a luxurious chandelier is shown. Vivi calmly asks what this all means. The heroes stand behind Zeus, and it is reported that everything looks as if he has decided to stage a coup. Looking down, the man notices that a lot of unpleasant things have been happening lately, from the discovery of an enterprise for the creation of madmen to the appearance of a mysterious monster. Vivi crosses his arms when he is told to stop deceiving them and asked if he will continue to sit in one place without taking any action, even in this situation. He just smiles, looking away, asking him not to distort the facts because everything has already been agreed upon with the Union and the guards. The girl looks over Zeus's shoulder when the question is asked whether they are trying to solve the problems voiced, and Vivi believes that they do not need to change anything. Pandora frowns, claiming that he is annoying and stupid. The man arches an eyebrow, swearing at her, and she asks if he knows they're here for a reason. She turns her attention to Zeus's head. She raises her hands, announcing that it exploded and shattered into pieces. Vivi looks at them questioningly. Arcadia notices something. People are worried and talk about Zeus losing the fight. The Banshee frowns upon learning that the villain overpowered the man, then asks who it was. Zeus frowns, reporting that the Balrog turned out to be a much more dangerous opponent than he was described. At first he simply dodged blows, but then suddenly became stronger. The girl laughs evilly, stating that if it weren't for Justice, he would have died, which he denies. Arcadia asks if there were other heroes at the scene, to which she receives a negative answer. He looks down thoughtfully. Justice folds his hands as he begins his speech. He smiles, arguing that since events have taken an unexpected turn, they should change their policy on dealing with villains. Vivi crosses his arms over his chest when the phrase is heard that if this happens again, superhumans in the Union will also find themselves in a difficult situation. Heroes should not be so negligent in their duties. Justice smiles, informing them that it doesn't have to be that way, even if their main goal is profit. Arcadia just remains silent to this. He raises his head, asserting that, be that as it may, he sees no reason to take away the Union's labor, but is interrupted. There is also a man sitting at the table with his eyes closed. Smiling, he says that now the Union needs help. They have had a lot of failures lately. Arcadia folds her hands when he asks why he doesn't stop acting like a child and agree to cooperate. He needs to think with his head sometimes. Arcadia looks at him sadly. There are people behind him who notice that they cannot continue to remain inactive. The man raises his hand, proposing a vote. Justice looks down, thinking about what the dream he knows would be against it. The man communicates what he's for when the guy wonders what's on his mind. A crowd of people is visible. Someone nervously looks at something, inviting someone else to look too. A man in a raincoat is walking down the street. Many people in robes are seen. While talking on the earpiece, the man asks Hedoro if everything is ready. Suddenly something stretching is visible. A man grabs the edge of the roof with his hand. He smiles, claiming that he offends him. He looks at the people on the roofs, reporting that everything is already in place. A man presses a button. Smiling, he says that they are starting. Something on the man's neck begins to emit steam. A monster grows up, tearing clothes. The woman looks at him in fear. A huge creature appears in front of her. Creatures are also shown behind him. The green monster destroys everything. The creatures are destroying the city, scaring people. One of them leans towards a man who begs for mercy. The woman closes her eyes in fear. Suddenly the guy attacks the monster. He slams his head into the asphalt. Looking at the woman, he tells her to quickly run away, to which she thanks him. He turns his head when someone tells him that he has just started, and already someone is ruining all the fun. The man looks displeased, wondering if the heroes always reacted so quickly. Ju-won puts his hands in his pockets. He smiles, announcing that a new agreement has come into force. The city is visible in smoke. The fight is shown on air. The monster fell to the ground. The girl clenches her hands into a fist, exhaling. She shows the V sign and tells everyone not to be afraid because she is always on guard. She turns around, reporting that shelters are now being urgently created on the outskirts of the city. She immediately repels the monster's attack. She frowns, trying to hold the creature back. She holds the monster, thinking that these creatures are weak, but there are too many of them. This cannot continue for long. Yamniam is holding on diligently. Suddenly the guy gets rid of the monster. He rushes forward when the girl realizes who he is. She has a wound on her stomach and thanks him for his help, but reveals that they just needed to neutralize the monsters. Vinto looks at her, asking her to deal with this herself in this case. He immediately runs away from here. He quickly cuts down monsters. Yamniam looks at him silently. She begins to warm up. She turns around when Justice calls her. He covers her mouth when she says his real name. He raises a finger, reminding him of his name. The girl smiles, asking what's wrong, to which he replies that she needs to follow Vinto. Justice looks down when she asks why she would do this, and he claims that the man is somehow suspicious. The girl looks questioningly at Vinto. He is on one knee. Yamniam looks up thoughtfully. Juwon stands next to the lying monster. He only asks why the man doesn't say so directly if something doesn't suit him, and what's the point of bringing such a crowd with him? They'll all lose anyway. The man raises his eyebrows, noticing that he has become bolder. He probably forgot how he failed last time. He has his hands in his pockets and claims that he likes to step on the same rake, to which the guy asks if his hand is okay. He says that he is talking about his right hand, because he thought that his hand could not be restored. He pushes off the ground with his foot. He grabs the man's hand, claiming that something is fishy here. Mikhail is amazed at this. Juwon turns his hand. The limb is immediately torn off. The guy smiles, throws out his hand, and declares that it's better this way. The man begins to cast a spell, thinking about what happened, but decides not to be surprised. He stretches his fingers, noticing that the guy has always been in good physical shape. He will try to take control over him by increasing the distance. Suddenly the stones fly apart. Michael is surrounded by green magic. Juwon swings his foot at him decisively. He stabs him in the leg. The man puts his hand forward, exuding magic. However, the guy immediately begins to fight back. He puts his foot forward. He grabs Mikhail by the hair, hitting him. The man is surprised. Juwon looks at him with his sparkling eye, asking if he has anything else to show. Mikhail just frowns at this. A fist flies at him and he looks at it, puzzled. He is immediately slammed into the asphalt. With his face on the ground, he laughs and claims that he feels good. Juwon just arches an eyebrow, looking at him questioningly. He notices something and asks what it is. A city street is visible. Yamniam hits the monster, declaring that enough is enough. She knocks him to the ground. She is on her knees, sighing. She starts eating, deciding that 10 bars won't be enough for her. She puts her hands behind her head, wondering why it's so quiet and whether everything here has already been cleared. Suddenly she looks questioningly at something. She sees people with whom something strange is happening. Vivi throws her head back and drool begins to flow from her mouth. Yamniam grabs her shoulder, asking what is happening to her. Suddenly they put a hand on her shoulder. A huge explosion is visible. Vivi lowers her head, standing among the smoke. A fist immediately flies at her. The blow lands on her head. It turns out that she was attacked by Yamniam. She frowns, asking if she has gone crazy, because as a blogger, her face is more valuable to her than life. She turns around, noticing something. She sees people looking at her. She pulls back the sleeve of her sweater, realizing what's what. Strange people show up, and she decides that it's not just Vinto who's strange. The girl clenches her hands into fists, noticing that she already has one less opponent. Suddenly Vivi leans her hand on the ground. She gets up and Yamniam realizes that she might still be alive. Suddenly a guy with fists rushes towards her. He begins to actively attack her. Suddenly a blue-haired man jumps at her from behind. She screams in shock as he leaves a mark on the ground. Yamniam looks at them in bewilderment. She frowns as she takes out the candy bars. She immediately absorbs them all. She chews them, looking determinedly at her opponents. It activates manifestation. She suddenly sends a magical wave towards her opponents. A rabbit grenade launcher is used. Everything around is destroyed. Stones fly in different directions. The girl awkwardly remarks that she has gone too far. A creature appears behind her as she talks about how they are heroes after all. Suddenly the monster is thrown aside. Yamniam looks on in surprise as the creature flies away. She looks down. The guy sits and scratches his head. The girl happily thanks the marathon runner for his help, to which he asks if she knows him. Nat and Volt come up from behind when the question is asked whether they are alive there. The guy turns around, hoping that everything is okay, to which the girl remarks that they want to figure out what's going on here. They turn their attention to the man, asking what is wrong with him and whether they were also attacked by the heroes. The wrinkles on the man's face are shown. The dark-haired man adjusts his glasses when the marathon runner claims that they themselves don't know anything, they attacked them out of the blue. He grabs the young man, asking for forgiveness. He examines Yamniam, who is perplexed. He adjusts his glasses again, believing that only the heroes of the Union have problems. The marathon man looks at him in surprise, asking if everything is okay with the Condor and the guards, to which he receives an affirmative answer. A completely blue man is shown lying on the ground. Volt takes out a box, saying that they originally came here for the villain's head, but the situation has changed. He takes a small car and tells someone to get out. The car grows, which amazes those around it. Nat loads the heroes into the truck. She arches an eyebrow, thinking that it would be better for them if they took these psychos away while they could deal with the villain. Yamniam agrees in surprise. The car drives away and the marathon runner wonders what they should do now. The girl remembers Justice's words that she needs to follow Vinto. She screams in surprise. She clenches her hands into fists, realizing that she cannot allow Vinto to go crazy too. Nat and Bolt are driving a car. The girl, bored, looks out the window, to which the man claims that it was not in vain that they went out. Suddenly they notice a man standing on the road. Nat looks out the window, telling him not to block the passage, and if he is a villain, then to stand still. Suddenly the man begins to cast magic. The young people look at this in shock. Vinto throws all the heroes away, thrusting his hand forward. The car is overturned, and all the people are lying on the ground. Nat holds his head, closing his eyes. She stands up, asking if Bolt is safe. His legs are crushed under the car and she notices it. She clenches her hand into a fist, telling him to be patient for a moment because she will kill Vinto. The man begins to exude magic again. He puts his hand forward, eyes sparkling. The girl looks at him, frowning. The magic is heading straight towards her. Volt notices someone kicking his head away. The marathon runner rushes forward, asking what it is. He tries to catch his breath, glad that they made it, and Nat notices that they were on time. He looks intensely, asking what they should do now. Yamniam decisively declares that she will neutralize him, but for now they need to leave. The guy is surprised, claiming that it is suicide, and asks if she sees that he is distraught. Vinto appears, and the phrase is heard that he is one of the strongest heroes of the Union. The heroes who attacked them did not even stand next to him. Nat holds his side as he is told that they are having a hard time fighting while protecting the wounded, and asks the young man to take the two to the hospital. Ampules are visible in the man's pocket. Yamniam smiles, telling her that she has a plan. She stands looking at Vinto. The marathon runner looks at her worriedly. Volt is lying on the ground, and Nat is squinting in pain. Suddenly the guy puts them on his back. He turns to the girl, informing her that he will bring other heroes so she doesn't have to exhaust herself. He immediately runs away. Yamniam clutches the bars in his hands, realizing that there are only two left. She is one of them. She immediately rushes towards Vinto. She strikes him decisively. The man looks at her lifelessly. He tries to attack her, but she dodges. Yamniam is extremely focused. She puts her hand forward, casting a spell. She frowns, noticing that her sugar is almost zero. She smiles, holding the ampoule in her hands, and claims that she stole it after all. Vinto stands with his head down as she reveals that she doesn't really want to use it. She opens the ampoule, realizing that she has no choice. She drinks the contents, deciding to see what kind of tasty treat he has hidden. She and the man are separated by a mark on the ground. She smiles contentedly, clutching an empty ampoule in her hands. She is surprised to notice that nothing happened. Suddenly Vinto attacks her, but she dodges. She blocks his blow as he puts his hand forward. She slides backwards along the ground. Yamniam frowns, wondering why she even decided to show off here and what she should do. The man clenches his jaw when she notes that it doesn't look like he'll let her escape. She eats the last candy bar, deciding to try throwing everything at him, gradually increasing the distance. She chewed the entire candy bar. Suddenly, she throws her head back in surprise. Vinto rushes towards her. She stands motionless as he tries to attack her. Suddenly, she turns her gaze to him. Destruction is visible, and stones fly to the sides. Clouds of dust appear. Among them, the pink eyes of a girl sparkle. She smiles, understanding why there was such a gap between them. The man moves his hand to the side, preparing a new attack. Yamniam also uses magic, using a hyper rabbit. Manifestation is activated. The girl rushes forward using a cannon. The hyper bunny cannon is used. Everything is filled with pink magic. A huge impact mark is visible. The man falls to his knees. Vinto lies on the ground lifeless and half naked. Yamniam grins, declaring that it was easy. She leans over. It turns out she started to fall. She opens her eyes in surprise. Chrome and Stiletto standing nearby look at her. They sit near her bunk, asking if she's okay. Stiletto arches an eyebrow, asking why she took that medicine since she was told it was dangerous. She awkwardly covers herself with a blanket, saying that in that situation there was no other way out. The hospital is shown, and the phrase is heard that the heroes she saved remain safe, but there is one problem. The rest of the beds are visible when it is reported that the place is full of heroes of the Union. The man is in pain. The other one is sweating from suffering. The girl is surprised, and Stiletto claims that it's good that thanks to her help, everything happened without serious consequences. Juhai comes to the bed and asks how the girl is feeling. Yamniam looks at her admiringly, thinking she is beautiful. Suddenly she starts to feel nauseous. The sounds of vomiting are heard. She notices that her stomach hurts, and Juhai places a hand on her shoulder, informing her that with her abilities, she will be able to quickly recover from her injuries. Stiletto sighs, closing his eyes. Yamniam is amazed when he tells her to only eat porridge. He crosses his arms when she asks how long she needs to do this and says at least a week. He frowns as he approaches her when she suggests that 2 days might be enough, and he repeats his words. The girl turns out to be dejected. Chrome and Stiletto leave. The guy raises the corners of his eyebrows, saying that the girl is like a small child. She has worn out all his nerves. Chrome raises his eyebrows when he says it's time for Yamniam to get serious, and he remarks that he's very protective of her. They're like family. Stiletto arches an eyebrow, asserting that they are not family, but childhood friends. Chrome looks at him questioningly as he remembers her and Juwon. People appear, and the girl asks why the heroes were sent here. There is also a medical center in the atrium. Stiletto notices that it's about Juwon's older sister, who has been working with drugs lately because of justice. Chrome arches an eyebrow, asking if that's true. She looks away. Suddenly she notices something. The sign in the document she noticed is shown. He appears closer when asked where she saw him. Day, a special insulator for creatures with superpowers, Persephone. In the building, monsters in chains walked along the corridor. Before they were sent down the corridor with the others, they were called over and handcuffed with a collar. With a click, the collar slammed shut on the monster's neck, causing it to wince in pain. Next, the guard said, sending the monster onward. Haste watched all this from the side. Folding her arms across her chest, she asked the guard behind her if they had enough staff for all the prisoners, to which the guy replied that there was not enough space to lock up the most violent ones. At this time, the monster in front of them was brought to its knees and shocked to calm it down and put on shackles. The guard asked what about the other heroes. Haste, remembering Red with his finger raised high, said that most of the heroes of the Union were neutralized, and the rest had to deal with security in the city and solve other issues. Haste was a little worried. A guy in an orange robe was being led behind her. It was Mikhail. He was missing an arm, he was very thin, and there were shackles on his remaining arm and neck. He was walking slowly, so the guard pushed him in the back and told him to move faster. From such a push, Mikhail fell to the floor. The guards, looking at this, laughed quietly. Approaching him, they took him by the collar and lifted him up. Taking Mikhail to the cell, the guard said that this was now his new home. There was only one prisoner in the cell, sitting at the end. Having freed Mikhail's hand, they pushed him into the cell and told him to keep his head down. The door to the cell closed, and behind it shouts were heard that help was needed with the monsters. Mikhail approached one of the beds, when suddenly he was grabbed by the shoulder. This was the first prisoner. Holding it roughly, he said that this was his place. After which, taking Mikhail by the clothes, he said that if he did not get off, he would tear off his remaining hand. That's how it is, said Mikhail, looking emotionlessly at the offender. At this time, the collar on his neck sparkled. At that same second, it split into 2 parts, freeing him. Seeing this, the prisoner quickly released him. Drops of sweat were running down his face. He was shocked because he had never seen anything like this. At that same second, Mikhail hit him in the face with all his might, pinning him to the wall. He used his power, releasing it directly onto the offender's face, causing him to suffocate and slowly die in agony. The prisoner groaned and made sounds, to which Mikhail, without removing his hand, told him to be quiet. When he finished, he removed his hand. The prisoner fell to the floor, but all that was left of his body were his legs, which were quickly burning. Wiping his hand, Mikhail looked at the murdered man with contempt. All that was left of the dead man was his hand, which was slowly burning. Mikhail immediately grabbed it and threw it over his shoulder, saying that he would need it. Day, the sun illuminates everything around. Cafe, Chrome, looking puzzled, asked if Juwon really wanted her to say that she was the one who caught Mikhail. Juwon, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms, responded positively before saying that it wouldn't be a good thing if everyone knew his name because it would make it harder to do his job. Then, looking at Chrome, he asked what would happen if Juwon and Justice were called at the same time. Chrome, putting a finger to her mouth, thoughtfully said that he was right. Juwon, putting his hand to his chin, said in his head that it was a shame that Mikhail was caught already exhausted. Imagining the image of Michael standing with his back to him, he said that it was boring, after which he asked himself what his purpose was. His thoughts were interrupted by Chrome, who calmly asked how he was doing lately, to which Ju-won replied that he was incredibly busy. Recalling the recent meeting, he said that it was decided to declare war on the villains, after which he asked if the Union was really busy announcing its position, after which he presented the angry face of Arcadia. After leaving the memories, Ju-won reached out and said that the guard's approval rating had increased significantly, saying after that he might even be a little freer as things went down. Chrome immediately asked if it meant they were finally free. Hearing this, Ju-won's face changed and there was confusion in his eyes, so he asked again. Chrome, with a slight change in her face, said that she was talking about his weekend. Ju-won answered, probably confused. Hearing this, Chrome lowered her head and put her hand in her pocket. Then she took out a huge list from it. She immediately began reading everything they would have to do on his weekend together. Listening to her, Ju-won said in confusion that Jae was indeed a pronounced J. Satisfied with herself. Chrome, leaning back in her chair and folding her arms across her chest, said that there will be no failures if you plan everything. Suddenly her phone rang. The incoming person was from Stiletto. What is it? Chrome asked, picking up the phone, looking at the confused and embarrassed Ju-won, who was reading the entire list. The main character, staring at the list, asked himself in shock why everything should be described like that, after which he asked himself whether he was really looking forward to this day so much. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he asked himself if this was really a date. Moving away a little, he looked questioningly at Chrome. What is it? He asked, seeing that his interlocutor stood up, clenching her hand into a fist. Chrome immediately grabbed his hand, telling him that they needed to go to the hospital immediately. Surprised, Ju-won, seeing the excitement in Chrome's face, asked why. She didn't answer, but simply pulled him along with her. Stiletto was talking on the phone, from which he could hear what was happening. He seriously said that the drawing he told Chrome about earlier, he saw it on the tablet that Ju-won's sister was holding. Chrome immediately screamed into the phone, did he really find it? Stiletto, laying out the papers on the table, asked if she remembered the laboratory that he found when he was in the Union, remembering how they saw many water tanks while going down the stairs. Chrome immediately asked how she could forget this, because it was there that they met Mikhail. There were many sleeping monsters in the test tubes. This drawing, Stiletto said hesitantly, looking at the photograph in his hand. He was on a laboratory tank, Stiletto finished, gathering his strength. At this time, in the hospital, Ju-won's sister was walking along the corridor, her heels clicking. She hummed a tune as she walked towards the patient. In the ward, Yamniam was sitting on the bed, watching streams on her tablet. Ju-hai pulled back the curtain and asked Yamniam how she was feeling. The patient was very happy to see her. Smiling widely, she said that she felt very cheerful and energetic. True, Ju-hai asked with a malicious smile. There was malice in her eyes and smile. Ju-hai said that she was happy to see Yamniam so energetic. Hospital building. Yamniam lies on the bed and watches the stream on his phone. Suddenly she tensed and thought. Jumping out of bed, she said that she was thirsty. In the corridor, she poured herself some water. She leaned her hand on her side, drank water and asked herself how long she would have to stay here. It's boring, she said, when suddenly a monster appeared in the window to the side of Yamniam, flying straight towards her. He broke through the window and grabbed her by the neck. Yamniam did not immediately understand what was happening, even when the monster's hand was on her neck. He threw her forcefully across the corridor. Grouping herself, she avoided a strong blow. Two men suddenly appeared in front of her, whose eyes were blue, and they themselves were screaming with rage. Surprised, Yamniam asked, really again, adding, didn't the heroes in the hospital cope with this? Reaching into her pocket, she found nothing there. Realizing in horror that there was nothing in her pocket, she screamed in her head, asking where she could get a chocolate bar if they only served porridge here. The monster at this time was already flying to Yamniam. At the last moment, she was able to jump away from the blow, which split the floor. Suddenly, men grabbed her by the arms from behind. She screamed in rage for them to let her go, but the men held her head and shoulders tightly. Immediately after that, they dragged her away with them. City, clouds gathered in the sky. There were puddles on the tiles. Suddenly, Ju-won stepped on this puddle. He quickly ran to the hospital. He was very excited, drops of sweat were running down his face. He asked himself if his sister was really behind all this. In all the puddles on his way, he saw different pictures. In the first, he saw medicine and ampoules, in the second, rampaging monsters, and in the third, the murder of Justice. Ju-won ran on. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. In front of the hospital, at the entrance, stood his sister. Running up to her, she turned around and, seeing her brother, was surprised. Seeing Ju-won's serious face standing in front of her, Ji asked him what happened. Suddenly, she smiled sarcastically and asked if he really wanted to visit his friend. Ju-won was very tense. He looked at his sister in disbelief. He looked at her without moving. Clenching his fist, he told her that he had heard something truly absurd. Gathering his strength, he, without approaching his sister, told her that he had heard that she was connected to the ampoule, which leads to two things: the murder of justice and rampaging monsters. Smiling bewilderedly, he said that this was really absurd, after which he asked her in hope if she couldn't have done that. Jihai was silent and looked at her brother with a malicious smile. Ju-won's face changed to an angrier one and he asked her to say something, when he suddenly shouted in rage for you to stop being silent. Suddenly he heard that glass and walls were cracking on the floors of the building. He immediately noticed this. From there the screams of Yamniam could be heard, screaming for help. Ju-won was very confused, asking what was going on. At this time, Ji approached him. She put her hand on her brother's shoulder. "No," she said with a serious and cool face. A shocked Ju-won turned to his sister, asking what she was talking about, to which Ji said that the medicine had not yet worked. There was contempt and condemnation in her eyes. She explained with complete composure that it was necessary for madness to take hold in the body, adding that there was no need to interfere with her research. Ju-won was horrified by what he heard. He pushed her hand away, saying that they would talk later. Suddenly he received a strong blow to the cheek. Rubbing his jaw, he looked ahead. Ji said that she used the cells of justice that she took last time. She kept her hand on the shoulder of the creature she had created. It was Sunwoo's body, covered in scars, stitches, and dark energy. His eyes were black. Ji, turning away, said that she managed to create it. Ju-won immediately realized that this was his former comrade. Ji said that she heard that Sunwoo was his friend, which means he shouldn't be too surprised. Ju-won looked at the creature in front of him in confusion and shock. Ji turned to her brother and said that she didn't want to hurt him, then asked him to just leave, adding that he didn't have enough fighting skills to deal with Sunwoo. Looking around, Jihai asked her brother where Chrome was, because she was always hanging around him. Gritting his teeth in rage, Ju-won said that he could cope without her. A strong aura enveloped him. It was so strong that the tiles beneath him cracked, and the air seemed to be so compressed that nothing could withstand such tension. Jihi was a little surprised when she saw this. Lightning enveloped Ju-won's body. He wiped the blood from his mouth and turned to his sister. Standing up and smiling maliciously, she asked him if she knew who the secretive hero was. At this time, in the hospital, monsters were beating Yamniam. The huge monster swung to deliver a crushing blow. Yamniam was lying on the floor, covering her head with her hands, when suddenly she found herself in Wilhelm's arms. He winked at her, asking if it was dangerous. Placing the drawn Yamniam on the floor, she said that she saw him drink the medicine of uncontrollability and pass out. Hearing this, he spread his arms, saying in surprise that he had simply passed out from drinking too much. Closing his eyes, he said with a smile on his face that she was very nice, suggesting that they have dinner together next time. When suddenly a man appeared behind him, flying at him with his fists. The fist was already a centimeter from the head of the unsuspecting Wilhelm. Suddenly, with a sharp and strong blow, he knocked out his opponent. Yamniam was shocked by what she saw. In her head she was asking what that just happened. Wilhelm said with complete seriousness that his senior colleague always talks. Standing up, he said with a malicious smile on his face that his younger colleague should first of all be taught etiquette. They stood opposite each other and looked without looking away. Yamniam fixed her gaze on him. She thought that during the suppression of the villains, he was a key figure. With anger in her eyes, she thought that if this was so, then he was incredibly strong. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, hearing Wilhelm groan. Through force, he said that he had not moved so much for a long time. Here was his lower back. Yamniam interrupted him and shouted at him to look forward. A monster appeared in front of Wilhelm's face, flying at him with fists. The monster flew past. Yamniam was surprised. A fist appeared behind Wilhelm, flying towards the monster. The medicine of uncontrollability hit the monster's head. Whimpering, Wilhelm said that he should warm up a little before the fight. Yamniam looked at him in shock and thought that he didn't even take a step, and no one could even touch them. Wilhelm stood in the middle of the test subjects. Sighing, he said, "There you go." The subjects grappled with each other in a struggle. Wilhelm stood back, watching them over his shoulder. With one blow of his fist, he broke up the fight between the guys. Stretching his shoulder, he turned to them, saying, "Guys." Standing opposite them, he showed them his fist and asked if they should greet their senior colleague at least once. Having hit the monster, he said that the next one should come. He kicked the other one in the head and said the same thing. He immediately hit the other one. Having hit the last one, he looked at how they all lay near him. There was confidence in his gaze. Ju-won stood in front of Sunwoo and Juhee. Coming closer, she said that he was simply copying his appearance. Juhai stood and looked at him in shock. Passing by, she did not take her eyes off him. Ju-won ran into Sunwoo and slammed his face into the ground. Sunwoo grabbed his hand. With his hand on Sunwoo's face, Ju-won looked at him while he growled. Ju-won looked at him and confidently said that it seemed from the outside that he was now taking out his accumulated anger on Sona and that he was truly sorry. "But this is true," he said, pointing his fist towards the enemy. Swinging, he quickly hit him. Hanging over him, Ju-won continued to hit him with all his might. Sunwoo began to smoke out of anger. He strained his hand with all his might. Sunwoo began to melt in pain. Juhai stood behind Ju-won and asked how he could do this. Exhaling, he said it was a long story. Looking at her, he said indifferently, "First give up everything and give up." After a short silence, he continued to tell her that he would listen to her later. From behind them, they heard the strange sound of the bracelet around Sunwoo's neck lighting up. Sunwoo's eye opened and glowed bright red. Ji-won stood over him and looked at him in surprise. Swinging, Sonu hit him in the face with his burning hand. Hitting him quickly, Ji-won flew far away from him. Ji-won looked up with frightened eyes. Sunwoo was very tense as he was not ready to lose to him. Ji-won hit Sunwoo harshly. The bracelet on Sunwoo's neck lit up again. He, enveloped in fire, quickly swung at Ji-won. Ji-won put out his palm and stopped him. With hatred on his face, the guy screamed loudly, exclaiming, "This." Baring their teeth, they came face to face. Ji-won looked at Sunwoo while he covered his mouth with his hand. "It's still useless," Ji-won exclaimed in his head, looking at Sunwoo, who fixed his gaze on him and immediately regenerated. Juhai stood and looked at the guys thoughtfully, thinking about what Ji-won had done. The guy thought that he also has regeneration abilities, but he does not know how to recover so quickly. Continuing his thoughts, he thought, what if he dies endlessly and comes back to life? He dies and is reborn, Ji-won thought in shock. The guy ran towards Sunwoo. Sunwoo took a deep breath while looking up. Exhaling, he directed a stream of fire towards the guy. Through the fire, Sunwoo saw Ji-won's fist heading towards him. Ji-won hit Sunwoo on the chin. The guy stood heroically, raising his hand. With folded arms, Juhai said that there was no use in fighting with Sonu. After a pause, she continued to talk about how he would rise again. Sunwoo stood with his hand pointing upward. He sharply extended his burning hand towards Ji-won. Looking at his hand, he wondered why the hand went out. Ji-won immediately lifted his opponent by the neck. Smiling maliciously, he asked him if the light didn't light up. Immediately, the guy swung his burning hand at Sona. Juhai looked at them in surprise and shouted questioningly, "What?" Manifestation. Ji-won stood in the middle of the fire, hitting Sunwoo with his burning hand. Volcanic magnum. At that moment, a huge explosion appeared next to the guys. With fire in his eyes, the guy looked at Sona and asked what his fire tasted like. Special Detention Center Persephone. Agu, a voice was heard. There were prisoners in the room. 2 guards were looking at them. The first asked in surprise how many of them there were, to which the second replied that it was all because of the heroes, because they shoved everyone here for the common good. Threatening the monsters with an electric stick, the guard ordered all the monsters to enter. Everyone moved. The guard said that if a couple of them got lost, no one would notice. Approaching the camera, one of the monsters stopped. In the room was Mikhail, who was again 2-armed. "Long time no see," he told the frightened monster. His hand lit up with a green flame, after which Mikhail said with a malicious smile on his face that he came to pick up the thing he left here. There was fear in the monster's eyes because Mikhail was reaching out to him with his hand. He touched the monster's stomach with one finger. The corruption instantly spread throughout his entire body and he screamed in pain. Within a couple of seconds, there was nothing left of the monster, only Mikhail stood with his finger outstretched. All that was left of the monster's body was the detonator. Mikhail immediately grabbed him. Monster particles were still flying around. Looking at the detonator, Mikhail smiled maliciously. All the prisoners did not move. A guard looked out from behind the monster. Noticing Mikhail, he immediately jumped up with a weapon in his hands, shouting what he had done. Guards surrounded Mikhail, shouting at him to raise his hands and get down on the floor, but he did not move. All the monsters were incredibly excited, sweat pouring down their faces and bodies. A few minutes later, all the monsters, accompanied by guards, were taken to their cells. Walking with his hands raised, Mikhail thanked the guards for leading everyone inside. Then he sharply pressed the detonator button. The monster's heart suddenly lit up. At this time, Ji-won hit Sun with a strong fire attack. There was a fire in his eyes, a malicious smile on his face, and he himself asked what his own fire tasted like. Sonu was lying on the ground in flames. Ji-won's eyes glowed bright blue and his hand was covered in lightning. Jihi was shocked by what she saw. She immediately extended her hand and tried to use resurrection magic on Sona. He, enveloped in the power of Jiha, instantly stood up. Immediately, Ji-won's fiery fist appeared in front of his face. Without hesitation, Sunwoo stood up, swinging back at Ji-won. His fist was also covered in fire. But before he could strike, Ji-won pierced Sunwoo's stomach with fire. He spat out all his insides from such a blow, after which he fell to the ground dead. Jihi was scared. Stretching out her hand, she said that this was not the end and used resurrection magic. When suddenly she was struck by a blow, her eyes grew dark and her mind was clouded. At that very second, Ji-won grabbed her hand and said with a serious face that this was the end. Suddenly he heard his name called. Ji-won looked in the direction of the scream in surprise. Yamniam and Wilhelm walked towards him. Yamniam ran towards him, jumping and waving her hand. Dissatisfied, Wilhelm asked if her friend was a guy. Justice, Yamniam wanted to scream, but Ji-won, approaching her in time, covered her mouth with his hand. Then, putting his index finger to his lips, he said that he was Ji-won. Taking his hand away from her mouth, Ju-won confusedly asked what happened to the heroes inside, to which Wilhelm told him to forget about them. With his hands in his pockets, he explained with a slightly upset face that the people who were inside, they were all suppressed. He continued, remembering the picture of a dozen people lying dead on the floor. Surprised, Ju-won asked himself in his head if he was all those people. Looking at Wilhelm, who did not understand why they were looking at him so intently, he added that he considered him just a dummy with a high rank. Wilhelm looked at Ju-won's sister, whom he held tightly by the hand, and asked in surprise if she was really behind all this, after which he said, "Oh, these women's clothes." "It was the same that time," said a disappointed Ju-won, remembering the situation with a beautiful girl in the club, after which he said that he was the first to approach her. They talked a lot, and then she blocked him. Ju-won turned away in confusion, saying that everything was clear. Yamniam immediately asked what they would do now, to which Ju-won extended his hand and said that they would first contact Atrium and transfer the heroes there. Then he turned his attention to Jae, who had her back turned to him. "And we will conclude them," he finished, turning again to his comrades. Suddenly there was an earthquake. It was short-lived, so as soon as it ended, Yamwon asked in surprise what it was. Not far from the hospital, through the forest, smoke appeared. Ju-won immediately realized that it was Persephone who was burning. Approaching his sister, he addressed her with contempt. "What did you do?" he asked the silent Jia in confusion. At this time, the walls and ceiling on Persephone were collapsing, and the alarm was sounded. The guards lay unconscious on the floor, crushed by the slabs. One of the guards was crawling towards the weapon with his last strength. He radioed that there were many casualties due to the explosion. He had only a short distance to reach the weapon. Suddenly it was grabbed by someone. It was prisoner number 462-1004. With a crazy smile on her face, she stood in front of the guard with his weapon in his hands. The shocked guard asked why she was outside. The prisoner stood up after the explosion, and their collars fell off. The girl explained that the bombs that Mikhail hid inside the fugitives exploded. The monsters were getting closer and closer to the last guard. Number 462-1004 agreed that they helped free all their friends at once. Her teeth were sharp, like a shark's, and she smiled widely and pointed the gun at the guard's face. There was horror and fear of death in his eyes. Persephone was burning more and more, smoke was pouring out of her. In one of the blocks, two prisoners kicked a guard. The guy with yellow hair was holding an electric stick in his hand and smiling madly. He shocked the guard, causing him to convulse, and then asked him if he liked being in their place. Number 462-1004 hummed a tune. She stood behind these guys. Hearing singing, the yellow-haired guy looked back at the sound. Seeing the girl, he sarcastically told her if she wanted to have fun with him. With a crazy smile on her face, she turned to him, asking again. The second, realizing who she was, broke out in sweat and said that it was her. But before he could finish speaking, the huge mouth tore off half of his friend's body. The hand of number 462-1004 increased in size as it chewed food. "Uncle," the girl said, moving her hand to the side. The guy turned blue with horror, preparing for death. Number 462-1004 asked him if he knew where the things confiscated from the prisoners were. With shaking hands, he pointed towards the exit and said that as soon as she walked there, he would immediately see her. Hearing the answer, the girl smiled kindly and thanked the guy. Throwing her hands behind her head, she walked in the direction where the prisoner pointed, displeasedly saying that she was only doing this because Mikhail ordered her to do so. Having reached the place, she held a piece of paper with inscriptions in her hand and read aloud, "Cigar, mirror, Hanyamesk." She rolled her eyes and wondered where he would use all this. At this time, shots were heard in another building. The guards, hiding behind a barricade of debris, shot at the prisoners. The prisoners stood behind the wall, waiting for the end of the shooting. The guy looked out and said displeasedly that the guards were annoying flies. At the same moment, a huge monster appeared behind him, telling him to get out of the way. "I will trample them," he said, walking right under the bullets, which did not even leave scratches on his body. He quickly walked forward towards the guards while they shot at him. He quickly destroyed the guards' defenses. The security guy fell to the floor, clearing his throat. A stone monster appeared in front of him, cracking his fingers. The guy, seeing him, got scared and screamed loudly. At the same moment, Heist took her blade out of its sheath. She carried out numerous, powerful and fast strikes. The stone monster was at that very second cut into many stone fragments. "Mrs. Haste," exclaimed the frightened guy from the security. The savior extended her hand to the guy and asked what the situation was now, to which he reported that almost all the villains had been freed. Pointing to the many energy tanks, he said that this was an energy facility, so they protected it first. Haste, hearing this, asked what about the other heroes. Bowing his head sadly, the guy said that as far as he knows, there is only one of her here. Haste put her hand on his shoulder. With a smile on her face and kindness in her eyes, she said that they all did a good job, adding after that now she will figure it out. At this time, a prisoner was peeking out from behind the wall behind her. "Isn't this a rush?" he asked, after which he said that he needed to run. Another angry prisoner appeared behind him. He shouted at the first one that they needed to try harder, after asking why he was so afraid of her. He shouted that there were more of them, and all the prisoners ran in a crowd to Haste. Seeing this, the security guy ran away and Heist turned on them. At that same second, immediately, she rushed towards them with burning blue eyes. With quick and powerful blows, she cut the 5 in 2. Finding herself in front of another one, she carried out a blow so that it was cut in 2 from the top of his head to his heels. There was composure and contempt in her eyes. She did not feel sorry for any of these people. Seeing the death of their comrades, the others stopped and were very frightened. The prisoners quickly ran towards Heist. She stood adamantly with her back to them, holding a weapon in her hand. One of the prisoners was very frightened and screamed in surprise. Haste immediately appeared behind him, while he did not notice her. The girl came closer and closer to him. She told him to give up, then continued that if he surrendered, she would spare him. The prisoner stood with a malicious smile on his face, after which, laughing, he asked if she thought that he ran here for a reason. The prisoners immediately began to show up. Haste stood in the center while they surrounded her. They started shouting in unison that they would tear her apart and kill her. They stretched their hands in her direction, saying that she couldn't be fast in such a tight space. Haste immediately took out her weapon. She immediately cut one of them in half. The monster with blades from his hand repelled the attack from Hens's katana. A huge red monster immediately appeared behind her. Haste turned back in fear, and the monster laughed maliciously, hovering over her. He instantly grabbed her hands, forbidding her to move. Everyone else immediately appeared in front of her. Attacks of all types were aimed at her, but she could not even draw her sword. But at the last second, Red blocked all the blows. Shocked and ready to die, Haste looked at her savior. Red immediately raised his hand to strike back. With an accurate and powerful blow, he struck the monster with claws in the stomach. One by one the prisoners flew further and further away. Blazing red, he shouted, holding out his clenched fist. Traces of destruction were visible in the corridor. The sign said that this was a special surveillance zone. The doors were closed. The door opened and there was a dark silhouette of a man in the passage. A man in an orange suit walked inside. A man was sitting in chains against the wall. He had long blue hair. He raised his head and looked at him. It was Nemesis. Mikhail said that he had come for him. The bodies of defeated opponents lay in a heap in front of him. She looked at him in confusion, opened her mouth and called him by name. The monster raised its head. She turned around when she heard some strange sounds. The criminals were tied up. She crossed her arms in front of her and asked if he really wanted to deal with everyone alone, and added that sometimes he seemed really reckless to her. Heist, standing at her side, asked how they came so quickly. She raised one eyebrow mockingly and began the story. She remembered how she frowned with displeasure, and he looked at her questioningly. He opened his mouth and asked how Yamniam was connected to this. His eyes widened in surprise when he learned that the drawing that was on Juhai's clipboard was also in that laboratory. She leaned over slightly and said that first of all we needed to run to the laboratory. He grabbed her hand and told her to go to Persephone because there were many prisoners there. He frowned and said that the situation there was stressing him out. She waved her hand and said she wasn't sure Juwon could handle her. Heist asked what about the other members. The room was destroyed. Black smoke rose from the rubble. He bent down slightly, preparing to attack the two opponents, and shouted that they would pay for this. Spikes appeared on his hand. They put their hands forward, protecting themselves from the thorns. A green light appeared behind him. A beam of light threw the criminal's back. He clenched his teeth, looked at what was happening in fear and swore. Spikes protruded from their backs. He fell to the ground. He tossed the spike and looked at its body. There were many bodies in orange prison uniforms lying around Chrome and Stiletto. He showed her his thumb, said that all the heroes who could have come, so Burning Blue had nothing to worry about. From such treatment, Haste became furious. A prisoner appeared behind her. She told Red that she had asked many times to call her Heist. She blocked his attack without looking and said that she hated being called that. He fought monsters and reminded her that the title of Flaming is a very honorable one among heroes. He grabbed the monsters by the heads. He knocked their heads together and told Haste that she should be proud of such a nickname. Chrome stood behind him with his hand raised. She was surprised to think that these two managed to fight and swear at the same time. She frowned and decided that although there were other heroes, these two could handle everything together. An explosion occurred behind her. She turned around. She looked at someone in confusion and frowned. He smiled broadly and said that he missed them too and that he was very glad to see them. She frowned even deeper, clenched her teeth and whispered the name Nemesis. She got into a fighting stance, raised her hand and looked at him intently, wondering if he had gone out with the rest of the villains. She remembered the strong door and realized that the place where he was locked could not be opened so easily, which means someone had freed him. He put his hands in his pockets and asked why they weren't happy to see him. He missed everyone so much. He looked at the blue-haired Heist, Red in the helmet, said that his left and right hands were here and asked where Justice had gone. Surrounded by debris, Chrome frowned as she thought about what was happening here. She thought about the blurry silhouette with blue hair and remembered that Nemesis was the worst villain in history, but Justice easily defeated him. She imagined the blue-haired woman and thought about how Haste was ranked 6th in the overall hero ranking. She imagined the helmeted hero and thought that Red was also quite strong. She looked to the side with suspicion. Red and Heist took a fighting stance and she raised her sword. The pink-haired girl was worried that they looked so nervous. She noticed a man among the rubble. A girl was lying on the ground next to him. She tilted her head, peering intently at them, and recognized Stiletto. Someone had extended his hand, blocking her path. She looked at Red with displeasure and said that they should help those two. She looked down and saw that his hand was shaking. She looked at his helmet, unable to believe that Red was shaking. She stood behind him. He clenched his hand into a fist and asked her to immediately bring the captain. His hand blocked her path. She raised one eyebrow, looked at him questioningly, and called him by name. At his side, Haste raised her sword. She told Chrome to do as he said. Red said that he was not just red, but a flaming red. She frowned at his helmet and agreed. Her body began to turn into black and purple streams. She thought that somehow the atmosphere here was unpleasant, so she would trust these two for now. Next to him was a black and purple spot. A black stream slid between the bodies of the prisoners. He continued to stand with his hands in his trouser pockets. He chuckled when asked why he let her leave. He bowed his head and said that he missed Justice too, but something else was important right now. Red clenched his hands into fists. Haste put her sword in front of her. Nemesis said that, judging by Chrome's reaction, she was not aware of what happened last time. They continued to stand in a fighting stance and did not answer. He pressed his hand to his face, laughed, and asked why the heroes were so strange and annoying. He opened his mouth slightly and snorted derisively. He raised his head, looked at them intently, and assumed that they had lied to her. They rushed to attack. He continued to stand calmly and watch them. There were bodies on the ground. A bloody sword was visible. There was a dark puddle on the ground. He grabbed him by the helmet and squeezed. His eyes glowed in the darkness. He extended his hand and lifted Red off the ground. He squinted, opened his mouth, and said that he was already tired of their predictability. She frowned. Her uniform was stained with blood. Nemesis looked at her and said that he was pleased to see the fire in her eyes. He laughed, invited Haste to work for him, and said that everyone else was too obedient and boring. He licked his lips and said that her rage and harshness suited his taste. Someone grabbed his hand. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as Nemesis tightened his grip. Red was outraged. He grabbed his hand and threw it off him. His blue hair became disheveled as the hero, outraged by his treatment of Haste, struck him. His head jerked back. Red rushed forward again, but was intercepted. He put his hand on his throat and said that he had forgotten what a good punching bag he was. His eyes glowed ominously. He grinned, said that he was talking about Red's ability to quickly recover, and asked what would happen if he now started to break his cervical vertebrae. He tightened his grip on his neck. Red arched and screamed in pain. She narrowed one eye and screamed in protest. She pressed her hand to the wound on her side. His hands hung lifeless. She reached for the sword. His fingers tightened on the hilt of his sword. She approached him on trembling legs. Clutching the wound with her hand, she tried to straighten up, trembling in pain. She extended her hand towards the grinning enemy holding her comrade. Suddenly Justice appeared. He hit him in the face. He fell into a pile of rubble. She raised her head and, not paying attention to the scattered fragments, called him. He clenched his hand into a fist and looked at her. She closed her eyes, fell to her knees, and called out to Juwon. He grabbed her by the waist, preventing her from falling. He turned around. Red was lying on the ground unconscious. He looked at the wound on Haste's side. He touched her face with his fingers and asked for forgiveness. He moved the bloody cloth away. He examined her wound and thought that she had lost a lot of blood, so leaving it like that would be dangerous. Flames appeared above his palm. He thought that there was no other choice. Sweat flowed down her face. She bowed her head and looked down. Juwon said that he would apologize for the scar later. He brought his hand with fire to her wound. Her eyes widened in pain. She hit him on the shoulder, trying to stop this torture. Stone fragments scattered in different directions with a roar. He looked at his back and said that he had not seen each other for a long time. He stretched his shoulder, smiled broadly, and asked Justice if he had been too gentle with him. Without turning his head, he asked if he really thought so. He carefully let Heist onto the ground. He stamped his red-booted foot. He stood up. His eyes flashed menacingly. He said that he would try not to disappoint Nemesis. There was a dark spot next to the wide dark door. He stood facing a painting in a white frame. He rubbed his chin with his hand and said that this was excellent. The doors opened. A man came in and called him. He crossed his arms over his chest and displeasedly asked if he had forgotten that he had to knock before entering. He apologized and said that it was urgent. He frowned when a subordinate said that there was a huge explosion at Persephone and many of the villains escaped. They went to the door. He asked him how this could happen and said that they needed to hurry. Dream, walking ahead, asked what happened to special villains like Nemesis. He replied that Justice immediately went there to stop him. A man walking behind him said Justice had easily dealt with him in the past. He froze. He turned around, frowned with displeasure, and asked if Justice was there alone. Streams of power surrounded him. His eyes flashed menacingly. He said that he would try not to disappoint Nemesis. He pressed his hand to his chest, laughed, and asked him to try harder. He squinted, smiled broadly, and said that everything was the same as last time. He ran towards him. There was an explosion. Air currents surrounded the blue-haired man. Clouds of dust surrounded them. He squeezed his fist and smiled wickedly. He let go of his hand. Justice swayed. He leaned over, keeping his balance, and frowned at his opponent. He looked at his opponent in confusion and clenched his teeth. He elbowed him in the face. His neck arched at an unnatural angle. His cheek swollen from the blow, he grinned and said that despite his best efforts, Justice had disappointed him. He delivered a series of blows to his opponent's body. He frowned, clenched his teeth in irritation, and thought that Nemesis had already returned to normal, which means his wounds had healed. He clenched his hand into a fist and activated the manifestation. A blue flash flashed. The enemy could not understand what it was. He hit him hard in the stomach. He flew far back when Justice used the Magnum original technique. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. His body disappeared under the rubble. He stood over the enemy's body and tried to catch his breath. He opened his mouth, mockingly said that Nemesis showed off too much, and suggested that all villains definitely need to show off despite the fact that they are nothing of themselves. He turned away and thought he should check out Red in haste. He glanced sideways at the enemy's body lying on the rubble. A purple light emanated from his body. He clenched his fingers on the stone. He straightened up, grinned, said that he had not fought Justice for a long time and was a little mistaken, but now he had finished warming up. He clenched his teeth in irritation and wondered how he could get up after such a blow, since the attack clearly had an effect on him. He clenched his hand into a fist, summoning fire, and decided that he would use Sunwoo's ability. There was another explosion. Baring his fangs, Nemesis rushed forward. He winced with displeasure when he noticed the enemy. He squinted, opened his mouth, and told him that he was late. They were surrounded by purple streams of power. He winced with displeasure as purple flames engulfed his body. He gritted his teeth and thought that this was not a simple fire ability. He opened his mouth and screamed, realizing that his strength was being burned in this flame. His eyes glowed purple. He opened his mouth wide and asked why he opened it if he knew that if he caught him, it would all be over. A blue flash appeared. He raised one eyebrow and looked at his opponent in confusion. He clenched his teeth and attacked him. He lowered his head and looked at the smoke coming from his body. He raised his head, opened his mouth, and said that this was strange. A purple flame lit up on his body. He asked if it was hotter than usual. He approached them and called Nemesis. He turned to him. Mikhail said that everything was ready and it was time for them to go. He ran towards two men in orange suits. Nemesis said that their touching reunion had come to an end and it was time for him to leave. He touched the wall. Green cracks covered it. Rocks began to fall behind him. He looked at the bodies lying on the ground. Nemesis suggested that he take care of his comrades, not him. He waved his hand and said that they would see each other again. He looked after him gloomily. He picked up the bodies of his friends and ran. A lot of rocks fell behind him. The passage behind them was blocked. Mikhail turned around and asked him why he did this. He clenched his teeth and looked intently at something. He approached him and asked if he was okay. He frowned, opened his mouth, and asked if it was Justice. There was stone rubble everywhere. He looked at the huge stone. He hit it with his fist. He clenched his teeth and raised his hand to strike again. They were lying on the ground. He looked at his fist. He sank to the ground and changed form. He was half Justice and half Juwon. He was horrified to think that his ability wasn't working. Black smoke rose above the building. They walked on the ground. He smiled contentedly and sniffed the air. He put his hands on his hips and smiled broadly that he was finally in the fresh air, because in prison the air was stale. He bowed his head slightly as Nemesis addressed him. He looked at the man's bare back. He scolded him for spending too long in captivity. He crossed his arms over his chest. Mikhail said that it took time to plan everything, avoid surveillance, and bring that woman to their side. He jumped onto one of the stone fragments. He crossed his arms over his chest and smiled contentedly. Below there were many villains in prison costumes. Nemesis said that everything was going according to plan. The girl with purple ponytails clasped her hands and greeted him. The other villains also noticed the man standing on the pile of rubble. They all shouted his name. He closed his eyes and smiled. There was a dark spot among the debris. She hid among the rubble behind them. She frowned and thought that the fugitives were continuing their rampage. She looked out from her hiding place and thought that she should have known about this sooner. A dark shadow crawled across the ground. She wriggled around the debris lying everywhere. She noticed a guy sitting on her lap. She appeared behind him and asked if he was okay. Her eyes widened in surprise when she noticed something. Haste and Red were lying on the ground next to him. Chrome asked what it was. She frowned and suggested that they leave here first. She looked at him intently and asked him to hurry up. Something like electrical discharges crackled on his shoulders. She looked at his gloomy face and asked what was happening to him. We see the destroyed prison grounds from above. Someone said it was Persephone and that the place looked like a battlefield. The recording shows explosions. It was reported that this morning there was a powerful explosion in this place and most of the villains fled. A reporter in a black jacket stood against the backdrop of armed men. She said that the heroes were trying to understand this situation. They watched the report with gloomy faces. She looked at Chrome's back and asked how Red was doing. She replied that he was in surgery. There was a red light above the door. The doctor put on gloves. As he bent over his body, Chrome said she wasn't sure the operation would be successful because his nerve endings were badly damaged. She crossed her arms over her chest, looked at her intently and asked if she was going to tell her. She remembered how Nemesis grinned. She remembered how she turned into a dark blur, and behind the mountain of corpses the figures of heroes could be seen. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked Haste what Nemesis lied about. She frowned and asked what they were hiding. Dressed in hospital pajamas, Heist looked at her with displeasure. She lowered her head and said that now it would be difficult to hide it, and there was no longer any need for it. He was in the training room, with a row of black objects next to him. He looked at it thoughtfully. He clenched his hand into a fist. He raised his hand to strike. The obstacle crumbled into many small fragments from his impact. He pulled his hand back and frowned at the falling stones. The debris fell to the floor with a roar. He looked at the stones lying on the floor and began to count. He looked at the wall that remained standing. It was the 7th in a row. He approached an obstacle. He frowned with displeasure, clenched his teeth and thought that it was not his mood, but that he had really become weaker. He looked at the row of black objects and thought that he could smash 10 at a time before. He didn't understand what happened. He looked at his fist and thought that Justice's abilities would quickly recover. He unclenched his hand, and faint flames appeared on it. He looked at the sparks above his palm and thought that he felt that Sunwoo's abilities had disappeared without a trace. He hit the wall with his fist and wondered why this happened. He froze with his hand outstretched and assumed that Nemesis was to blame for everything. He remembered how streams of blue and red energy collided during the battle and thought that his power could absorb Dream. Besides, Nemesis did not pose a real threat to Justice. He froze in front of a dark barrier when someone behind him said that everything was as he expected. He turned around and looked at Dream standing behind him. They were separated by stone fragments. The man said that he had become weaker and asked what would happen to the first place among the heroes now. He looked at him over his shoulder and frowned with displeasure, thinking that as soon as Dream arrived, he immediately began to run into trouble. He turned around and said that if he wanted to quarrel, then he had better leave. He hit him. He put his hand over his throat. The guy clenched his teeth and assumed that he decided to take the chance and attack. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he would not tolerate this. He frowned and asked how he was going to continue. He continued to hold him by the throat. Justice asked what he meant. He looked at the man in surprise when he asked when he would finish this performance. She lowered her head and said that now it would be difficult to hide it, and there was no longer any need for it. She looked at the dark TV screen and began talking about the battle between Justice and Nemesis. She remembered how his cloak fluttered behind him. The monsters mockingly discussed his appearance. He opened his mouth and called out to Nemesis. He pointed his finger at him and said that he would punish him according to the first point of the law of relations between heroes and villains. He was sitting on the sofa surrounded by girls. She watched with interest as she leaned forward and bared her teeth. His eyes glowed red and he stood up and asked how dare he say such things to him. Instead of hands, he had paws made of energy. He rushed towards the enemy, shouting that he must know his place. He summoned strength and clenched his hand into a fist. He hit his opponent. The wall collapsed. He was lying near a hole in the wall. He frowned with displeasure and clenched his teeth. Smoke was coming from his body and he tried to get up. His eyes glowed red. He bared his fangs and asked Justice what he was. He met him halfway and suggested that he was a capable fellow. He looked at his fist in confusion. Electrical-like discharges and violet flames surrounded his hand. He ran up to him and asked what we have here. He winced in fear, looking at the fist flying at his face. A man appeared in front of him. He pushed him away and repelled the Nemesis attack. He frowned and raised his palm in front of him. There were red streams of power above his palm. He fired a red beam at the enemy. There was an explosion. He looked at the fragments of stone. A purple paw appeared from under the rebel. He pressed his hand to his chest, frowned with displeasure and said that it looked like all sorts of freaks had gathered here. He frowned, raised his hand and asked Justice to be careful. The purple monster ran forward. Dream said that their abilities could kill him. He jumped. They raised their heads up, looking at the monster rushing towards them. She walked among the ruins. She frowned when something caught her attention. Nemesis was lying on the ground, Justice was standing behind him, and Dream was sitting next to him. His clothes were torn and his hand was stained with blood. She opened her mouth in surprise when he called out to her. He clenched his teeth in displeasure and asked her to deliver Nemesis to Persephone. She frowned and looked at her in confusion. She closed her eyes when Chrome asked why they lied to her about easily catching Nemesis. She thought about the two men in torn clothes and said that she did this because even in prison he was a problem. They turned their heads slightly. There was a crowd behind them. Haste explained that there were still many villains and they were not going to retreat despite the capture of their leader. He crossed his arms over his chest. Haste said that they decided to make Justice the strongest hero to scare the villains. She looked at her intently and asked if Dream had agreed to this. She pictured the man's back and said it was his idea. She raised one eyebrow and repeated her last words, unable to believe what she heard. She turned around and looked warily at something. They looked at the TV screen. The news anchors covered their heads in fear. Someone covered the camera with their palm and asked if they could hear him. The image became blurry. He smiled broadly, greeted the audience, and asked if they had a good life thanks to the heroes. She clenched her teeth, frowned with displeasure, and said that they had taken over a television and radio broadcasting station. He waved his hand and said that as far as they knew he was freed, but they shouldn't worry because he hadn't done anything wrong. He pointed his finger at the red-haired girl sitting on the mountain of corpses and said that this place was an exception because his friends were very clumsy. He approached the presenter, put his hand on his shoulder, said that he had urgent information and asked whether the reporter should die in the name of truth. He closed his eyes. He looked at the camera again, opened his mouth and said that Justice is not the strongest hero because he could not cope with him. The presenters looked at him in fear. He crossed his arms over his chest. Nemesis said that he would prove the veracity of his words. There were other villains standing next to the cell. Their leader invited Justice to this place and said that if he defeats him, he will return to prison. He bowed his head, looked intently at the camera and said that a really strong hero would not run away in such a situation and suggested that they just fight like last time. He pressed his hand on the leader's head. His eyes turned red and he said that if Justice didn't come, they would kill everyone. He leaned over, waved at the camera, said he had until noon and said goodbye. The image disappeared and multicolored rectangles appeared on the screen. They continued to look at the screen in confusion. She lowered her head, opened her mouth and asked where Jiwon was now. He was pressed against one of the walls in the training room. He frowned and said that he was well aware that Nemesis's ability was to destroy others' abilities by burning them. He looked at the guy pressed against the wall and said that no matter how dangerous the life of his subordinate was, one should not so recklessly respond to his call. He frowned at him, opened his mouth and asked what he intended to do since Nemesis had burned out a decent part of his abilities. She frowned with displeasure and opened her mouth. They looked at her in confusion when Chrome said that Nemesis had taken over the broadcast station and challenged Justice to a duel. He covered his face with his hand and asked how much time they had. She replied that until noon the next day. He turned around and walked towards the exit, telling Justice to stay there. He looked at his back and asked what he was going to do because he couldn't handle it alone. He stopped, clenched his teeth in displeasure and said that the remaining villains were not so active because they were suppressed by the image of the strongest hero. He turned his head slightly, said that the most important thing for them now is not to lose this and asked him not to interfere with him. They looked after the man. His face was hidden in the shadows. She looked at him closely and thought that it seemed that Dream did not know that Nemesis had burned Sanu's abilities, not Justice. She imagined him screaming in pain during the battle and thought that a new battle could be fatal for him because he could be left completely without abilities. She looked at the guy's face hidden in the shadows and thought that in this situation they had no choice. He grimaced with displeasure. She looked at him in confusion and asked what was wrong with his face. The main character said that he didn't like it all. He pointed at himself and said that they were paying Justice 2 billion won, which meant he had to work it off. He crossed his arms over his chest. She displeasedly asked what he was going to do and reminded him that last time he was badly hurt. Jiwon said that then he simply did not know what Nemesis was capable of. He took a step forward. He smiled and said that now he has a plan. 7 people were sitting at the table. An image of a room appeared with rows of empty listening seats. Dream stated that there was no need to call others. Folding his hands and closing his eyes, he said that they had a delicate matter to discuss. Dream noted that they needed to figure out how the villain dared to make such brazen threats. A powerful blow from an armored hand destroyed part of the floor. Looking ahead seriously, Zeus stated that they needed to attack him immediately. A hologram of a high-rise building appeared from his hand. He noted that the office of this TV channel is not that big. Destroying the building and pacifying Nemesis is a matter of 2 minutes. Placing her hands on the table, Haste asked what to do with the hostages since there were at least several dozen of them there. She also said that he has already killed many, and it is not clear what to do with the villains who follow him. An image of a blue-haired man with red skin appeared, smiling as he looked forward. An image appeared of a large amount of blood and dozens of corpses, from which a blue-haired man was walking, leaving bloody trails. Haste stated that the victims were no longer hundreds, but thousands. Zeus, looking down, asked if they were going to have a battle again, like then. Vivel, closing his eyes, asked if he was really stupid. Folding his hands near his chest, he said that this was the office of the TV channel and if they did something like that there, it would immediately spread around the world. Gritting his teeth a little tensely, Vivel asked if he really wanted to be treated the same as the villains. The green-haired man said that in that case, they could propose a plan. Looking around at the rest of those present, Zeus also asked what they should do if Justice does not answer. The blue-haired girl looked seriously in his direction. Closing her eyes, she noted that he was still recovering. She mentally stated that Nemesis was far from alone in bringing justice to justice, but only Dream and she know about this. Looking at Webs, Hayes thought that it would be difficult to convince a radical hero like him. The girl, looking tensely forward, thought about what could be done in this situation. Putting his hand on the table, Dream said he would go. Opening his red eyes, he stated that he did not know what could happen to a second-rank hero there. Pandora, tilting her head questioningly like a child, asked if they couldn't fight Nemesis. The man replied that they would not fight him. The pink-haired girl was taken aback by the fact that he called her baby. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, Dream stated that first they need to study the situation from the inside and find out how many villains are inside. Raising his hand, he said that he could always escape because he had the ability to absorb. He also asked if that would be a wiser decision than just breaking in. Arcady crossed his legs and thought. The Banshee looked at the guy thoughtfully. Zeus, with the girl on his head, lowered his head and exhaled. The blue-haired girl, looking forward, remained silent. The brown-haired man approached the large white doors. He opened them. Haste, who had taken off from her place, followed him. She grabbed the double doors before they closed. They left the room together. Starting to walk down the corridor, she asked what he was thinking about. The brown-haired man asked what she meant. Looking ahead coldly, he asked if she thought he had ruined the Justice's chance to participate in this. The indignant girl replied that no. Narrowing her eyes, she said that Nemesis demanded justice, and if he went there, the promise would be broken. Looking at him from the side, Haste asked what would happen if it was a trap. She also stated that he might die. Stopping and continuing to look forward, Dream stated that they were just people and asked what she thought about incapable people. Looking at him blankly, she asked what he meant. The man said that hundreds of people without superpowers are trying to solve cases that they cannot handle. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the man stated that he believed that they, people with abilities, were superior to them. Ordinary people simply have no choice. The man began to silently walk forward along the corridor. Looking at his back, Haste asked what he was talking about. Looking back, Dream said that meant they had a responsibility to lead and protect them. Looking at her seriously, he added that they must save the hostages, even at the risk of their lives. He also noted that Justice didn't think so, which is why he didn't take him with him. Closing his eyes, the brown-haired man said that he was still not feeling well, so let the girl wish him a speedy recovery. Surprised, Haste silently looked after him. The girl stood in front of the elevator while being recorded by the camera. Her silhouette was reflected in Zeus's eyes. As the green-haired man was concentrating on the recording, people started calling him. Pandora flew onto his head with a running start. Starting to pick at his hair, the girl sadly asked if he would really sit here. Approaching his head, the pink-haired girl with murderous eyes declared that this was a good chance to kill these insignificant bugs in prison. Looking forward, the man stated that everything was wrong and if Dream did not cooperate. He stopped. He projected a destroyed building from his hand. With glowing green eyes looking at his hand, he said that in this case, they would force him. A guy and a girl stood guard over the building in front of the enormous destruction. The green-haired girl asked if Justice would ever come. Shifting his gaze to her, the guy stated that the boss said that he would not come. Lowering her head, the girl noted that there was less than an hour left until noon. A black car approached them at high speed. The red-haired girl stepped out elegantly. She opened the door, holding one of her hands behind her back. Dream came out of the car, straightening his coat. Assessing the man, the girl said that, apparently, Justice had changed a lot before they saw each other. Tilting his head, the gray-haired guy asked where his famous suit was. Looking forward, Dream stated that he had come to meet Nemesis on behalf of all the heroes. The guy looked at him incredulously. Pointing a finger at him, the gray-haired guy rudely said that he seemed to be mistaken about something. The guy added that the boss wants to see Justice. Poking his finger at his body, he said that he didn't need someone like him. Moving instantly, the red-haired girl slammed the guy's head into the ground. Having lowered the green-haired girl to the ground, the girl walked near Dream, who was adjusting his jacket. Looking down in disgust, he declared that people like him could not touch this suit. He exhaled and walked forward. The girl and the man approached the entrance. Corpses of people began to appear behind automatic doors. A dozen bloody corpses lay in a large room. The white-haired guy sat down near the column. He picked up the explosive, which had a timer on it. He placed another one on a gray post. A girl in an unusual mask, activating the radio on her ear, said that, as he asked, everything was installed. Walking forward, the man asked if this was possible since the hostages would die. Starting to walk in the other direction, Zeus said that he would take full responsibility upon himself. Looking ahead seriously, he said that all this was to save more lives than to lose. An image of a glass high-rise building in the city center appeared. Several unusual hunters looked ahead. There were also several warriors standing in front of them, ready to fight. The man stepped into the room. Dream walked between the parted strikers. He approached the gray double doors. He walked across the huge empty room towards the blue-haired man. He sat down on the seat. Throwing his leg up, he sarcastically asked what Mr. Number 2 had forgotten. Dream looked coldly. The yellow-haired girl and the man in the cap were tied up. Looking in their direction, he thought that they didn't have to worry about being dragged into a fight. He said that you shouldn't act rashly. Leaning his head on his hand, the blue-haired man looked at him in disbelief. Putting his hands in his pockets, Dream declared that if the hostages were killed, an all-out war would begin at that moment. He also asked that this would not end well for him either. Starting to get up, the blue-haired one replied that he didn't know. Putting his hands in his pockets and smiling cheekily, he asked if he thought that if he had already come this far, he would stop there. The blue-haired man rushed towards the guy and began to swing his hand. With blazing eyes, he launched a lightning attack on the man's shoulder. Smiling madly, he asked what would happen if he killed him. Dodging the attack, Dream asked if he was serious. The man stated that he was clearly pretending to be surprised. As he lunged and swung his left leg, he asked if he really thought that he would not kill and would go back in peace. After all, the influential person came to him on his own. Dream, with tension on his face, blocked with his hand. Receiving a strong blow, he clenched his teeth. Smirking, the blue-haired man asked why not absorb his abilities with his outstanding strength. The brown-haired boy silently narrowed his eyes. The two men stood a few meters away from each other in fighting stances. A small flying robot watched the battle. Looking through the ability, Zeus said that this is exactly what it led to. Touching the device on his ear, he stated that it was a mistake to try to negotiate with the villains in the first place. Sticking his finger forward, he gave the order to detonate. An image of a corpse appeared under the door of the building. A dark girl with an unusual mask, touching the radio, said that the order had been accepted. Approaching several hunters, she informed them that an order had been received to retreat to a safe distance and detonate. The three people walked to another part of the empty room, and the girl looked ahead. A gloved hand approached the gray-haired guy's face. She instantly grabbed the mask on the mouth of the taken-aback guy. The orange-haired girl looked up when she heard a small noise. A completely empty room with columns appeared before her. Continuing to look around the room, she asked where the guy had gone. The pumped-up man, who turned around after hearing the question, received a powerful blow to the body. The girl, covering her robotic legs with lightning, jumped to the side. Jumping back, she stood up. A voice behind said that this was Condor's special squad. Approaching the frightened girl, Dream stated that she needed to train more. She turned around in shock and began to prepare to attack, shrouding her body in an aura. She dodged the attack by doing a somersault and standing on her hands. Looking in his direction, the orange-haired girl thought that he did not wait, but immediately began to act. Streams of red aura began to rotate above the girl. She looked fearfully at their rapid approach. A powerful stream of energy threw the girl several meters away. Falling to the ground, the crippled girl sighed in pain. Her eyes instantly widened as she saw a red flash of magic in front of her face. A couple of centimeters away from her, the floor was destroyed and red lightning came out of it. Dream, slowly approaching her, stated that violating the agreement between the heroes was a serious matter. Turning towards the sound, the girl immediately recognized this man. She looked at the calm brown-haired man, whose hand was in his pocket. Looking up at him suspiciously, she asked if he was here, then who was upstairs. The blue-haired man swung his long-nailed hand again. The brown-haired man barely blocked with the inside of his arm. He also dodged an instant head kick attack. Smiling confidently and slightly madly, the blue-haired man thought that this was too easy. Pushing himself off the floor, he mentally declared that there was no point in delaying him. Dream grinned. The approaching man's eyes widened. He could not understand the reason for his opponent's smile. A powerful blow from a fist covered in blue aura hit the man's stomach. A powerful shock wave covered the room. Having flown 10 meters, he destroyed a dense wall with his body. A man whose abs emitted a purple aura lay in a pile of stones. Opening his eyes, he thought that Dream could not have such power. Standing in a stream of smoke and ash, Dream stated that he had been waiting for him to act so arrogantly. He also said that after this his soul felt very light. The man began to transform, his hair turned red, and his face slowly changed. His aura-shrouded armor has also undergone changes. Smiling, covered in lightning, Justice announced that he had arrived before noon. An hour ago, a brown-haired man approached a private car. The door was opened in front of him. With his hands folded and his eyes closed, he reclined in the back seat. Squinting her eyes, the red-haired girl asked if he was really going to go. He replied yes. He turned his gaze to the side. A muscular man approached the open door. Turning his gaze towards Justice, Dream asked what he was doing. Folding his hands, the man announced that he had come to see him off. Looking forward through his glasses, the reincarnated protagonist added that he also needed to talk about what to do with Nemesis. The girl in the driver's seat looked back towards Dream and said his name questioningly. He replied that he should stay. Shifting his gaze again, the brown-haired man stated that they should listen to what he had to say. The man, struck by the attack, lay in the rubble of the wall. Justice, standing 10 meters away, said that he arrived before noon. The blue-haired man smiled slightly with a slight sigh. Spitting something out of his mouth, he asked how long ago the protagonist started cosplaying. Clutching the pieces of stone, he said that his blow was really good. The man, smiling confidently, enveloped himself in a fashionable purple aura. He covered his eyes with his hands, continuing to radiate powerful energy. The purple man, having switched to a mode in which he had 2 purple horns and his eyes turned red, asked what they should do now. The main character moved his hand to the side. He mentally stated that during a counterattack, a person could no longer use the ability he had, so he should not be allowed to get closer. The protagonist pulled out the iron bars from the stone. He separated them on opposite sides of him. The blue-haired man, smiling slightly madly, asked if he had come up with this spear. He asked if this is really how the best hero behaves. At the moment the sentence ended, something instantly flew near the man's head. An iron spear flew near him and left a small mark on his cheek. Justice threw him with all his might. He looked at his opponent coldly as he carried out the attack. The blue-haired man took off. The protagonist hit the nearby wall with his hand. He clutched several iron rods in his hands. Holding them out in front of him, he squeezed them. He thought that even a few centimeters long reinforcement weighs more than 100 kilograms. Gritting his teeth, the furious blue-haired man ran to the side. He stopped and saw the protagonist's attack in front of him. The main character swung with all his might and threw it. A targeted fast attack hit the man's body. At the same instant, the main character abandoned everything else, inflicting numerous attacks on a standing target. The blue-haired man fell to his knees when 4 iron fittings were embedded in his body. He clenched his teeth and squinted his eyes in pain, looking down. Instantly changing his face and covering himself with a new layer of aura, he stated that he thought he had invented everything. Raising his head confidently, he threw off the iron bars in his body with the power of his energy. The man asked if Justice wanted to make him laugh with this. The protagonist was surprised when he saw the approaching streams of enemy energy. He, twisting his hand over a large amplitude, threw one of the fittings. Shrouded in a powerful aura, the man ran towards him. He smirked as he watched the armature split, beginning to interact with his aura. Running up to the enemy, he grabbed the protagonist by the clothes near the neck. With a crazy smile, he swung his right hand. A powerful blow to the face instantly distorted the geometry of the protagonist's face. The protagonist, having received a blow to the cheek, retreated slightly. Starting to spin streams of purple energy, the blue-haired man began to unleash his next attack. The stone floor shattered under his pressure. The protagonist managed to jump back. Wiping the sweat from his face, Justice mentally stated that, as he thought, the fight would not be easy. He put his hand in his back pocket. Opening a small brown bag, he began to take out a capsule containing a green liquid. The protagonist thought that there was nothing left for him. Putting his hands together, Justice declared that he had thought of everything. Looking forward, he confidently stated that he was using an ability enhancement ampoule. Chrome, spreading her arms, impulsively asked if he hadn't seen those heroes in the hospital, that collapsed crowd. Folding his hands and looking at the girl, the protagonist stated that this was why he was going to use it. He also noted that no one died. Covering her eyes with her fingers, the girl asked if he was serious. Justice said he was joking. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes and paused slightly. An image appeared of a girl shrouded in something, above which was a huge monster who opened its mouth. Looking at the purple-haired girl, the main character stated that it was better this way than letting someone die. He clutched the capsule in his hands. Using his fingers, he broke off the top part. The protagonist brought it to his mouth. The blue-haired man was taken aback, looking at the guy's actions. A powerful stream began to destroy the floor and lift up stones. The protagonist looked around, not understanding what was happening. He assumed it was an explosion. An image of Zeus and Pandora appeared, in front of which was a projection of a destroyed building. The main character suggested that Zeus was to blame for this explosion. The floor under the protagonists who lost their balance was instantly destroyed. Stretching his arms forward, he began to fall into the abyss. Clinging to large stones, he began to push away from them. The huge high-rise building instantly exploded. Justice, who managed to jump out at the last moment, lay on the ground. Looking down, he exhaled. Starting to get up, he began to assess the situation around him. Several hunters lay near the wreckage of the building. The main character's eyes widened. He looked at the piece of debris covered in a green substance. As he turned towards the building, he thought about what would happen if it completely collapsed. A blue-haired man with glowing red eyes stood behind the protagonist and asked if this was his plan. Stone debris from the building fell onto the lower room. Explosions covered all parts of the building, and it slowly collapsed. The empty room on the lower floor was increasingly destroyed. The orange-haired girl fell to the floor. She stood up and wiped the blood from her mouth. The man approached the girl, who was leaning on one arm. Dream picked her up, taking her by the clothes. Looking angrily into her eyes, he asked if she understood what they had just done. Narrowing her eyes and looking at him coldly, she replied that it didn't matter what they did if it didn't stop Nemesis. Gritting his teeth in anger, the brown-haired man stated that Nemesis had threatened to kill citizens. In that case, why are they better than him? The girl looked away sadly. The man, looking down, said that they were even worse because Nemesis did not kill anyone in the end. He held the girl by the clothes amid massive destruction of the building. The roof began to collapse. Dream said that it was better for them to leave this building themselves. Saying no, the girl tried to escape his grip. With blazing eyes, the brown-haired man told her to call Zeus if she didn't want to be buried here with the others. The green monster and the man were lying on the stone floor. The blue-haired man walked inside the building. Raising his hands, he said that it seemed like this was the work of the guys from Condor because heroes wouldn't do something like that. Turning his head, he stared forward in surprise. The protagonist looked at the fragments of a flask with green liquid. The man also paid attention to them and began to examine the spilled liquid. Looking at her calmly, the blue-haired man asked what it was. Observing the campus and the protagonist looking at it, he asked if this was his plan. The main character looked forward slightly fearfully. The man smiled without hearing an answer. Covering his face with his hand, he began to laugh loudly. Making a gesture with his fingers and opening his mouth wide, he laughed because justice had brought some substances to overcome him, and this was done by their unearthly justice. The main character looked down silently. Putting his hands on his belt, the man continued to laugh. Narrowing his eyes, the blue-haired man asked if it would be better to just die. The main character dodged a quick arcing attack. A fist shrouded in aura approached his face. The protagonist blocked an attack with purple magic. He gritted his teeth as he observed his crippled hand. The blue-haired man's arm became covered with veins. He directed the attack with a concentrated stream of energy at the protagonist. Having received a strong blow, the main character cried out in pain. He pulled back slightly and saw another attack on the unprotected part of the body. A powerful kick to the left side knocked Justice back. His face turned blue and blood came from his mouth. The blue-haired man grabbed him by the hair. He slammed his head into the nearby wall. The main character's face was smeared with blood. An image of gray stone tiles on the floor appeared. A second later, a lot of blood changed its color. The blue-haired man continued to hold the crippled protagonist by the hair. When he let go, he fell to the floor. The man said that he felt better now. The main character, steam coming from his body, could barely keep his eyes open. Putting his hands in his pocket, the blue-haired man stated that it was very difficult for him to watch him show off his strength, even though the two of them barely overpowered him. Lowering his body slightly, he also said that he kept thinking about how to take revenge on him, and then a cool way came to his mind. He picked up the metal rig from the floor. Moving away from the protagonist, he said that it would be good. He also asked why the main character was so calm. Looking up, Justice wondered if his opponent was trying to film him losing. With a crazy expression on his face, the blue-haired man turned on the camera and told him to start running away. The protagonist stood up slightly through the pain. The man told him to start, and he would film him running away with his tail between his legs. An image of a blue-haired guy appeared, kneeling and holding his stomach. The girl, whose eyes were covered with tears, lay above the monster who wanted to devour her. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that this would not work. Turning his gaze to the side, he mentally declared that he had no abilities left that he could burn like last time. An image of a red-haired guy lying on the floor appeared. The main character looked at him. He looked back and saw several crippled hunters lying on the ground. He mentally said that there were many villains here, and the building had collapsed. His red eyes widened instantly. He stood up, holding his shoulder. Smiling triumphantly, the blue-haired man declared that no matter what he did, he could not defeat him. Slightly lowering his head and looking at his enemy, the main character stated that he could not win because he was weaker. Pointing the camera and smiling, the man said that he liked such speeches and asked to talk more. The protagonist put his hand on the hunter's back. He covered his hand with energy and said that if he were Justice. The man looked in surprise at the streams of energy. He narrowed his eyes angrily and asked what it was. He dodged the protagonist's quick attack. Starting to run towards him with a fist covered in magic, he stated that he told him not to do anything stupid. The main character looked sternly at his approach. His body was covered with a green mask. The streams of purple aura slightly destroyed her right side. Making a U-turn, the protagonist hit his opponent in the face with all his might. The blue-haired man flew away under the pressure of the fist attack. Gritting his teeth, the guy declared that he was not Justice. The man's face twisted under the impact of the attack. The main character looked at him seriously. A hole formed under the blue-haired man's feet as he made a powerful lunge. Gritting his teeth in rage, he swung his tightly clenched fist. Lunging, he struck with all the strength of his body. The green armor on the protagonist withstood the blow. A moment later, small cracks appeared along it. The lower part of the protagonist's armor fell off. The man had to protect his face with his hands from flying fragments. Running up to him, the main character grabbed his face. Tensing his hand, he began to squeeze it tightly. Covering his hand in a purple aura, the man screamed. The protagonist slipped out from under the attack with both hands. He started to fall when the blue-haired man grabbed him. He squeezed his leg fiercely. He began to quickly spin it around himself. After spinning it enough, he threw it at the wall. Shards of stone flew away from the place where he fell. The tired man looked at him. Streams of lightning came from the pile of stones. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Covered in an aura, he crawled out of the rubble. The blue-haired man looked in surprise at the approaching red attack. A stream of dense aura instantly covered the distance between the opponents. The blue-haired man's body began to melt in some damaged areas. The main character took a step forward. Smiling madly and looking ahead, the man stated that he said something was wrong. Looking at the protagonist walking furiously, he asked if he really was not justice. The main character answered yes. The camera recorded him. Approaching it, he instantly destroyed it with a blow. Clenching his fist and smiling, the main character said that he had broken his promise again because he was not Dream or Justice. Lowering his hands and turning his head in his direction, the man said that he had duplication and the ability to transform. He also stated that he is much more interesting than that strongman. A man in a dark robe, crawling up to him, asked to save him. Smiling and putting his palm forward, Nemesis declared that he would still lose. He sent a powerful stream of magic at the guy. He screamed in pain as he slowly died. The protagonist looked in surprise at what he was doing. The man narrowed his eyes and smiled madly. The floor beneath him instantly began to crack. Stone fragments from the floor scattered throughout the location. The main character covered his face with his hand from a bright flash of energy. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, thought that he had killed all the villains around him to prevent him from taking someone's powers. The man's silhouette disappeared in a stream of purple magic. Nemesis grinned and told him to continue. Red lightning came out of the red-haired guy's eye. The man dodged the concentrated beam of light. Radiating lightning, he stated that he did not know what happened to Justice. The bodies of the dead men were burned with energy. The protagonist sent a new light attack from his eyes in his direction. Nemesis dodged several attacks and smiled. He pointed his hand to the side and began to burn the girl's body. He began to run as he dodged the light attacks with magic. The protagonist mentally stated that, as he thought, the ability he just received has low accuracy. His eyes burned as he looked at his opponent. Rushing in his direction, the main character thought that he needed to get into close combat. Destroying another hunter, Nemesis made a gesture with his hand. He grinned madly and said it was great. While creating a purple sphere in his hand, he said that nothing could be done if he wanted to get closer to him. Drops of blood fell onto the stone floor. The blue-haired man plunged his hand into the protagonist's body. With blood in his mouth, smiling, the main character said that he did not know. Looking at the severed hand, part of which was emitting light, the protagonist stated that he, too, looked the same. He stepped to the ground, preparing to lunge. The floor beneath the fighting men exploded in several places. The protagonist received a powerful blow to the side. Declaring that he didn't care, Nemesis grabbed the guy by the neck. Continuing to hold it and smiling madly, the blue-haired man said that he could attach a new arm to himself. Trying to resist, the main character narrowed his eyes in pain. Raising the protagonist higher and clenching his fist, Nemesis said that if he uses the ability, he will burn it, and if he does not use it, he will strangle it. He also asked what he was going to do. Smirking, the protagonist, whose eyes turned purple, stated that the answer was obvious. He grabbed the man's purple hand. A powerful aura surrounded him and began to exert intense pressure. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes and looked at the guy in confusion. He looked at his severed hand, which was covered in blue energy from the protagonist. An image appeared of a red-haired girl tearing her arm off. Clenching his fist, the protagonist with burning eyes began to attack. He stated that she was very important. A stream of powerful aura enveloped the entire location. Nemesis, his face changing, screamed in pain. He looked up blankly, his eye returning to normal. He thought that his ability had disappeared along with his hand. Nemesis continued to squeeze the protagonist's neck. Putting down his weakened hand, the protagonist with a victorious smile declared that he was far away, that he could not take away such an ability, but there was nothing to be done. The blue-haired man looked into his eyes with fear. The main character added that in this situation there was no other choice. Enveloping his hand in yellow lightning, he swung, grabbing the guy by the arm. He stated that according to the first point of the law, the relationship between heroes and villains. A bright flash from a powerful concentrated blow illuminated the location. Nemesis, falling to the ground, spat out a lot of blood. Having carried out the blow, the main character looked at the man. Smiling, he said that the punishment had been carried out. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.